I swear to God, I will hold you in my
Hello and welcome to OPL Saturday for Week 5, coming to you live from the Riot Studios here in Sydney, Australia. My name is Michael Hingersing, and it is an absolute pleasure to have your company today. Get in touch and follow along throughout today. Hashtag I'm OPL on social media because we have a massive day of esports ahead of us. First up, we see a new look Tainted Mind side go up against Abyss, who will see this as an opportunity to get a win on the board for the split. And then it is a match of our week, our match of the week, with the top of the table clash. The currently undefeated Chiefs take on an in-form Avant Garde, who are 3 wins on the trot. Both matches are massively hard to predict. So, like a hot air balloonist who's just found out there's a chance their spouse was unfaithful just before they cast off on their Valentine's Day ride, there's a lot of uncertainty in the air. All right, joining me to break down the games as they happen, we have our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez. Hello, how are you? Speaking of romance, looking very good in your little Eiffel Tower shirt today.
Thank you very much. I feel it looks it's a bit appropriate, since we just came out of Valentine's Day, and that joke is just perfect to go with it as well. So,
and also our special guest today, you would know him as the support and captain for XL5. It is Bradley T-Gun Seymour, and thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing? How's your week been this week? You feeling good?
We've finally sorted out our roster issues, so no complaints from me. Hopefully we can perform really well tomorrow and break our, what is it, eight game losing streak?
Hey,
I'm not going to talk about my losing streak. It's a lot longer. That list is...
Come on, buddy. All right.
But yeah, it's 8
Stay
games,
positive.
so hopefully
Stay
we can break
positive.
it.
All right, well, we look forward to any announcements for your team coming up soon. All right, well, let us take a look at the standings because it is, things are all up. Like we said, XL5, Abyss, and Tainted Minds in the drop zone right now. Sin Gaming and Direwolves on 5 and 8 points apiece. Legacy in equal second with Avant Garde on 9 points, who might be able to take it off the Chiefs, that first place, depending on who takes out the winnings today. Woo! It's very exciting, very close ladder towards the top there. A lot of argy-bargy could take it up. Well, let's take a look at your weekend's viewings and get the schedule on your screen, because we're going to be seeing, starting things off with Tainted Minds versus Abyss. And then we're going to be seeing later on tonight the Chiefs take on Avant Garde. Then tomorrow from 3 p.m. it is Legacy versus XL5. Can Legacy cement that second place with a win over T-Gun's boys? And finally tomorrow night we're going to be seeing Sin Gaming take on the Direwolves, both looking to bounce back after their losses last week. Well, before we move on, we should talk about this Tainted Minds game coming up today, because obviously there's been a lot of speculation about the roster. There's been 4 changes, and what we can say is that there is an ongoing contract dispute between their coach, their captain, Rosie, as well as Shorter Race, Cake, and Choo-Choos, between those guys and the organization. That's all we can say about that right now. But it does mean there are going to be 4 new players stepping onto the Rift for Tainted Minds today, T-Gun. And one of them, Pabu, you used to play with.
Yeah, and he's very good. And most of the roster is just pretty good new players, so I want to talk about them as opposed to anything else. Pabu, great player, hasn't played in the OPL because of a couple issues. Mostly he lives in Melbourne instead of Sydney. Fesh, he helped X5 get through the relegation to promotion series and then unfortunately couldn't stay with X5. Then you have Brawler, a mainstay who's been around the scene for a very, very long time. And 2 more mainstays. Pradev swapping from top to mid, he's going to play really, really well. I guarantee it. He's a lot of the champions that can be played in top now can be played in mid. And then of course you have Grisha to round out the team. He's only been playing ADC for 3 months, so he might be a little rusty, but I mean, nothing's changed in 3 months, so it's got to be enough
What's
time.
like with him, for him specifically, there's only 3 major ADCs at the moment that he really needs to look into and practice. So Jhin, Varus, Ashe, as long as he's got those 3 down pat, he's looking pretty strong in the bot lane.
Yep.
All right, well, their opponents, Mendrix, today will be Abyss, who are looking for their first big win of the split. Will they see this as perhaps an inexperienced team that they're going to try and capitalize on? Is this an opportunity for them to kickstart their season?
It definitely is an opportunity for them specifically to take advantage of these roster changes, see if perhaps the synergy is not quite there yet. They are a really new side that they're going up against. And this means that they've had their 5 weeks to really prepare, get themselves ready, and say, yes, we're at that point. We've had these incremental improvements. We're ready to take the first win.
I still wouldn't put too much pressure on Abyss. while it's a new lineup from Tainted Minds, they're all really good, really solid players who have experience. So it's not exactly just new players coming out of nowhere that haven't done anything. They're all great players. They can't be underestimated, and we can't just overlook them.
Absolutely. All right, well, let us get to it, because earlier today I spoke to the one member of Tainted Minds who is playing from last week to this week, Tainted, and I started our conversation by asking him about how he felt about the upcoming match.
So I'm feeling pretty confident because they'll be under a lot of pressure to win this game, because if they don't, they could easily miss out on playoffs. So I want to look to make them panic and make them feel under pressure. And hopefully we can use that and come out on top today.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game today.
Thank you.
There we are. Pradith looking to make Abyss panic in the game today, and if his talent plays from last week or anything to go by, that is a real potential. But let us get straight to it and look at this. Take a look at this new Tainted Minds lineup as they're getting ready on stage. Let's bring up the lineup. It's Pabu in the top lane. Vesh, their jungler. Pradith, who we just spoke to, will be in mid. Grisha, their AD carry, and Brawler will be playing support. Now, Tegan, you were telling me that Grisha is actually a support main until 3 months ago when he switched to AD carry. You're a support. How good's your AD carry play?
It is my off role in solo queue, and I assume that was what Grisha did, and that's why I made the transition.
Because you know the matchups, right?
Yeah, you understand everything in bot lane. Understanding both sides of bot lane is really, really helpful. So hopefully he can transition that, bring that to the team, and really help them win bot lane, because I assume Abyss is just not going to care about them.
It really is the easiest transition than any other lane. Like if you try to make the transition from, say, for example, top to ADC, you don't understand how that matchup works. You're basically working with another human being. It's almost impossible, completely different dynamic. So when you are the support player making the move to ADC, you already understand that dynamic, and it's much easier for you to make that move across.
I will say the biggest problem I foresee him having is he might be a bit too aggressive. He might try and go too deep, because that's what you generally did on supports, especially the tanky things. So he might have to rein it in, calm himself down, and play a bit more passive. But, I mean, that's yet to be seen.
All right, well, let us take a look at their opponents today. Abyss, whose chances to make playoffs really begin to sleep if they don't find a win today. Earlier today, I spoke to their AD carry, Raid, and I started by asking him about how going up against a relatively unknown lineup affected their preparation for today's match.
Well, it hasn't really affected us at all, because we know their players that are filling in, especially Pabu and Fesh, which are probably the two players we're going to look to main out the most. Their bot lane is, we don't really know too much about them, but that shouldn't be a problem. And yeah, we're just going to stick to our normal prep, and we should be able to take the win.
All right, well, on that note of uncertainty, today also sees the release of 7.3 into competitive play for Oceania. What are your thoughts on the state of AD carries right now in the game?
ADC is exactly the same. It's just pretty much utility-based. You might see some more Lucian, Kog'Maw, maybe some more Israel, but ADC is pretty much all the same, just still utility.
More just Jhin.
More lethality, yeah.
Just Jhin,
Lethality's
Varus.
still there, so just Jhin Varus, I guess, yeah.
So finally, coming into today's match, you guys are still looking for your first big match win of the season. Is today going to be it?
Yes, we should be able to take the win today.
Excellent. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
There we have Raid seeming very confident ahead of the match today. All right, let's take a look at the guys getting ready in the studio. And as we take a look at their lineup, ooh, confident faces there. We're going to see Pac-Man in the top lane. Their jungler, Seb. In the mid lane, it's Frey. Their AD carry. Their Raid, their AD carry we just spoke to. And Kuden, their support player. And Mendrix, these guys had a good early game against Chiefs game 1 last week, didn't they?
Yes, they did. And specifically what I like about it is how they were being proactive. And I would love to actually call up some replays that we had, particularly on their teleport plays. And really, when you look at these replays, you see that they are being proactive across the board. The first one is a bit reactive, and then the second one is more proactive. So as you can see with this one here, this is initially an overzealous dive from the Chiefs. What makes this a proactive play, not just simply reactive, is how long Pac-Man actually holds the Chiefs in place to continue this team fight, and the choice to bring Frey down. As you can see, he's about to come up just here, get the snipe onto Raze there. And really, it is just a matter of them saying, you know what, we can continue this team fight, make it happen for us. This ends up giving them a bit of quite a big advantage in the early game against the Chiefs, which we don't tend to see too often. And then the next replay coming up, this is a response to the Chiefs getting the Dragon. Immediately they moved everyone towards the mid lane, and they cut off the retreat using Pac-Man. And this is exactly like what we want to see from Abyss. They need to stop playing this reactive, passively losing game, and just make this regular occurrences in all of their games.
Yeah, like you said, what they need to do is take chances. The biggest thing we've seen from them is that they die slowly. They don't try and win, and that's what you need to do as a player. You need to try and win instead of just sitting back hoping, hey, maybe they'll make a mistake. Hey, maybe we won't lose for 30 minutes. That's not a win. Nothing about that.
It just doesn't really work like that because you're relying on your team to make the mistakes, and that's really a strategy for failure if you really look at it.
Well, our analyst here saying that they should just roll the dice and get aggro, I assume, is what the advice is. Well, speaking of rolling dice and taking chances, last week we saw Prated pick up Talon in the top lane, and I want to bring up some stats about that because this, as a pick, was completely unseen, Mendrix.
Yeah, absolutely. What I really want to touch on there is how much gold he managed to earn. It was actually a pretty standard game. For him to be near the 20,000 mark means he was doing everything perfectly pretty much throughout that entire game. An excellent KDA, excellent CSing across the board, and a 65% kill participation as a top laner is something that you don't really see too often. So he was playing amazingly in that game specifically.
Yeah, and he did it on an off-meta champion, so maybe that'll be sort of a notation for what they're going to do today. Maybe they won't look to go back to meta champions. Maybe they'll just try and play comfort things. Maybe we'll see Talon in the mid lane. It is a flexible champion. Maybe we'll see weird things. Pabu's been known to play Alawi before.
Yeah.
And I want to see those things because I think that's what they should go to if they want to win.
And on the flip side, though, I mean, I want to take a look into it in terms of it being, well, the meta picks are there for a reason. These specific picks are very 100% efficiency. And when you go for these more comfortable picks, yes, you may be playing really well, but you're really only playing at 90% of the capacity that you're supposed to. And as this is competitive, you really need to take it to that next notch.
Yeah, but I mean, in my opinion, 90% and performing at that 90% is that better than trying to play a meta champion and playing them poorly. You see that happen a lot in solo queue. People are like, oh, LeBlanc's up, I've got to pick it. And they suck.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want them to do that. I don't want them to just pick Camille because it's open and someone sucks at it. I want them to pick what they're comfortable with, what they're good with, and give us a show.
Yeah.
All right. Well, speaking of some very specific picks, we are currently running a social media competition that you can get involved with off the back of last week's Crazy Picks. Which unorthodox champion will be played next in the OPL? Tell us why using hashtag IamOPL. The 5 most creative answers will win a mystery skin. So what have we seen so far? We've seen, we saw Talon, we saw Quinn, we saw Jarvan last week, we saw Tryndamere. I mean, I know for a fact. Look, you're gonna be looking for a Blitzcrank, obviously, T-Gun.
That's not unorthodox.
No, not unorthodox.
That's completely orthodox.
Completely meta. And Mendrix, I assume you're gonna be looking for that sweet Udyr mid lane.
Oh, definitely. Udyr mid lane, Udyr top lane, Udyr anywhere. It just works across the board. And that's exactly what I did back in Season 4. So
Yeah. And what has changed in the past 2.5, 3 years? Nothing, as far as I'm concerned. All right. Well, let us get your predictions because opltips.com.au is where you can go to let us know your tips. And my goodness, Tainted Minds way out in front of this one. Almost 75% think it's going to be a win. But most people saying that Abyss can take a game. Almost 44% saying. So let me get your guys' predictions as we come back from that. Let me start with you, T-Gun. Who's going to win this one and by what margin?
I think the majority is right. I think 44% of you have your head screwed on. But it's not going to be clean games. It's going to be fiestas. They're going to be all over the shop. They're going to ARAM. Sin's going to be mad that someone else has taken their thing. And I'm going to give it to Tainted Minds 2-1.
So I'm going to echo off that and say it will be also a 2-1 to Tainted Minds. I've seen these guys play in terms of the newer players, Fesh, Pabu. I know they're exceptional players. So if they can turn on, they can definitely bring it to Abyss. But without Abyss, taking at least one game, I see them doing that.
So just so we're clear, you're saying it's 2-1?
2-1 to Tainted Minds.
All right. Well, across the board here, 2-1s to Tainted Minds. Let the fiesta begin. Let's get into game one by throwing to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart, and joining me is the ever-so-dashing Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we're about to get into the first match of Week 5 of the OPL.
But let's talk about the important news. It is your birthday, Fish. 23 years old. Happy birthday, my friend. You're looking stunning in a birthday suit. Maybe not the one the viewers wanted you to wear, but very nice indeed.
Yeah, we almost went on birthday suit, Spawn. Unfortunately, we were hard-nosed by our producers. Would have been nice.
Would have been a comfortable change.
Yeah, literally and metaphorically there. But now that we are going into Champions League for the first match of today, Tainted Minds with a completely overhauled roster taking on Abyss, who have still yet to find a win here in the OPL.
And I just love watching some of these guys get a new chance. You see Pabu there on your screen going absolutely nuts. Of course, promoted in with XL5, was too young to play. Then when he was of age, you know, could only live in Melbourne. The kid's still at high school, so they, of course, went with Pac-Man, so there's a little bit of a rivalry there. Fesh, of course, promoted in last time around with XL5 and wasn't picked up on that roster. So these guys have been on the brink. I mean, Brawler was from Sudden Fear way back when, if you remember that team, had Christmas trees on it. So we've known about these players for a long time, and it's great to see them finally get an opportunity to take it to Summoner's Rift in the OPL.
And hopefully be able to make the most out of that. These are, like you said, not really unknown players here. Tegan spoke very highly of a couple of them on the desk, and interested to see if they're going to be able to step up to the plate here today in their OPL debut. Tainted Minds do have Praetor heading into the mid lane, so we do expect him to be, you know, the veteran / experienced member of the team.
And I expect them to late pick mid lane for Praetor and take away some meta picks in round 2 if Frey doesn't pick it up. I don't think they're going to want to play Control Mage into Control Mage. I think that for those that watch FlyQuest today, you know, we saw a Jarvan into a Zed. That's the kind of matchup that I think that Praetor will be able to excel in.
On top of that, we already talked to Raid from Abyss, mentioning his team was going to be really looking towards Pabu and Fesh as their targeted bans. So we'll have to see if they're going to try and take out those two to kick things off. You know, kind of open up the champion pool for Praetor as well. And
Pabu's a weird player because he plays a lot of Allow, he plays some Jason, things like that. But then in competitive play, when he was in the OCS, he was pretty much just a tank player. Just another random, you know, OPL tank player. There was lots of them at that stage. However, I do know that he has a diverse champion pool when he wants to, but hasn't necessarily gone to it in competitive play. As T-Gun said, much more standard picks out of the young top laner. He's a good teleport user. Look for him to set up some flanks.
Yeah, let's see if Pabu can help Tainted Minds out here. Krisha and Brawler as well, the unknowns for Tainted Minds at the moment. See Pabu a little bit hyped up there to pick up Varus as the first pick.
I talked to him. He missed his plane last night due to the bad weather in Sydney. He flew up this morning, 7:30 a.m. And for a kid that should be extremely sleep deprived, I mean, that night going into your first competitive game can be very disturbing. He was all up and about. I mean, he's an energetic young guy. For anyone that's got him on social media, you pretty much know that.
I mean, I've mentioned this before, but he was one of the few people that were really disappointed that the OPL was going into offline play because he's still in high school. He really wanted to step up and play in the OPL. So the fact that he's getting his chance here today, he must be really excited for this one. He's already locked in. Varus is the first pick for the team, but bans have gone through as well. LeBlanc, Malzahar, Syndra are taken away on the side for Tainted Minds. Kha'Zix, Rengar, Jace from Abyss. No Camille ban. We saw a hover of it, but it has been nerfed slightly in 7.3.
Certainly has, and there seems to be some answers to it. I mean, the Shen pick is showing up internationally with an early Tiamat. You can shove her in. You've got that W to take some nice trades with her. You know, Alawi from the Chiefs came out. Singed has been played a fair bit into her as well. You go Tabby, you go move quick build, and then you're just able to outpace her in the laning phase. So I think there is a lot of things that you can throw into the now nerfed Camille.
Yeah, we saw Singed actually played last night in the LPL against Camille to good success.
In the laning phase. Afterwards, the Caitlyn took over.
Afterwards, can't really fling a Camille that's diving into the backlines when you're all the way in the backline yourself.
Oof.
Wow, Tainted Minds, they're going to be picking up Elise for Fesh in the jungle. And they've locked in a very early Nami here for Brawler in the bot lane.
Yeah, they certainly have. So maybe not wanting that champion pool to be squeezed. We've already talked about the fact that Grisha, Brawler, these are the two relatively unknown. Brawler's been around for a long time, but, you know, flirted around the edges of the Masters and Challenger, things like that. Grisha, of course, as we said, role swap. You want to secure him a nice champion. So it makes sense. Don't let them get banned out in Phase 2. I mean, already, Praetor, Pabu, they probably have a similar champion pool. You can't really hit that too hard.
On the flip side of this, they've locked in Camille as their third pick in the first pick rotation. Jin as well as Karma were their bottom lane picks to go as their first rotation. And the bans have come through. Graves being taken away by Fesh. We have Fiora being banned out by Abyss. Still very common second round ban.
Yeah, and as I said, Pabu is known to once again play carries when he has to. He actually prefers it. I mean, he can play tanks. What I want to talk about is this is kind of like utility across the board. And then even though Camille is a big diver and things like that, she still brings a lot of utility to the team. She can set up 1-4 nicely. She has a big swooping initiate in that E. You know, she's very hard to push out of lane, things like that because of the sustain built into her W. So very similar, like just strong utility picks coming across from both teams.
And it's kind of what we see when we get LeBlanc, Jace, Rengar, and Kha'Zix being banned out in games. You know, lots of 80k support picks picks in the first pick rotation, and then you either flex your jungler or top laner as your third and final pick here. Both teams have gone through a similar pattern. That does mean Tainted Minds have heavy bands towards Seb here, with Graves and Lee Sin hitting the bench. So Raid will be picking up Rek'Sai for Seb in a jungle, and an Alawi ban coming up from Biss, really respectful towards Pabu.
Exactly right. They know Pabu wants to play a brawler up there in the top lane, especially if you haven't played comp for a while. I mean, I think he was on Tainted Minds B side, Pabu, and now he's up. But you know, there is some of that communication, can't really get it going, and that makes sense. You know, play a lane bully, play something that can take over from that laning phase.
Interior Crocodile Alligator of Renekton's been locked in here for Pabu. Going to be taking that one up into the top lane. Another pick that we commonly see Chiefs top lane, a Swiper pick up from time to time.
Yeah, Swiper somewhere is like they've played Tryndamere, they're playing Renekton. Like, why are people in my pocket picks all of a sudden? I wanted to do this.
He's like, well, I thought when Jish left, things would get better for me, but they're not. And we have Zed heading into the mid lane as well for Praedith.
And I called it last week. He's actually a really good Zed player. I've seen it running around in solo queue. A lot from Praedith. It's really interesting to watch him play it. Needless to say, he's as aggressive in the mid lane when he gets an assassin as he was in the top lane. Of course, now Kuden just cycling through all the champions that were played last week from the Tainted Minds lineup. I think they'll settle on the rise. That's a good, strong champion.
Frey will be taking that one into the mid lane. Very commonly picked during the first few pick rotations from a lot of teams internationally. Not as highly favored in the OPL unless you're the Direwolves.
Yeah, you can't really get access to the backline in the OPL just because we fight front to back a lot. And the more spells that Rise chucks into the front line, I guess the less useful he is at the moment just because of the space between the front and back line. Got things like Varus and Jhin running around that just have 3,000 range. But all things considered, we've got a brawl-heavy team comp with, you know, a fair amount of CC against a very standard 1-3-1, take over the map, strangle you out kind of comp out of Abyss. And if Tainted Minds taught us anything about Chaos last week, it is that it is successful in the OPL.
It certainly is, but still both teams have a lot of brawler-like champions like you mentioned, so we can expect a lot of fighting to take place from the get-go between these two teams. Even Ignite being taken into the mid lane by Praedith here to go up against Frey.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he wants to look to unlock that mid lane with a couple of quick kills, get Fesh in there. The thing that we've seen out of so many mid laners that go Elise Assassin is that is a part of the map that you have to target. Because if you don't snowball those two champions, they fade away into, you know, pick or split push, which is just not what Tainted Mind wants to do with a new roster that hasn't played that many scrims together.
It certainly is not. Tainted Minds, you know, very new with these four new players for their team. And Abyss, you know, have stuck to this roster for some time. They've settled in with Frey. Look like they're very comfortable playing him, but still yet to pick up their win.
And I mean, last week was a great step forward because they were willing to make proactive plays against the best team. However, sometimes that's easier to do. Sometimes when you know that the game is going to be an uphill battle from day one, you're just like, we're going to throw caution to the wind. We're going to play a very reckless style. I want to see if they can translate that through now into a team that they actually should beat. I mean, Abyss, you've been together for a couple of months now, been scrimming, been in that team house together. You have to be able to take this game, to be able to give your fans hope.
You know, give them a lot of momentum as well coming back into the OPL with a win over Tainted Minds here today. But Tainted Minds will not be going down without a fight, and might not even be going down at all here as we get back onto Summoner's Rift for the first match of the day between Tainted Minds and Abyss. And as we get onto it, just want to mention, you know, I'm not the only birthday boy here today. Spawn. We also have Fesh from Tainted Minds playing on his birthday.
Certainly is. First competitive game in the OPL, birthday boy. I mean, that's got to feel good. Wake up, eat some cake. I had a donut for breakfast. Similar kind of diet, Fish. Be able to get into an OPL game, nice and high on that energy. Crash after game one, start sculling Red Bulls. I mean, that's just the life, isn't it?
It certainly is. I mean, even Rusty got me a nice little donut for my birthday, so shout out to Rusty. Give him a thanks at Rusty lol. For now, though, we do have both teams just fanning out across the map, kind of scouting their jungle entries, but neither team really doing anything too cheeky at level 1.
Yeah, exactly right. And I expect this to be a game that is going to be won or lost highly through the laning phase. It's going to be up to whether Fesh can get in there, really mix it up, whether Seb can counter that with some good pathing. Rek'Sai can actually shut down Elise if you're able to get to a lot of ganks second and make sure that you're making her life a little bit miserable. So see how the laning phase goes for Tainted Minds, because I feel if they get ahead, they're just going to snowball this a la solo queue style. If Abyss are able to go with them, you know, start pushing in, then that macro play should come out trumps.
Well, minions have crashed in the mid lane already, getting the action underway. Frey already taking a little bit of harass from Frey in this lane. The melee range of Zed not too comfortable in the early levels against a ranged champion like Rice.
Certainly isn't. It comes to about level 4 or 5 when you have, you know, a couple of those extra spells, you know, a couple of points in queue where you can actually start all inning quite successfully. You need to be careful that you don't take too much damage before then, Fish, because otherwise the laning phase is just over for you.
Yep. Now Frey's doing a pretty good job. Praetor will be able to farm up quite nicely. Both of them starting with the refillable pot to kick things off. Frey with the Sapphire Crystal to try and get that 16 CS back. Pick up a tier nice and early. We check in with the bottom lane, Raiden Kuden against Grisha and Brawler, the new AD carry and support for Tainted Minds. These are kind of the two unknowns for the team at the moment.
Certainly is, but they're kind of going to try and Kuden. And what I mean by that is Kuden is very well known for playing an annoying champ pool that is all about sustain and keeping people topped up and just guaranteeing farm for his AD carry and playing very passive. That is the exact same playstyle you expect out of Brawler on this Nami. I mean, just get Grisha through the harass. They've started with 3 potions each. I mean, Nami's able to top up as well. This should not be a big surprise.
There is action in the mid lane though. It's Praetor's looking for Frey. Oh! Predicts the flash coming out from Fesh. Will be able to take down Frey for first blood, but he's locked underneath the turret and a double kill comes out of Seb.
I mean, but you can see why people were excited about Fesh when he was on Exile 5. Gets the mad life there with the cocoon. That is one for the highlight reel. Happy birthday, young man. Guaranteed first blood, but still big for Abyss as they're able to pick up a double kill on Seb, as well as the fact that they're freezing out this mid lane, going to make it very hard for the Zed to get back in. As we see it one more time, you see the flash forward, throws the cocoon out sideways. That is a mad life if I've ever seen one. They 100% commit, as you should. First blood over to a Zed, always a good thing. But now they need to be able to keep pace of Seb, who is going to be looking to, you know, just play that pathing style, continue to exert pressure over the map.
While we were in that replay, Pabu actually gets a solo kill up in the top lane against Pac-Man. Heads back to base, picks up a Doran's Blade with an extra cloth armor. Hopefully we'll be able to get a look at that.
And you know, a lot of people on Twitter were like, I'm still going with Tainted Minds. And everyone was like, why? A brand new team. And they were like, if a team has a raw talented lineup like Pabu, Fesh, Praetor, there is just all the chance that they outmuscle you first 15 minutes of the game and you never get a look in. I mean, then you're not even playing League of Legends at that time. You're just playing, you know, solo queue. This is actually going to be the kill up in the top lane. Looks like it's a little bit of a turret dive, potentially. I mean, Pabu. No. Oh, yeah. Engage actually onto him from Pac-Man there, and Pabu just lays a smackdown. Ooh. I mean, that's rough. When you engage onto a crocodile and he just bites your face off. Of course, as I said, no love lost between these two. Pac-Man relegated with Trident, but then brought onto Abyss for Pabu's spot. So definitely some history there.
Still must be a good feeling though for Pabu. You know, first game back in the first game in the OPL, up against Pac-Man, gets a solo kill nice and early.
Yeah, a little bit of a emoji spam there. Renekton's actually one of the things I do love about Renekton, which is completely irrelevant as Fesh comes into the mid lane again.
Not gonna be able to land that cocoon.
He's got a cheeky laugh.
He does.
Is where I'm going. Very good cheeky laugh out of that crocodile.
He is the champion I used to learn how to play top lane.
You didn't learn well.
That is true.
Joking, it's your birthday.
I'll stick to misfortune, Spawn. Just press on, we're all right. But now that we do have Fesh staying up in the top lane for now, Pabu already doing a good job in this lane, making sure the minions push back towards his side of the map, making it difficult for Pac-Man to farm at the moment. You can see he's conceding quite a bit of CS here. 16 down against the Renekton. Bottom lane though, Grisha and Brawler not having that great of a time against the Jhin and Karma combo.
I mean, they certainly aren't, but at the end of the day, 9 CS in the bottom lane, especially for a new bottom lane, is what you kind of expect. You definitely don't expect a 20 CS lead and a solo kill in the top lane. That's probably the most surprising part of this map. However, it is mirrored kind of in the jungle because Fesh has gone very gank heavy at the start of this game, and Seb, you know, one good pathing double kill into a very quick clear. He's 35 CS going in 14.
On top of that, we really see Varus start to come online at about level 9 once his Q is nicely maxed out. We'll have to see if that lane changes in the future. We will be able to check in with the gold really quickly here. Heavily in favor of Pabu at the moment, but Seb is carrying the most money on the map right now.
However, he did put it into, I think, a tracking knife, so not going to be all that impactful gold. I mean, eventually, you know, when another 1,000 gold comes in, you have a completed jungle item, then you feel good. But right now, it's a lot of utility stats and tanky stats that he's picked up, which, unless he gets some, once again, good pathing ganks, he's not going to be able to really brute force anything. This isn't the Guts Tiamat Rek'Sai that we're used to seeing, that if you run into him at 10 minutes, he fights you. This is going to just be, a controlled style, and that's what we're used to seeing out of Seb.
But once he's able to pick up those 2 tanking items, we see lots of Rek'Sais go towards health very early on into the game. He will be a tanky beast to kick things off. That's going to be always going to be something very difficult to deal with when you have a very damage-heavy lineup. Pac-Man and Pablo are still going toe-to-toe up in the top lane. See, the Renekton doesn't really care too much about the Camille at the moment.
Just has sustain to match. I mean, as soon as Pablo walks into that lane, throws out a Q, especially if Pac-Man's in there, he's going to be full health again. He has a refillable potion as well, so he's not investing into that anymore. As I said, he has some good sustain. Great wave clear. And these are some things that we theorize would give Camille trouble early. If you have good wave clear, you're able to shove her in, dictate where the wave is. If you have good sustaining, you're able to match her that. She has lots of tools in her kit, but sustain ain't one, Fish, which makes it difficult to play against heavy wave clear.
Meanwhile,
Seb going through.
Looking for Praetor in the bottom lane, pops the ultimate, trying to dodge out some of the crowd control. He'll be able to get back to safety, but takes a lot of damage in return, and no summoner spells burnt by either side.
Man has a little bit of a dance. That's a nice gank dodge. However, burning the ultimate means now there's no kill threat onto Frey. Burning the pots means that now Praetor is looking for a bad back timing. So we'll see whether he's able to get himself back into this lane, because the last thing you want is to be trapped under your turret like this as a Zed with absolutely no kill threat.
Takes so much damage in return. He's not going to be able to get these last few minions or even the experience from him, because Frey forces him off the turret. And like you mentioned, bad back timing coming up from Praetor.
And the thing about Ryze at this stage, especially when he's got his double mana item. Oh, as Seb actually looking for a cheeky invade, gets the blue.
And Fesh is still only level 5, so can't go toe-to-toe against Seb. We'll be able to steal that away nice and easy.
And now he's going to actually look for a turn. The tunnel's going to open up. Pabu in.
Good damage on towards Pac-Man, but he just hops, skips, and jumps away from
Has the ultimate still up? I mean, they cheated the rise towards him to make sure that there was no dive forthcoming. Pabu would love to get underneath that turret at this stage of the game. You can see that now Seb firmly up on that top side of the map. Pabu actually going to go for it.
Pops the ultimate. Look at Pac-Man stuns him out of the hook shot. Will get good damage down on towards him. He has to flash away. The ultimate's not going to deal enough damage towards Camille, and Seb has caught up to the Crocodile, but he's going to try and fight him. Renekton almost taking down 2 in the top lane.
And he's 43 CS up, Fish. That is a huge lead right now for Renekton. And one more time, even though his late game is not going to be anywhere near the Camille, if he's 3,000 gold up when he gets there, it's not going to matter.
And although Renekton's late game is not fantastic, he still has something there.
I mean, and with lethality, there's a chance that he just gets on top of the Jhin and one-shots him.
I mean, any champion with a point-and-click stun still does very well as well. Lock someone down for a good old 2 seconds, and they're not going to have a great time, especially when you have a big Crocodile spinning all over them as well. Still very strong at the top lane. You can see the gold is actually pretty even between Tainted Minds and Abyss because of that.
Yeah, I mean, 18 CS in the bottom lane, all of that gold that Seb was sitting on, that's going to equalize nearly anything. Once again, I expected this game to be very solo queuey. 10 minutes, second teleport back towards their turrets for both top laners. They know the importance of being able to win this laning phase. Risha, Brawler, they're losing heavily at the moment.
This AD carry support duo from both teams have not gone back to base yet. Spawn still sitting on their longsword. Ray doesn't even use a potion.
I mean, imagine now if teleports were available and someone could actually gank one of them. It would be very impressive. However, it looks like maybe just the jungler are going to get involved.
This turret's already very low here in order to see Richard trying to do what he can to knock them off
They have
the
to back away.
Seb's going to come down, and that will be first turret of the game taken down by Abyss. Pabu, though, up in the top lane, try to dive.
Praetor's actually up here as well.
Try to dive on towards Pac-Man. He's below 200 health. Minions will slowly crash. The Zed
Ultimate
doesn't have
nearly
ultimate.
available again from Pabu.
Ooh, is he going to go in? He does. He's going to get locked down there before any damage goes out. Takes the turret aggro and dashes away from it. Allows Praetor to pick up the kill.
Actually very well coordinated. They knew they needed a turret in response. They do give up the Infernal Dragon on the bottom lane. So good news story there out of Abyss. They kind of sacked Pac-Man for that. And you can see that we're going to play 2 halves of the map. We're going to play 2 top lane split pushes in a Zed as well as the Renekton, and we're going to have a very good team fight coming together. I mean, Frey is ahead at this stage of the game. Raid's ahead in CS quite heavily. It's going to be pretty cool to see how this one plays out.
So although Abyss do get the first turret gold there, they might trade it back quite nicely with a turret of their own and a kill. That should be pretty even. The gold is fairly even between the 2 teams, but they do get the Infernal Dragon, like you mentioned. Very good at this team. Lots of ability power from the Rise. I mean, Jhin is going to be stacking AD like
throwback. I mean, look at this fish. We've got pretty much a lane swap coming out after first turret's gone down. Both teams content with the laning phase, that means, and all they're going to do is they're going to flip it on their head.
Yep, we're going to see more fighting in the bottom lane. This time round, though, Varus has his tier and close towards his Yomu, so should be able to go toe-to-toe against Raid and Kuden thanks to the poke he provides.
Should just be wave clear as well. You know, as soon as you get the tier, then your mana sustain is up there enough that you can just throw out Qs at the creep wave.
Oh, yeah, that is not fun.
And all of a sudden, you're in dive range again, Pac-Man. No ultimate. Pabu's got the ultimate. He has to back away. He's going to lose so much CS on this turret.
This Camille is not having a great time today. You can see the hook shot coming out just to get him back to safety, and Pabu thinks he's singed at the moment, wants to force him all the way back to base. Ooh. On the top lane, you can see already Brawler's been taken down. Grisha takes a lot of damage in return. So it seems like the two sides of the map are kind of evening out here, Spawn.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, but the kill went over this time to the Jhin, so Raid able to pick that one up. And, you know, on the other side of the map, you see the two jungler and top laner once again pushing in the turret. That's going to fall down. So kill advantage goes over to Abyss because they're able to pick that one up. However, equal gold. And now they're looking for potentially another dive onto Pac-Man.
Yeah, there could be a dive bottom lane going on as we already have Fesh on the least sitting down there with Flash available. Top lane turret will fall shortly. Not going to be defended by Tainted Minds just yet, but Fesh shows himself. Just looks to push out this wave, possibly push Pac-Man off of it.
I mean, if anything lands, he's dead.
There's the cocoon coming out. Pac-Man's taking a lot of damage. Exhaust goes down on top of him. He pops the ultimate, but will get taken down. Now they're looking towards Kuden. He's trying to run away, but gets body blocked by the spider. Forced to flash away, and Tainted Minds gets some of the spells and another kill.
All of a sudden, Rek'Sai is here as well as Arise. They're going to have to try and turn this around and fight at some stage.
Rise is going to be able to come in. Pabu's trying to get away. Fesh has taken out Kuden and flashed away. He's gotten out of that. Now we have to see if Fesh can do the exact same thing. Pabu looking to try and go back in and protect his spider, who's repelled over the wall and is running away from Frey.
So in the end, I mean, Tainted Minds on the bottom side of the map, able to get a lot of pressure. Pac-Man teleporting in. They're throwing caution in the wind here.
Frey's flashed over the bubble. Brawler not going to get locked down just yet, but Seb's gone in. Good tidal wave will knock it up. The hook shot lands onto Fesh after the flash. The spider is going to repel away. There are no raptors just yet, though. He's going to go back down on the same spot. Will get taken down by Pac-Man.
Oh, Raid flash and auto attack the minion.
Oh, that's not pretty there.
You hate to see it. He flashes in. That's why you don't A-click.
Ooh. Not great. Raid will hit a minion there, but pops the curtain call looking for Praetor. Pabu and Brawler are going to have to split tank this one. That's quite a bit of damage going out from him. Abyss do get a turret for their troubles, though, and now they're about 1,000 gold up over Tainted Minds.
So Abyss is ahead right now. I mean, they've played the map better. I think that's very fair to say. That was a great teleport into a gank. Pac-Man obviously on point with the mechanics there. Gets the E-flash going. However, what they need to worry about is right now, he is 70-ish CS, so pretty much double the CS of Pac-Man with 2 kills. Whew. And at the same time, mid lane, 2 kills over onto the Zed earlier in the game, as well as equal CS nearly, means that Rise without armor really can't go near him, so they need to be able to get some form of armor on Frey. Otherwise, both split pushes are a losing lane right now.
And I mean, Raid is slightly ahead of Varus at the moment.
36 CS and a kill, I would call that pretty far ahead.
But if you look at the items, just sitting on boots too, and his double longswords. That will change now that he's going back to base. But still, Varus is rather effective with the 2 items he has now, the Yomus to give him that bit of lethality and movement speed, the tier to make sure he can keep poking out.
Well, the other cool thing you can kind of do on Varus is just upgrade your tier early into a Manamune, and it gives you like an artificial spike, because as soon as that transforms, and it transforms much quicker when you have more Manamune picked up, it gives you like good damage. Like it's not still as good as going full lethality when you're ahead, but it still gives you something to play around.
Good source of raw ID as well.
Yeah. So you hit the back line for, you know, similar damage, you just don't hit the front line for nearly as much.
Well, Pac-Man is starving at the moment, so that's one less frontline member to worry about. Seb is doing a great job, though. 71 CS, 2 kills and an assist. Looking for his Dead Man's Plate, I believe is the next item for the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, it's a great route to go. I mean, the 2 very cheap, cost-effective armor items being picked up. We don't really see crit at all picked up anymore, Fish, so unfortunately Randuin's, my old favorite item, is gone. So now we have a little bit of a collapse into the top lane. I mean, Praetor is being cheeky here, but Seb's in the wing.
Ooh, jumps over the wall straight in towards Seb. Rise pops the ultimate, will get over as well. Just forces the flash out. Pinnacle comes out. Predator gets hit by the first 2 shots, and the 3rd. Can he dodge the 4th? He can't. That's Raid will be able to take him down.
I actually think that was just Harold bopping him in the head. He took a couple of swings at the young Praetor then and came up the better man.
It looks like it. Raid's last shot went right through him.
I mean, you don't mess with Harold unless you got a jungler with him that's pretty tanky.
No, you don't.
He, puts the gloves on and is very happy to fight.
Yeah, Seb popped the praise and made him angry, and then he just went to town himself with the poor assassin.
Looking for a fight here a little bit is Tainted Minds.
See the arrow coming out from Grisha there, not doing too much damage to Seb. He's probably the tankiest member of the team though. Pac-Man taking quite a bit of damage from Fesh there. They still want to fight for this dragon. It's a 4-on-5 for now, but Praetor is grouping.
Already on his way is Praetor. I mean, he's level 10. They probably want to wait for him to be level 11. On Assassins especially, you get such a big damage spike by getting rank 2 into your ultimate. So we'll see if that's the call to, send him to a lane to farm up or whether they do want to fight with it.
Well, he's got 11 now.
There we go. Perfect. Calculated.
Abyss have started up the Ocean Dragon though. They've already considered an Infernal. I notion this late into the game shouldn't be that detrimental to Tainted Minds, but still Dragon nonetheless for Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, pre-10 minutes, Ocean Dragons really do swing how the laning phase go, as they're actually trying to... The revenge. Yeah. That's all this is.
You bopped me, I'm going to bop you.
Exactly right. If they get that over onto Praetor, that's a pretty significant... 18 minutes on a Rift Herald for a split pushing Zed. I would say that's way more crucial than what an Ocean Dragon is going to give you.
That's going to last till 38 minutes into the game, so very long timer.
Hashtag he did the maths, ladies and gentlemen.
Very long timer on the Glimmer of the Void buff, as Pabu is just waiting inside a bush for Pac-Man to show himself. You can already see this Camille is very scared of the Crocodile, who is almost Flame Horizoned him.
Yeah, I mean, keeping the double CS going is impressive. And there it is, nearly 1 more CS, 2 more CS. Would have been a Flame Horizon. Pac-Man going to pick up majority of this CS here and try and claw his way back in.
It's about 2,500 gold up right now, Papu. That's a full item, almost.
Ryze is on the bottom turret, however, with the Rek'Sai. They're pushing in nice and greedily. This is nice to see. 2 semi-globals. Ryze can get to mid lane pretty safely with the rank 2 ultimate. Rek'Sai, of course, can go wherever her turrets may take her. And I like this. Teaming up with the 2 globals on the bottom lane means that they're shutting down the effectiveness of this Zed and actually have a big CS advantage as well as a level advantage right now going in Frey's favor.
I mean, we've seen Frey step up in a couple of his matches, but he's never closed out games for Abyss so far.
It's been an inconsistent step up is what I would say. I mean, some games he looks terrific. Game 1 versus the Chief solo killing Swiffer, that's a big deal. But the rest of that series kind of was a bit lackluster, to be honest. Of course, that is hard to play against the Chief. Even round 1 against Sin, game 1 was terrific. Game 2 and 3 were still good, but lacking a little bit. Curtain call mid lane.
Grisha forced to heal. Can he dodge the last one? He can't.
Matter.
Doesn't even need to. Deathfire Touch is going to be enough from Raid. He's caught out the Eddie carry from Tainted Minds for the first time. 3 kills now on this Jhin. He's 50 CS up over his counterpart.
And the problem right now is that it's gone from 2 winning lanes to only 1 winning lane for Tainted Minds, and Abyss are controlling the rest of the map so well that there's no way in. You can see that they're actually going deep onto Praetor.
Ultimate gets used there, trying to keep himself alive, runs through the tidal wave for a bit of extra damage.
comes
Good bubble
Fesh.
going out. Fesh can be able to lock him down even further, and Seb's going to fall. Tainted Minds turn that around with the help of the turret to get a pick for themselves.
But Raid's here now, and all of a sudden they can just start chipping through. A kill for an objective is in Abyss's favor, and you can see that they're just winning the map, and this is what we said. Tainted Minds need to degrade the quality of this game, make it about fighting, not about taking objectives. And unfortunately, they just cannot do that at the moment. Abyss are like bloodhounds. They just want to keep sniffing out those objectives.
Spider almost takes one for Fesh. But you're right, Abyss are slowly bleeding Tainted Minds out, but it's only 2,000 gold in their favor. Something we've seen from Abyss recently is they have difficulty closing out their games, like a lot of teams in the OPL at the moment. As we approach the as we get past the 20-minute mark, that's something that's got to be on Abyss's mind if they can't snowball a greater lead than what they currently have.
Yeah, I completely agree. However, their team comp should take over. I mean, they have a much superior team comp. If the 1-3-1 isn't working out for TM, there's just not enough wave clear. I mean, Varys is good, but he's been delayed so much. You can see actually going towards Edge of the Night, so components only versus completion on the side of Raid. And this is where it really starts hurting as an AD carry if you're behind.
Well, checking with the items at the moment, Pac-Man yet to pick up his Trinity Force on Camille, so very slow for him at the moment. He has been Flame Horizon by Pabu, who's gone for the Kled build, I would say. A lot of Kled being played internationally recently. Gone for the Black Cleaver as well as the Titanic Hydra.
It means you can just go things like Sterix and GA, and you've got so much health, you're like a health tank, and then you've still got enough armor to really shrug off what is a lot of this lethality build.
Yep.
So, you know, Tabby as well as GA sorts that out for you, and then everything else just adds the raw damage that you can do, Fish.
Yep. Guardian Angel gives you both resistances you need here, and you know, 2 lives always better than 1. Now up at the top lane, Frey looking to try and push against Praetor. Praetor not too worried about it, but he's going to take quite a bit of damage from the bush, and now he has to be a little bit scared as he pops the ultimate. Will be able to lock down Frey. Can he get out though? Exhaust has been used.
Oh, he dodged him!
Gets back onto the shadows, dodges him out. Now Fesh in a lot of trouble as the shield comes out from Rise. Will miss that second proc of the cube. Pops the ultimate trying to get closer. Cocoon comes out, but it doesn't matter as Frey gets a 2-on-1 outplay with a double kill.
That was still pretty nice out of Fesh. I mean, that was actually Smite Cocoon coming through, so well done for the young man. Pabu, once again, just bullying Pac-Man. This is still 3 levels. Burns the flash. But he needs to worry about the rest of the map because right now, there is no way the Zed can go toe-to-toe against the Rise, and Brawler's in trouble.
Frey going to put a lot of damage down onto the Nami. Pabu is able to turn the 2 kills around for Tainted for a turret as well as a flash on their top laner, but like you mentioned, the rest of the Tainted squad really falling apart. You did mention that you were impressed with Fesh's mechanics there. So am I. Him and Frey to play that well, but Frey just too much raw power there.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what happens when there's no minions to be able to hide behind the Rise Qs. As soon as he gets that empowered on you through the E, you go down really quickly. No MR picked up really by either of them. I mean, pure damage coming out of Fesh. That's a solo queue build if I've ever seen one. Only Edge of Night picked up from Praetor there. Don't think he had time to get it up either.
Nope. This Rise is going to be a really big problem. Sarah's Embrace was completed by him, which was crucial in keeping him alive during that fight. He's got the arm guard as well, so a little bit of extra armor is going to help him out.
And I think that, you know, when you're Praetor at this stage of the game, you need to look towards Merc Treads. Those rune prisons just hold you in place for so much damage to come out. That's actually a little bit of trouble here.
I mean, even Frey's got his Merc Threads now, just trying to reduce the time of those cocoons. He's got his on his Hourglass, so that rises.
He's well and truly online.
It's not going to be easy to take him down. Fully stacked a lot of Aegis to boot. Even Raid's gone for his Quicksilver Sash.
This is the 3rd dragon they're giving up as well.
Yep.
And see, not really interested in a 5v5 team fight. They have it warded and they send 2 members back to base. So without the poke going down, they're not comfortable having all 10 members on the same screen, so they go back into the 1-3-1 nice and deep. Maybe Pabu looks to try and pick up a kill on Pac-Man again.
Still, there's only 3,000 gold up. They've been holding on to just a 3,000 gold lead for a while now.
I mean, you have to look where the gold sits, however, because whilst we're saying, well, here we go.
Praetor's looking for a fight. He's going to get locked down, though. Frey just takes him down and goes on a killing spree. Not much you can do there.
So as we have a look at the gold, I mean, even though it's only like, what, a 3,500 gold lead, when you take out the fact that Pac-Man is 3,000 gold down, it's actually a 6,000 gold lead for the rest of the map. I mean, you can have a look in the mid lane, 2,000 gold. Check out the 80 carries, that's 3, and now we've got a big engage.
Oh, they're going to go in for a fight. Grisha's going to have to flash away. Takes a lot of damage. Brawler trying to keep him alive. Fesh will be the first one to fall in this fight. Now, here comes the curtain call. Grisha's trying to run. Brawler's trying to run, but just getting pincered in this choke point. And all 3 members of Tainted are going to fall. Pabu, meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, not going to be able to help them out.
Yeah, exactly right. Pabu's actually under a tier 3 turret trying to brawl Pac-Man. And someone needs to remind the young Tainted top laner that it's actually about winning the rest of the map at some stage. You can't just continue split pushing because it will catch up with you. It's 140 CS up, but he's the only advantage they have going for them. Now Baron's forward, he's not going to be able to push in because of Baron creep. And Abyss are in firm control. 6,000 gold the lead.
Baron buff available for them as well. Only 1 outer turret left. Sorry, inner turret left for Abyss to take down. So Tainted should now be back on defense. Here's a replay of that fight.
Yeah, great ultimate coming in. And you can see that they're just able to get so much damage out onto Fesh. That is going to be Raid picking up the kill. Then Seb persists with the other 2 members. Of course, can't fall down. He's way too tanky. And they just chase them through, able to grab all the kills up for their AD carry. All of a sudden, Raid is well and truly online. And there's no one that can really run with Raid or Frey at this stage of the game. Still only Pabu with any kind of advantage.
Big misplay from Grisha during that fight as well. Missing the ultimate, mistiming The Rise teleport coming in there would have been crucial in such a small choke point. Might have been Fesh got out alive, but still, Abyss turned on that fight pretty quickly. They caught them off guard. Now, let's see if they can start to slowly try and close out this game against Tainted Minds. Up in the top lane, they have Frey already trying to split push. Praetor is still the one sent to deal with this Rise. Not going to have a great time here. Does have the Glimmer of the Void available, but we've seen that hasn't mattered too much against Frey.
Yeah, you'd say completely ineffective. He's 3 levels down, so whatever gap there is between the Camille and the Renekton now exists. Maybe looking for a teleport play, however.
It seems like that's what Renekton's been waiting for, but Praetor is dead, and immediately Palu walks off with the Fountain. They had some deep wards ready for him to teleport to, but losing their mid laner, not going to be great for Tainted Minds.
Yeah, it means it's just not going to happen now. 7,000 gold in Abyss. With a little bit of chaos in the early game, still showing that they can make it happen in the late game. And Frey as well as Raid have just been the stars that they're looking for. Seb got it rolling early with some very good pathing to cut off any aggression that Fesh had. However, since then it has been the complete Abyss Esports show.
Which means Abyss will be able to take down the inner turret up in the top lane. Harvey's trying to go in and get some damage down to Raid. He's forcing the flash away from the bubble. But lots of heals coming out.
I mean, have a look at that. That's without the AD carry there. Pabu can nearly one-shot Raid. If they just had have committed to team fighting a little bit earlier, I feel that they would have been able to get it done. Now, however, with the map opening up, Pac-Man's just going to be able to catch up.
And it looked like that's what they were trying to set up when they were pushing for the top lane inner before Praetor went down. Losing their mid laner means they didn't want to risk that 4-on-5. They do get a flash and a heal for that. But that's all they're going to get in the bottom lane. They might be able to defend their base a little bit longer here, Spawn. Abyss only take 1 turret with that Baron buff.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, they're going to back. They're going to look to reset the map. There's only 2 minutes on a Dragon, so that's going to be great news for Abyss. They've had complete control over that objective. Then they move into Elder Drake territory, so everything's still really A-OK for the Abyss lineup. They're 8,000 gold up. I mean, nothing really that you can do when you're this far behind if you are TM, apart from hope that you get that miracle assassination onto Frey and you're able to snowball the rest of the fight.
Speaking of Frey, he's back down in the bottom lane, continuing what he does best, split pushing and destroying minion waves. He's already got his Haunting Guys picked up, looking for Lilandry's Torment as his next item. That's going to be brutal. More health for him, more damage, more penetration.
Fesh has made a little bit of an error here. The only things that you can build out of a needlessly large rod are a Death Cap, which you generally don't go, as well as what, a Luden's Echo, which he's already got on his blue enchant. Or you can go for a Seraph, which I feel he's maybe a little bit too late in stacking at this stage of the game.
It's the, feels like the Rylai's has changed syndrome coming out from Fesh.
We've all done it.
Far too many times. Seb's going to take quite a bit of damage though, down to half health just from the jungler support combo. Still packs a punch, but yeah, Rylai's used to build out of needlessly large rod, now only blasting one. And Rylai's is probably the go-to item after Liandry's.
Maybe Zonya's as well. That also doesn't build out of that anymore.
Nope. I still make that mistake. People rage at me.
However, I feel like they got their lane assignments a little bit better. They've got the very suppressed Camille going up against the Zed, who also has been held down. Actually, to the point where Camille's ahead of the Zed at the moment, as well as the Fed Renekton, the only member left on the side of Tainted Minds that is ahead, going up against the Rise. So you can see that the wave clear is much easier at this stage of the game, and they were able to stall out a lot of that Baron.
Ooh, they might actually try and look for a fight here. Camille is split pushing the top lane, but Tainted Minds have grouped up as 5.
I mean, they have to go soon if they want to go for it, because otherwise Camille just takes the base.
Yep. And it looks like they're going to try and force down this Dragon. Infernal Dragon is the target of choice. Camille's already on the top lane inhibitor turret. That's going to take quite a bit of damage. They take it down nice and early. Turret's down a half health. Brawler, it's going to get locked down here. There's the Zonya's coming out from Frey, keeping himself alive. They do lose their inhibitor turret during this fight. Let's see if Tainted Minds can try and take this one down before he can join them. Frey's been jumped on by Praetor. There's the ultimate coming out from the Zed. Shuts him down, pops him like a balloon. And Pabu's now gone into the back lines, looking to lock down Kudid. He will be able to get back, but they lose their inhibitor on top of that. Tainted Minds win a fight, but lose their base.
Yeah, exactly right. All of a sudden, Kunin's still being stalked here by Pabu.
He's going to get locked down. Does have the blast cone to get himself back to safety, or potentially on top of him, but we'll use it to jump away.
So you actually have to give pretty big props right now to how Tainted Minds went about that. They were able to equalize Infernal Dragons, which is going to be good, as well as the fact that they got a huge shutdown onto Frey, which means that, you know, they're going to be able to control a little bit more of the map. They got some much needed gold onto Praedyth, and now they soak up these big minion waves. So even though they lost the inhibitor, it is the one closest to Baron, going to be a little bit easier to control, and it will be back up when Infernal Dragon is ready to spawn.
On top of that,
Sorry, Elder Dragon.
On top of that, Tainted Minds do have 2 very strong split pushes at the moment, so they can probably deal with those super minions pretty well, but it's still not a great thing to have your base broken 30 minutes into the game.
I mean, when you're 8,000 gold down 30 minutes into the game, there's no really good choices to make. You just have to make a choice. And I like to see that they're still willing to commit to something.
Yep.
Even if they lose something else in the end, I mean, they're still huge. They've got all that scaling come through, so at least they equalize the scaling of the dragons. Still the sustain on the side of Abyss. But it is, you know, a launching platform they can look to rebuild on.
And I mean, if you can continue trading, the longer you still out the game, the more irrelevant gold becomes. So if Tainted Minds can continue making these trades, although they'll slowly lose bits and pieces, they might be able to hold on long enough to go for a full 5-on-5 fight inside of their own base. But Baron is back up and available. Abyss have cleared out wards, picked up the Scuttle Crab, and looking to see if they can force a fight or potentially force a take of this Baron.
Yeah, now they have to look to try and maybe catch Raid or something like that, who's staying in the mid lane, because if they run into the 5v5 here, I feel, especially with the teleports coming in from Camille, they're at a supreme disadvantage, because their backline, level 14, level 12, just not going to be nearly as good as shredding through the Camille as what the Rise is going to be able to do to that Renekton.
Checking with Raid now. He's got his Infinity Edge, as well as a Mercurial Scimitar. So he's
Here we go. Baron
really
started
online.
up. They do know it's been pinged out. Parbu going in.
They're looking for the fight here. Tainted Mind's going to try and initiate. Teleport also coming out from Pac-Man. Parbu has separated Frey, but he's being locked out. The rest of Abyss going to get locked out. Kuden is the first target. He falls. Praedyth gets the kill. Pac-Man's gone in and flashed away. Tainted Minds have one member up. Seb's now the target. He's going to pop. Ray does take down Fresh though, and Pac-Man will lose his Guardian Angel. Parbu's already getting into that backline. Look at Frey. He's gone. Praedyth's now going on a killing spree, and Pac-Man is forced to fight for his life. Good flash from Baller to get himself to safety, and Tainted Minds fight back, get 4 kills for 1.
And Parbu was able to block out all the shots coming out of Raid there and just allowed Praedyth to get onto the squishies. He zoned pretty much the whole team, and now Tainted Minds actually looking to push into a turret, try and equalize some of this gold.
You do have a big minion wave pushing on the top side of the map. Tainted Minds will have to send someone back shortly, but they will be able to take down a turret for themselves. Abyss are going to get some of their members back online. They could potentially try and pressure Baron again without these teleports available. But Tainted Minds now only 4,000 gold away from Abyss.
And that's exactly what they needed. We had big teleports coming in. Of course, you can see Pac-Man there on your screen. Appears in the fight, but look at Parbu at the front of this team fight. He's just able to block out the bullets. Pac-Man can't get access. Seb can't get access. And all of a sudden, you just have this huge crocodile who is able to, I mean, zone the 2 damage-dealing threats, and everyone else can just put out as much damage as they want.
And one player from Tainted Minds I really want to highlight here is Baller. I mean, Brawler hasn't been a fantastic player in the laning phase, but every single team fight, fantastic redemptions, good bubbles, good tidal waves, even exhausting Pac-Man when he comes in, all down to flashing away from that final shot that would have killed him. Great play coming out from him in these team fights, and Tainted Minds, for a very new team, looking like a cohesive unit in these fights.
New social media competition, guess which lane Fish plays in solo queue the most.
What?
Hint, it may or may not be support. But
this
yeah,
is not true.
he played it well. You told me you were support man the other night. I have the recording. Don't you lie to
But
me.
I never get put support. I always get auto-filled top.
Ray takes half of his health, so these arrows are starting to hurt. And Parbu back in again.
He's going to get locked down by multiple members. Good ultimate coming out from Varus. Frey's being locked down by that. Forced to use the Zhonya's. He'll be able to get back up and alive, but for how long? Grisha gets that first kill. Parbu's trying to get out of the front lines. He's cool, nice and low. Praedyth the next target. Here comes the curtain call. Tainted Mind's going to have to try and split tank this one. Parbu takes the 4th shot. It's going to miss there coming out from Raid, and Abyss are going to have to disengage, losing their mid laner.
It's still a 1 for 0. They've stalled this enough where it is actually going to be Inhibitor coming back up. 6 items coming through for the 2 biggest members, I guess. Parbu half an item away. Frey on the cusp of it as well. And it just looks like the front-to-back style of this game, the brawl-heavy nature, means you can't get through Parbu. He's too damn tanky.
Abyss are looking to try and take down this Baron. It's a Jhin and a Rek'Sai. You don't take down Baron that quickly to start things off.
I mean, they don't have their rise. They need to get the heck out. They actually might have just leashed it for the opponents there because still 15 seconds. Doesn't look like Tainted Minds want to capitalize in that way. Instead, looking to push out the lanes, maybe look towards an Elder Drake or something like that. But that was a risky call from Abyss.
Now Pabu's going to stay up on the top side of the map. You mentioned Renekton starts to fall off later on in the game. When you pick up 6 items close to 40 minutes, it's
yeah,
a
you're
good
not
peak
falling
for
off
him.
anywhere. I mean, when everyone else has 6 items, sure, but I mean, he's nearly 6 items and Pac-Man's 4. So if you want to pick a top laner to go with right now, I'm still taking the 420 CS Renekton at 37 minutes.
3-0 and 6 as well. His teleport's coming back up and online soon. So is Pac-Man's. He might be a little bit caught out here as Seb tries to go toe-to-toe. Ultimate comes out from Frey, delivers Cruden. Good tidal wave. Going to come out as
Pac-Man's
well.
over.
Trying to get on top of Pabu. Pops the ultimate. He's going to pop the Dominus as well. Healing up quite a bit of damage. Waiting for the team to try and collapse. He flashes away. Dices out. Going to get the bullets blocked coming out from the rest of his team.
Oh, they didn't block it!
The wanted curve coming out from Ray gets a kill onto the top laner.
And Fesh was full health as well as Grisha, but they weren't able to block it. Cruden all of a sudden in some trouble.
Oh, Seb trying to go back in. Grisha's taking down Cruden. Fesh is going to get locked down though, forced to repel away. Here comes the fight as a double kill will come out of Grisha and Tainted Minds defend 4 on 5.
They used so much to pick up Pabu that nothing was available for that team fight. I mean, you can see that they didn't have an exhaust apart from on Frey, who was nowhere near the front line. So they dive in, they're able to pick up Cruden, they're able to pick up Seb, who unfortunately has been like ultied like the last 3 team fights from Praetor. Don't know what Seb potentially said, but I think you're generally supposed to ult the carries, and yet he is the one copying full force of that Z ult.
My goodness, Abyss slowly not able to take control of this game. We already mentioned they have trouble closing things out. Tainted Minds fighting back nice and strong. We have an almost even game between these two teams now.
And you know, apparently you can take some of the starters off Tainted Minds, but you still can't remove the chaos from the lineup. This is looking very much like last week's games. We're up to, what, 29 kills in 38 minutes?
You can change the minds of the squad, but they're still going to be tainted here, squad.
Oh, God.
Abyss, though, looking for another
This is going to be a
play.
pre-Baron. All of a sudden, you know, you see the little bit of a pathing error coming out. Fesh was on the bottom side of the map. There's no way they can get in time.
That's going to go. Rise ultimate to get them back out. Nice, clean Baron take from Abyss.
That's actually really good macro play out of Abyss. I mean, they were able to, you know, figure out where Fesh was on the map. Now that means that Elder Drake going to be the next big objective, because Baron doesn't really give you that greater combat stats or anything like that. So we'll see if they're able to use it for a winning team fight.
Still gives you a nice chunk of AD and AP, but as you mentioned,
Elder
not
Drake's
detrimental.
better.
Certainly is. Let's see if Abyss try to pincer for this one. They do have Pabu Split pushing the top lane. Abyss are going to look to try and take this one down. Renekton's going back to base. But this is going to fall nice and easy. Here comes the teleport. Tainted Minds don't want to give this up. Vesh actually looking to see if he can try to steal this one away. They might be able to take this one. Seb's going back in. It's going to be a smite battle to get the Elder Drake. Let's see who gets it. It is going to go to Abyss. And now the full-on 5-on-5 fight breaks out. Praetor's gone into the back lines. Pops the ultimate down. He will get locked down and shut down by Frey. Tainted Minds have to slowly start to retreat for this one. Pabu's gone in. Doesn't have GA, but Raids popped the crit shot into the face of Grisha. And Tainted Minds lose 4.
Yeah, that's going to be game. They have Baron. They have an Elder Dragon. They've got 50 seconds to be able to push in. That is a late game team fight. You can see that they're going back, trying to prep the wave. Not really all that much TM can do. And as soon as that Elder Drake went over, you just felt like the last hope was snuffed out.
And it was a smite battle to finish this one off between Fesh and Seb. Now they're just pushing slowly on towards the base. 30 seconds on Grisha and Praetor, 20 on Fesh.
There's not enough time. I mean, they're walking in. They've got great turret takers with the triple Elder Dragon. They're going to be able to clean this one up.
Teleporting the minions in closer on top of that. Turrets are going to fall second. Next thing. Can't do words here at the end of the game as the Nexus turret is going to fall. Abyss are going to be able to take this one down 40 minutes into the game against Tainted Minds.
You can see grins on the captain's face there, Seb. Wasn't as clean as I'm sure they would have hoped. However, every macro call seemed to be in their favor. I mean, they were able to trade turrets. They were able to get kills on the board. They ignored Pabu for a lot of that game and just allowed him to become big, but knew that the scaling of the Rise was still available. So as much as a good call you can make, they were able to get it done. Tainted Minds, they should take a lot of confidence from that. I mean, the Rise got shut down and they were still able to win the split push battle. I mean, there are a lot of positives there for TM. This is a series.
Yeah, it looked like they're going to be able to fight back, and that's just game 1 of a best-of-3 series, so I'm excited to see what the next few matches are going to be about. But for now, let's send it back to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, there we have it. Abyss, proactive play, sees them take one game over this new Tainted Mind squad. But the story of this game seems to be Pabu is out of nowhere, 450 odd CS in this game. T-Gun, I mean, you said going into this you were impressed with the guy, you played a lot with him, but I mean, did you expect him to kind of hard carry as much as he did, or tried to at least?
I expected him to do well. I'm going to be honest here. I expected him to really do well. He had to prove something against Pac-Man, who famously replaced him on Abyss. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect for Necton. I didn't expect him to almost. I don't think he did. I think he almost double Flame Horizon did.
Yeah, very
but
close there. Very close.
He put on a hell of a show. It just wasn't enough.
Well, it was just,
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it was just one of those cases where he played a very lane priority champion. He managed to make it work initially in that lane game, but eventually he does fall off. But he played a really good show.
And as we take a look at this draft, we see a lot of new picks because of 7.3 as well, right? We see Camille not just getting through the ban phase, but also not even being first pick priority, T-Gun.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's just because of 7.3. I would say it's Tainted Minds had these counter picks planned. I guarantee that's why they didn't pick Camille. They were like, whatever, let's play Renekton. I think Predif just was going to play Zed. I don't think it mattered what was picked. So I think that might be what got them through. And I don't like it as a choice. Yes, Renekton popped off, but could he have done better on Camille? Like you were saying before, on an off-meta champion, you can only play to such a level instead of playing the strong meta champions. So maybe that should be the decision they change, even though he played really, really well. Exceptional, even. I don't want to take anything away from him. But could a better champion have fit him better?
I think in that specific situation, it would probably be a no because of how well he played. I mean, maybe if he was playing Alawi, yeah, but we realized that it was actually taken away from him. But the thing is that in that situation, I have to say, he did so well that it probably was worth the investment into Renekton.
All right, well, let us take a look at this First Blood replay. And Mendrix, as we bring this up, what are we looking for here? What makes this an important piece of gameplay?
What makes this important is how he's able to predict the flash. Fesh jumped in, knew exactly where he was going to go to. I mean, it ended up being a double kill going across, but that just shows what Fesh is capable of. It didn't play too much because the game went late. When the game goes that late, then it ends up being one of those situations where it wasn't too big for Seb coming through afterwards because of the double kill, but it's actually big just illustrating how strong he is mechanically.
Yeah, I would say something else to think of is it was a great play, but were they thinking of the map? Because Seb was obviously able to come in, clean up, get the double kill. Was that a thought? Were they thinking, it doesn't matter if he comes, we're just going to go for it? Or what was the thought process behind there? Because that could be a bit of the solo queue creeping in there.
Now,
Exactly.
I want to highlight something because one of the storylines throughout this entire split for Abyss has been Frey. Just, as Frosker deemed him last year, the one true mid laner, obviously. But there was a moment today where he really kind of showed how exactly he meant to use this Rise ulti, the teleport.
That's correct, yeah. So I was coming into the next replay that we're going to see. He used it in the right moment in time as they're going for the fight, right in between there, blocking their retreat. This is, a fantastic twite away from Brolo there, but this is how you're supposed to play Rise. It's got to block off the retreat, gets your team exactly where it needs to be, always in a favorable position, and they're able to clean up off the back of this. This is what really puts them in a commanding lead until the next sort of replay comes around.
Yeah, it was perfect. There's nothing else to say. They know Pabu can't TP. He didn't have his Spirit Visage. He had 0 MR. He's not going to go near a Rise. Why would you? He's going to stay in the side lane. And
Keep
they
away from
made
that Rise.
Yeah, they made a great decision. They killed everyone else. That's what you got to do, right?
If he TP's down at that point in the game, he's literally just going to get blown up.
Yeah, he's dead. There's nothing he can do. So that was just really, really good decision making by Abyss. They know, all right, our side lane is just, we can't kill this guy, but he's not getting enough. He wasn't getting the inhib. He wasn't really splitting enough. So why deal with it? Why not just kill everyone else?
Just avoid it the entire time.
I mean, when we talk about Pabu, though, his build as well, when we were watching this backstage, you were saying it kind of reminded you a bit of a solo Q build, right?
Yeah.
Like a solo Q build, I should say.
Bit of both.
Because a lot of damage, not a lot of MR, and perhaps thinking more, I need to carry this game.
Yeah, we even said he might have went Ravenous Hydra instead of Titanic, and that would have been the ultimate this is solo Q build, right? The only reason it worked is because he got so far ahead. He's up 2 kills, he's up 80 CS early. That's why you start going these items.
And the reason why as well it seems to be so more solo queue heavy is because he built pure armor. I mean, you have to look at it in terms of him going, if you go armor that early for that long, you're basically saying, all I want to verse is Camille, keep showing me where Camille is in these lanes, I'm going to go exactly there, make sure I can keep her down.
Yeah, Mendrix, what about this Baron fight we saw about 33 minutes into the game?
So yeah, this is sort of a turning point actually coming into it. Because this is what's really good about this play that we're looking at specifically. Pac-Man is late, but that's not the big point. Frey walked off to the side there. As you can see, he's walking back into the team fight now. But he actually was nowhere near this fight. And then this allows Tainted Mind to have fantastic target priority. They're able to just jump into a phrase like, I'm here to help, guys, but it's too late. You're dead again. And this is actually the point where Tainted Minds can actually fight back. Pabu's so tanky. He's so strong at that particular point because he's finally managed to complete his item set. He's got himself a Spirit Visage, a Dead Man's Plate. So he's got a good mix of resistances to make sure that he remains healthy in the fights. But at the end of the day, you really cannot do that. You really cannot just walk away from your team the moment a team fight breaks out. You have to be there. You have to commit to it.
I would say that was pretty much a perfect fight from Tainted Minds, except one thing. The last bullet of Jin got through on Fesh, kills Fesh, now they can't do the Baron. If they were able to get the Baron there, I would say they probably would have won the game. I don't think it would be too outlandish to say, but that one bullet sweeps past Pabu, curves a bit through an old player, smacks Fesh right in the head, and now you've lost the objective you were fighting for.
Well, there we have it. Pabu's Renekton. Will we see his return in Game 2 of this series, or will Raid's Jin just maintain that dominance like he did in Game 1? We're back with Game 2 right after this.
Frey predicts the flash coming out from Fesh. Will be able to take down Frey for first blood, but he's locked underneath the turret, and a double kill comes out of Seth. As pops the ultimate, will be able to lock down Frey. Can he get out though? Exhaust has been used.
He dodged him.
Gets back onto the shadows, dodges him out. Now Fesh in a lot of trouble as the shield comes out from Rise. Will miss that second rock of the cube. Pops the ultimate trying to get closer. Cocoon comes out, but it doesn't matter as Frey gets a 2-on-1 outplay with a double kill. Now here comes the curtain call. Grisha's trying to run, Brawler's trying to run, but just getting pincered in this choke point, and all three members of Tainted Minds are going to fall. Goes in a half hour. Brawler, it's going to get locked down here. There's Azonia's coming out from Frey, keeping himself alive. They do lose their inhibitor turn during this fight. Let's see if Tainted Minds can try and take this one down before he can join them. Frey's been jumped on by Kratos. There's the ultimate coming out from the set, shuts him down, pops him like a balloon, and Pabu's now gone into the back lines, looking to lock down Kuden. He will be able to get back. Now Kuden is the first target. He falls. Kratos gets the kill. Pac-Man's gone in and flashed away. Tainted Minds have one member up. Seb's now the target. He's going to pop. Raid does take down Fresh though, and Pac-Man will lose his Guardian Angel. Pabu's already getting into that backline. Look at Frey, he's gone. Kratos now going on a killing spree, and Pac-Man is forced to fight for his life. Good flash from Bowler to get himself to safety, and Tainted Minds fight back, get 4 kills for 1. Now, gonna get the bullets blocked coming out from the rest of his team.
Oh, they didn't block it!
The wanted curve coming out from Raid gets a kill onto the top laner. It's going to be a smite battle to get the Elder Drake. Let's see who gets it. It is going to go to Abyss, and now the full-on 5-on-5 fight breaks out. Kratos gone into the back line, pops the ultimate down. He will get locked down and shut down by Frey.
Chosen of the moon.
Art should terrify. They won't survive. Ha! There's nowhere to hide. Blood red.
Losing Lucha at the start of the season would have made us lose momentum. Obviously, being so close to the season we lost him, I'd say a week or two out, that's going to hurt any team losing any player.
Compared to last season, it's a bit rougher. We still haven't picked up our first match win. I think we're clicking a bit better now, but it's still taking a bit longer than it did last year.
But Frey coming onto the roster, he's obviously performing very well, and it's just up to the team to get used to him, I guess.
Coming into the new season, we've always had a lot of roster changes, me being one of them. I think me and Lucha are pretty similar in playstyle. I might be a bit more vocal from what I've heard from my teammates.
In game, I'd say Frey is most definitely more of a shot caller, and he's a lot more outspoken than Luke.
Do you know ulting? I got my ulti on them. You can win, you can win.
We've obviously been playing really reactive in a lot of our games, but I think as we've shown through our first game with Chiefs, if we're able to make the proactive plays, we can still take it to any team in terms of just individual skill.
We've got an advantage. What are they going for? They wasted package, they have no trouble. Go back to lane.
We've got a few good matches that we've got good chances of taking coming up. Tainted Minds, XL5, I think we've got a good shot of taking those.
And if we work out our mid-game and late-game transitions, I think we can beat any team in the league still.
I made this jump to playing League full-time, I guess, because I'm obviously very passionate about the game. I wouldn't be doing it otherwise.
It's not an opportunity you get every day. Like, I would say it's probably almost a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
I just really love the game. I'm really passionate about it. I love to play on stage, and obviously I want to win, which hasn't been working out that well, but I think if I just keep working hard and work on my mistakes with this team, I think I have a lot of potential.
There we have it, Abyss talking about working hard and getting results, which might be paying off today because if you're just joining us, Abyss are up 1-0 over Tainted Minds in this, our first game of OPL Week 5. My name is Michael Hingersing, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk by T-Gun and Mendrix. But before I get to that, I forgot something. I need to tell you about the high school competition, which is happening right now. My apologies. You can represent your high school. This is the last weekend to register. This is the first national high school tournaments across New Zealand and Australia. You can see the website there to join. You can also see the article ost.leagueoflegends.com. And the reason I want to talk to you, gents, about this is because, Tigan, you were out of high school by the time League kind of kicked off, but you're a gamer and you weren't allowed to go to LANs when you're in high school.
Yeah, my mum was afraid I'd just get belted a little bit because I was a hothead on the mic. She was probably right. She's probably right. I was a lot smaller then, and I was a lot more of...
The nerd's going to crush you. The nerd's
not
going to dunk
a nice
on you.
guy.
Well, obviously, if you want to get involved with this league tournament that are running across Australia and New Zealand, they're mostly going to be online. They're obviously very friendly people because that's the league community, obviously. Mendrix, let's get into game 2 of this, Abyss versus Tainted Minds. Now, Tainted Minds showing a lot of signs of life in that first game there. And that last Elder Dragon fight, if they'd taken that, I was talking to Spawn, he reckons they could have won the whole game.
Oh, completely. When you do have the Elder Drake, it is a completely different aspect of a team fight. It really changes the face of it, and the reason is because you get that extra damage burn, the true damage coming across. Also, the Infernal Drake's bonus would have been doubled when they had it, and it was just so much stronger for Abyss to get it, because when Abyss had it, they had more dragons to pick up, means the bonuses doubled even more, and the burn true damage doubled more. So really, they should have hightailed it the moment that Elder Drake went towards Abyss.
Yeah, I can't agree enough about hightailing it. There's no reason to fight after they lose it. Why? There's just poor shot calling. There's plain and simple. But the thing I want to highlight is they could have got it. They could have turned if they made a really decisive call, because it was around 2,500 health. And if they all just turned and hit it, they probably would have got it. So that's the main thing I would say is they were competitive in that game the whole time. There was not a point in the game where they were completely dead until they were all really dead. So they need to go back, think, we did well for 40 minutes with a new roster. There's nothing to be ashamed of from that game. Let's work on that, let's improve, and let's try and take it to them in game 2.
And what I like they did, everything worked on paper, specifically speaking. They had high lane priority, which is good for a team that's sort of saying, you know what, maybe our team synergy is not there yet. Let's do high lane priority, win through the laning phase, and then from there we're able just to take advantages and just snowball from there.
Yeah, well, going into game 2 then, if Abyss want to close this out, are they just going to go same as always, or do they have to perhaps continue that proactive playstyle we saw in game 1?
I would say they need to be a lot cleaner on their proactivity. They tunneled on Baron. Let's call it for what it is. They just kept going back to it again, until it worked, which I guess is fine, but surely there's other ways to close out a game. Surely you can work on side lanes. Surely you can control the vision better and find advantageous fights rather than just throwing your head against a Baron wall and hoping that it works.
Yeah, actually, absolutely. But the big thing about it is they continue this play style as well. They're more than happy to clean it up a little bit. Yes, that'd be great. But the thing is that it's always on Tainted Minds to sort of pull the trigger and make it work. if they're going to do these lane priority champions. Abyss can sit back on the play style, make it cleaner like you said, and they should be fine.
Yep.
All right, well, there we have it. We don't know who is going to take out Game 2. It was very close in Game 1. So let's throw it to our casters to find out. Tainted Minds versus Abyss. It's Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. You're absolutely right. Game 2 hasn't been played yet, so we have no idea who's going to take that one, but we're about to get into Champions League for that match.
I mean, we are. Only time will tell, Fish. I have no idea how to respond to that. You didn't introduce me. Like, everything's just been thrown out the window.
Earlier today.
Whatever.
Everyone knows who you are, Jake.
Yeah.
You're the most handsome guy here.
Oh,
Now you're blushing and our producer's angry at me. This is great. We are into Pigs and Bans for Game 2 between Abyss as well as Tainted Minds. And Italy being banned out nice and early here by Abyss.
Yeah, it certainly is. So not wanting to give Fesh a hard farming carry jungler potentially. You can see that Pabu actually very vocal on the mic. I mean, give the man any airtime and he's waving his hands like a hooligan. Calm down.
Meanwhile, we have Camille being taken away by Abyss. Pac-Man picked that one up last game, but it seems like Tainted Minds very comfortable to play into that pick now.
That was certainly the trap card. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh would have been proud. It was certainly activated, and it did not go all that well up in the top lane. I mean, no one wants to end up nearly 200 CS down and be 3.5 items versus a 6-item Renekton. I mean, that's just scary to have to deal with, so I don't blame them. Go back towards a more standard top lane matchup.
Rise of LeBlanc being banned up from the side of Tainted Minds. They don't want Frey to get his hands on that champion again. Rengar being taken away by Abyss on the red side of the map.
So many priority champions being banned away from Abyss. Obviously not respecting these niche pocket picks all that much, but really trying to force Tainted Minds away from the strong meta picks and back onto them. Maybe they like the chaos.
Which means we're going to have a lot of champions left over for the first pick rotation. Kha'Zix, Varus come to mind here as Jace was the final ban coming out from Tainted Minds. Despite his nerfs, still a very popular first pick. And that means Seb will be able to get his hands on Kha'Zix.
And that's the right choice. I mean, we already saw Grisha pick up the Varus. Didn't work out well at all. It was going into a lot of good team fights. He had stayed in lane for way too long. I mean, his turret fell down very early in that game. So definitely agree that that was something that they need to, tidy up in their bottom lane.
All Tainted Minds will take Karma away from Kuden in this game. We'll have to see if that's going to go to Brawler or if it's going to be, flex into the mid lane for Praetor. As they hover through a couple of champions here, they will take Varus again, so they have a slightly stronger lane this time around.
I mean, but no sustain, and they got chipped out so heavily by the Karma as well as the Jhin in Game 1. So interesting that they don't want to take any sustain into the lane. I actually said the opposite in the break. I just want to see Brawler pick up something like a Soraka, and they just sit back and just throw skill shots at the creep wave and ensure that they're staying in the push battle as well as the sustain battle.
And we've already seen Raid very comfortable on the Jhin heading into this lane. They could potentially take Nami. Couldn't, like you mentioned, Game 1, very well known for his defensive supports.
I mean, I just don't really get it. There's still like things like Misfortune, there's things like, I mean, the Malzahar, although it's slightly weaker, but there's no like Lulu to deal with in this bottom lane. I feel like there is definitely better supports out there than Nami. However, 2 games in a row, she will be locked in.
For the different teams as well. Let's see how Kuden does on Nami in the bottom lane. So we're going to see what the final pick in the first pick rotation will be for Tainted
You would
Minds.
expect it to be jungle again, just because it is such a hard squeeze on the jungle champion pool right now. I mean, we've already seen Kha'Zix picked up. If you don't get a strong jungler against that, then you're just going to, be forced to play something like Lee Sin.
And Fesh is going to be picking up Elise, who can do well into Kha'Zix if she gets to jump onto the bug.
Definitely, and his Elise mechanics were on point. His decision-making, very aggressive. We don't expect anything else from Fesh. However, the way he is able to actually press buttons in situations is quite on point. He had a couple of Smite Cocoons coming out. He had the Mad Life for First Blood. So he is no stranger to throwing out skill shots.
Certainly is not. So both teams pick up their bottom lane as well as junglers. Tainted Minds decide they want their bans to be thrown towards the top side of the map, with Shen being taken away from Pac-Man. Fiora, a very standard second ban rotation ban at the moment. They don't want any team to pick up that champion.
She just busts tanks. I expect something like Poppy to be taken away. You can at least lane into Maokai and Nautilus. Poppy is quite hard at the moment to lane into still. She just has better lane play. Actually, go towards mid lane. So Pabu happy to go into any tank that doesn't block his auto attacks.
This Cassiopeia is the final ban coming out from Tainted Minds. So that's 3 bans being thrown towards Frey in the mid lane.
Technically 4 if you count Jace as a mid lane pick at the moment, which you should.
So let's see what the front man from Abyss is going to be. Taking their time with this one. Already throwing one out towards Pabu.
Do they get rid of the Alawi? It's actually Aurelia.
Hello.
Pabu absorbing the bans. I guess 3 for him, 2 for Fesh. Abyss did say, Raid on camera before game 1, that they were going to focus all their bans towards that top lane duo.
Tainted Minds do have the last pick here. So there's potential for Praetor's champion to be shown here and giving Pabu the last pick. They will take Echo. Should be a mid lane Echo.
But I like that because actually Pabu plays top lane AP Echo with Dash Cannon into the old Lichbane. And I know that Praetor plays top lane AP Echo as well, which is the exact same play style as mid lane AP Echo. I mean, you win out your lane, then you go to a side lane, you just continue to farm up, split push till the end of the earth. So both these champions play Echo in a very similar way. And now depending on what matchup they can get will depend on where they take it in the match. For example, Echo's actually very good into Corki. His wave clear just means that Corki never trades with him.
It also means Abyss have to show their hand for both mid lane and top lane. Corki, the first one to be picked up. Hovering over the Maokai here, which should be a very stock standard pick with Shen being banned out. That does give Tainted Minds the opportunity to run Echo into the mid lane or potentially flex it for Pabu, hiding their last pick here to try and throw a spanner in the works here.
And we'll see if... Ooh, that is a spanner.
And they've thrown it. Swain's going to be being put into the top lane.
I mean, this is the first week I feel like I haven't talked about it. The fact that Pac-Man isn't just a pure tank player, that he plays mages in the top lane. Historically known very well for his Swain. Also had a pretty good rise as well when that was running around. And Lysandra, things like that. So good initiating top laners. Swain, no different. Should be able to bully out any melee quite hard. And it would be interesting to see if the Crocodile is taken into it.
Again, like you mentioned, Pabu very vocal on the comms here. We'll be taking the Renekton into the top lane. We'll get Praetor on the Echo. Very different team comps from these two teams.
I kind of disagree. They still have a 1-3-1 comp. They could still have Renekton going to a side lane. They're going to have Praetor going to the side lane. That is a 1-3-1 comp. On the side of Abyss, that is a very different team comp. I mean, pretty much tankless. Good poke damage coming out of Corki and Jhin. However, you know, it is pretty good at brawling still.
Both these teams love to brawl, as we saw from last game.
I mean, it wouldn't be a Tainted Mind game at the moment if it wasn't nearly a kill a minute. And that man is enjoying the camera way too much.
It reminds me of you, Swan.
What? Never tell. Can we get that cut from the audio, please? Pabu's going to have a field day with that.
Have you seen Spawn's Snapchat?
I have. It's my Snapchat.
You love the camera. But now that we're about to get on to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 between Abyss and Tainted Minds.
If it wasn't your birthday, mate, I would have... I'd have some very choice words for you.
Well, as you two soak up the cameras, I will soak up the fact that I can abuse the fact that it's my birthday. We are going to get onto Summoner's Rift.
I hope we get onto Summoner's Rift eventually. I mean,
eventually, before someone knocks me out while we're still
Oh, I'd never do that. I'm going to wreck your Singaporean model career. So, yeah, as I said, you know, big 1-3-1 comp coming out of Tainted Minds. I expect them to play the exact same way. Separate the map, look to knock down turrets early. However, I'm excited to see how this Swain works out, because Swain, if you get ahead, is oppressive fish.
He certainly
If you
is.
fall behind, you're like to what I call be useless. Absolute dead weight. He just does no damage when he's not ahead. So be interesting to see if like Pac-Man falls behind another 160 CS, how this game works out.
Well, he's into the Renekton again. Pabu did well on that champion in the first game against Camille. Picked up a solo kill there. And see if he can do the same thing in game number 2. As we get onto the Rift, though, let's throw this over towards Hingers, who's sitting with Sipnaf.
Thanks, guys. I'm joined now by team coach of Abyss, Sipnav. Thank you for joining us. And I want to start by asking, big, hard-fought victory in Game 1. What was the message in the team room coming into Game 2?
Make sure we don't get dragged down to solo queue because, well, it becomes a 50-50 and we don't really want to play a 50-50. We want more 70-30 in our favour would be nice.
So is the Swain pick part of that then, do you think?
Yeah. Pac's a really good Swain player. And so what we want to do is just let him get rolling, and then we can either choose a team fight later or we can choose a split, so we've got choices.
So Theory Crafters, how does Swain play into Renekton then?
Renekton should win early, so as long as we don't lose out too hard and let him get as big as he did first game, should be fine.
All right, well, best of luck, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
There we go. Abyss really no one Tainted Minds to pull them down into solo queue, as they say. Tainted Minds really want to bring them down to that level.
Interesting. We don't want to be brought down to a solo queue level. So what we're going to do is we're going to run 4 damage threats and 1 utility support, which I don't know what your solo queue looks like, Fish, but mine looks very similar to this at the moment.
It looks exactly like this spawn.
I mean, we're going to see Yomu's Ghost Blades picked up by nearly everyone on the map, and people are just going to go to town.
Well, we have kicked off this game and nothing too much has happened early. Both junglers started on top side of the map. Kuden actually taking quite a bit of damage from Grisha and Brawler at the start of this game. Not going to matter too much. Going to heal that up nice and easy. But it is Grisha and Brawler who have got the push going early on in the game.
Of course, meditation for these supports is just absolutely bonkers. So even though they fall down, the shields will just keep coming because you can't really run with that mastery at the moment. A little bit ridiculous. So we'll see if it continues to be a heavy trade lane. Of course, Karma has windows where she can trade, and as long as Nami doesn't die, she can keep anyone healed up with that ebb and flow.
Frey already being very respectful towards Predator there. Habu actually taking a lot of damage over the top lane. Heals up nice and easy. We'll take the slice and dice early. Make sure you can get away from the bird.
Yeah, it's actually the aggressive choice when you want to be able to trade heavily, but you could see that he already used it on cooldown, and it's such a long cooldown at this stage of the game for Renekton. Has he swapped skins as well?
He has.
I don't understand when people do that.
He's also come for the longsword and single health potion. If you don't understand why people do that, you should watch Kuden from time to time. He does it every time he has to play a champion twice.
Yeah, no, I know Kuden does it. I just wonder if it, is actually a preference thing. As Fesh actually goes from early counter jungling. Raptors is very potent at the moment because they give so much experience that being able to take them away and be able to grab your own can pretty much guarantee a successful early game. However, the danger is if you ever get caught taking them, Fish, you generally die because they do so much damage, as Pabu does a lot of damage at this stage of the game.
Bops Pac-Man at the top. He's out of potions though, so is Pac-Man, but he'll heal up a little bit more than what Pabu can. Still poking them nice and early.
How does Pac-Man heal up more than Pabu? Pabu actually has sustain pre-6.
He just popped. Never mind. I'm
yep.
not gonna.
All right. Cool. But Pabu's Q gives him that.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm not. Nah. In a volley though, Grisha and Brawler still trying to push up against Kuden and Raid. We saw a gank coming up from Fesh there. But
I like that Fesh ganked, and I also like how they went about that, because what they did is they pretty much guaranteed a push here. What we should see is actually Grisha go back to base after this. I mean, if they just hit the creep wave a little bit more, not get frozen on, and be able to get an early tier, which means that all he has to do is be able to sit back and take some pot shots.
And that's something we talked about during the break. Tegan was very vocal about it as well. The fact that the bottom laner stayed until 80, 90 CS in the game with one item was a big play, a big misplay from the two teams. I mean, 2 teleports were used during that time. Now we will see the early back from Grisha, picks up a tier nice and early, will have all the sustain he needs.
Exactly right, and at the same time, I mean, you're able to reset the wave. You might lose a little bit of CS here and potentially go into something like a Dirk, but it still shouldn't be enough to sway that lane completely against you. Kratos doing what all good TP users will in the mid lane, guaranteeing double ring start as well as a tome. Just means you can no longer be shoved out of lane. With ultimate, with the fact that you've just got all that sustain, there's no way to lose the laning phase anymore.
Frey's picked up Exhaust in this matchup as well. He's down to 1 single corrupting potion. So Preth will be able to force him back at a weird timing. Hopefully he makes the most use out of that teleport. Fesh actually stopping his Raptor Can to get into the top lane. Flashes for Cocoon onto Pac-Man. He's going to be taken down solo. Repel comes out, and that should be first blood for Pabu up in the top lane.
Certainly is, and all of a sudden Seb's in some trouble, may have to burn the flash. Actually just hops over the wall.
Gets over the wall and back to safety, but still Fesh stops his Krugs, gets the flash Cocoon, and they get first blood again.
Yeah, exactly right. So willing to move out of his jungle pathing, which is always something I like to see about jungle. The wave was in the perfect position for that gank, so they're able to pick it up. And actually, no Dirk picked up. Raid goes towards his cull again. He's always doing this in the laning phase at the moment. And it just puts him a little bit behind. I like it on auto attack champions that push the wave a lot. However, as Jhin, that's not really you. That's more your bouncing grenade. So it doesn't give you all that much sustain as you would like to see. And puts you behind until you get that big influx of gold coming back at 100 CS.
Let's see if it's going to hurt him here in the bottom lane. You can already see the tier being used quite effectively here by Grisha. You can see he constantly throws out those arrows. Pushes Raid and Kuden back in towards their turret.
This is a better laning phase already for everyone on the side of TM. They picked up first blood. Bottom lane is still falling behind about 10 CS, but that's what you expect. Is now Praedyth going in deep.
Yeah, Frey down to less than 200 health
He
there.
has to back away.
That's going to force an awkward back for him. Praedyth does not have his teleport back off of cooldown, but does have the ultimate if he needs to get back into lane.
Yeah, and Praedyth actually did a cool thing there. I mean, when he was really low on health, he runs around in circles a little bit. That means if you ever get ganked by a Kha'Zix, like he jumps in on top of you, you just hit R and you blow him up instantly. I mean, your damage ultimate has, I think, a 1-to-1 AP ratio or something like that. So I like when mid laners always respect the gank, and you can see that, you know, he's just able to get his clone to catch back up. Nothing worse than when you have just dove underneath their turret for a little bit of cheeky damage, you get ganked, fat finger the ult, and end up right back where you don't want to be.
Well, he's gone back to base and picked up a Hextech Revolver. A big spike for the Echo when he does jump in with his empowered auto attacks.
Yeah, of course, if you haven't watched League of Legends for a while, the Revolver no longer is a sustain item unless you go towards a Gunblade. Instead, it gives you burst damage on the end. So think it, you know, a little bit of a Luden's Echo proc, but only onto one person. And what that just means is when the execute damage of the W, the passive of course there, if you're below 50% health, and the E means that Echo hits real hard.
A lot of respect from Fredo. He's gone for the Hex Drinker. And is in the bottom lane. Seb's going to get exhausted as he tries a gank.
But respectful. They burn the heal, they burn the exhaust, no flashes, so they can avoid one more. Praedyth actually takes a lot of damage, but dishing it out in return.
Takes the turret hit on top of that.
What?
He's chugging his refillable pots there as Fresh looking for Seb in the jungle. He's going to
Fesh's bottom lane's being pushed in. This is a risky invade still.
They're going for it. Echo now going toe-to-toe against Frey on Corky. Forced to use the ultimate early. So it doesn't lock him down and will be rebuff taken away by Seb.
And all of a sudden, bottom lane is rotating up, so they have to get out. I like the idea. The execution a little bit sloppy out of Tainted.
Top side of the map, Pabu now going on top of Pac-Man. Dashes away from the Nevergrass, and you can see Pabu happy there on the player cams as he gets another solo kill onto Abyss's top laner.
Throws his hands in the air, has the Hex Drinker, and you can see that Pac-Man just can't do anything. In fact, he's scratching his head, picks himself up an arm guard before he has any kind of mana sustain. This is becoming a nightmare of a laning phase one more time for the Abyss top laner.
And we saw the interview with Sepnav. They just want Pac-Man to do well in the top lane so they have options. But if he's going to keep falling behind like this, they might not have that many options to play with.
But you have to really think that this is Seb's fault, because if you know that the top lane matchup wins this hard, and then Fesh is the first one to gank, kind of inexcusable. If Pac-Man's way to win the game is to push the lane early, which it is as a Swain, then you have to be shadowed by your jungler. Otherwise, you're just a sitting duck for exactly what happened. Double flashes were burnt to take Pac-Man down first time, but afterwards, the recurrent pattern just becomes much easier to execute upon.
Well, we have moved back down into the bottom lane. Raid still farming rather well on his Jhin here.
Still pushing them in under turret as well, which means that Brawler is in dive range. Grisha is again somehow.
Is he not giving him enough mana regeneration early into this game?
I mean, is he not taking anything on his blues? Generally, you take 1 or 2 on a mana-hungry champion like Varus.
Yep. Potentially even go 1 or 2 points into the
meditation if you don't want to go defensive tree. I mean, there's lots of ways to stay topped up on mana as Varus, because that's pretty much how you win laning phase. Not having mana means that you just don't because you don't take attack speed on him. You can see that they're actually bringing what looks to be a package down there first of the game, and Grisha could be in deep trouble here.
Fesh is waiting in the wings, stops his recall. Let's see if they try to go for anything. Seb is nearby, actually trying to take Dragon by himself.
They've actually pinged that out. He's on his way right now, Fesh.
Bubble's going to come out, locks him down. Brawler now taking so many shots of the Curtical. Can Grisha block the last one? He can't because
Flashed away from him.
Flashes away from the body block. And now Grisha's stuck alone.
Slightly confused by this bottom lane at the moment, Fish. I mean, that means bottom lane turret going to be under fire. Seb in some trouble now. He took some honey fruit where potentially he shouldn't have. However, goes back, cleans up the rest, so maybe he should.
Pretty juicy.
Certainly is.
This, again, looks like they're going to take the first turret of the game, and it's going to be bottom lane again. Seb making his way down.
You can't walk back towards it if you're Grisha. You actually just need to take the recall. Teleport actually coming in from Praedyth.
He wants to stop this one, and will be able to successfully do so.
Majority of his health.
Nope,
and then teleports back to mid lane.
Yeah, so teleport and ultimate used to save the turret. Grisha is only now going to head back to base.
All of a sudden, he could potentially be in kill range from Frey, who has his exhaust available. No ultimate going to come out for a hard reset in the fight from Prater. You can see he's more interested in just farming out the wave. He's up in CS.
That should be his proto belt being picked up now as he heads back to base. We'll have to see if he gets boots with it as well.
I mean, credit to Prater. He's saved the turret. So as far as that goes, he used a pretty important cooldown in the teleport for it, but he's winning his lane and he recognized that he needs to be able to prop up his bottom lane. And he did save the turret. So technically that is a good play.
Sam has made his way into the bottom lane. They have this brush warded out by control wards, so we'll be able to sneak into it.
But you must know this is a focus. I mean, you have to get a ward right down, and they do. So should be able to scout that one out, because right now there's just a big target painted on bottom lane if you are the Tainted Mind squad, and top lane if you're Abyss. I mean, all they want to do is keep punishing the Swain pick on the side of TM. It's already down 30 CS. And for Abyss, you want to keep punishing Grisha and Brawler, who seem to not be on the same wave at all.
Here goes Seb on top of Grisha, taking a lot of damage. Pinnacle comes out, locked down by the bubble, but the shots are actually missing coming out from the Jhin. He sidesteps the W on top of that, and Grisha gets out alive.
And all of a sudden, Pac-Man on the opposite side of the map.
Ooh, forced to flash away. Pabu just dices in. Fesh was close by. Now they're going to race for first turret here. It should be Abyss picking it up, but Seb's taking the turret, gets exhausted. Bubble has to come out. They save the turret, and now Prater's coming in as well. They take the turret down in the top lane. Teleport's being used by both top laners to get in amongst the action and cancelled immediately. But first brick for Tainted Mind.
Exactly right. TM are able to pick it up. They race them and they win. And one more time, it's just Prater willing to sacrifice his own lane to save bottom. Means that mid lane turret will take a little bit of damage, but they're still pushing on the top side of the map right now. Making sure that that wave resets. Don't want to give anything easy to Pac-Man.
Pabu pushes it in towards the turret. Pac-Man 2 levels down again.
I mean, he's got no help. To be fair, he has played the lane 2v1. Fesh has been up there 3 times, I think, now. He's been willing to burn Flash when he has to be able to pick up kills. So that's a well-executed plan for Tainted Minds. But that is a top laner that has been left out to dry.
But again,
a couple of games.
It's going to be the 80 carry from the side of Abyss, who gets majority of the early game gold. Already got a single kill, and now has picked up a solo turret goal for himself. Pac-Man's in trouble, no flash available for him. Pabu jumps on top of him, the cocoon comes out, but Fesh taking a lot of turret damage, repels away from the nether grass, and Pabu picks up another kill for himself.
And the 2-on-1 just continues. I mean, they weren't able to rotate over there in time. All of a sudden, Pabu is 3-0-0, and he is an absolute monster again in this game. He's got a black cleaver toward his component of like half Zhonya's and I don't know, after, you reckon GLP or you reckon he's going roller?
I have no idea what he's trying to do right now.
I reckon
I don't
at
know
this
what the
stage of
cloth
the
arm
game,
was doing in there.
I reckon, oh, come on, that's for the boots. I reckon at this stage of the game, you're going GLP. There's no way you're getting in a Rod of Ages anywhere near time for it to stack up.
No, he's certainly not. No use going for the Visage as well, Spirit Visage. And now the Tainted Minds have to try and get a dragon for themselves, and they sent Pabu into the bottom lane. The lane swap coming out between the two teams again, so it should be another turret trade. This time Tainted Minds get the upper hand of that by taking down the dragon.
I would actually say this time Tainted Minds have used a lot of sticky tape, but actually have managed to save their macro play at the start of the game.
Strong. They bought electrical or maybe duct tape to
Yeah,
hold that one together.
100%. I mean, they're ahead in this base, like this swap. They're able to, you know, continue to farm up in the mid lane. There's been absolutely no problems for Kratos there. They managed to grab a dragon against the flow as well. And they've already pushed into a tier 2.
Is Pac-Man, look like Pac-Man was in trouble again as they jump on top of him. Ultimate being used by Grisha. He's going to get locked down. Cocoon comes out as well. Pabu gets the Hex Drinker and they take him down. He's gone on a rampage, 4 kills, and they're pushing for an inner turret in the bottom lane. That's going to fall.
And this was actually what Abyss was able to do in game 1. I mean, they were able to get the kill as well as the dragon, as well as the turret. And this time around, unfortunately, they're not playing at the same tempo. They'll be able to grab both turrets still, which is good. It will keep them in the game. But the little advantages are actually going across the Tainted Minds because of the fact that they're up in tempo.
So a single kill for them, as well as the Cloud Dragon being picked up. Frey, meanwhile, in the mid lane, doing well against Prater, able to chunk him out. Teleport is available for this Echo, and he hasn't gone back to base for some time. Picks up double sword boots, sells one immediately.
2 boots, 2 feet, makes sense to me.
Goes for the Sheen instead as he makes his way down towards the bottom side of the map now. Split pushers coming out from Tainted Minds with that double teleport team comp.
One thing I will say is that Praetor has stayed up in CS, and because he's forced Frey into a Hex Drinker first, it's delayed that power spike. Right now you would expect at about 16 minutes a Corki that's farming like Frey to be on completed Trinity Force as well as Sork Boots, and that's when he's really scary. However, with the Hex Drinker, delays that power spike. It's still good at 2 items, but just not as effective right now in the game when he's sitting on components.
Checking with the top side of the map, Pabu's picked up his Black Cleaver. You see
There
the
is
gold.
3,000 gold difference between Pac-Man and Pabu at the moment.
Jungler is about 1,000 gold ahead. Mid lane's dead even, and it's a small gold lead for Raid in the bottom lane.
1,600. That's a pretty
lead.
big gold lead. I mean, that's a good news story. You can see that they actually don't want Pac-Man to go toe-to-toe with the Echo at the moment. Forcing that mid lane matchup still just in the bottom lane. Here we go.
Raid to try and force the package to be used here by Frey. Gets it.
Also gets a lot of damage down. That's without a proc. And you can see very comfortable on it.
Pabu doing a bit of counter jungling. Fesh says, that's mine. Thank you. Good leash.
And dive coming in on the mid lane potentially.
Yep. The W coming out from Kartik spots them out. Cocoon gonna whiff. Field goal is good there. Now Grisha's in trouble again. They're locking out Brawler as well. Has to flash away from the curtain call. Dodges out majority of the shots to stay alive. They still lose their AD carry.
Great collapse coming out of Frey. Goes over the wall with the Valk, nice and aggressive, knows that the team is split, makes a decisive call on what side they're going to go on, pick up a kill against the Tide, puts them back within 2,000 gold, and now they have pressure on the mid lane turret. That's a proactive play that Abyss need to continually make if they're going to win this game 2-0 and pick up a much-needed 3 points.
Tainted Minds are still 2,000 gold in the lead, but they haven't grown that gold lead despite their small plays they've been making against Abyss. They're still trying to hold on to this game. I mean, we mentioned they struggled to close out games. It was evident in that last match. Now we have to see if they can catch up, being a few thousand gold behind Tainted Minds, and potentially try and close it out there. Praetor, though, decides not to go in.
Actually saw Seb there and, maybe thought better of it. Had the ultimate available, potentially could have looked for the all-in, however, didn't want a 2v1.
Again, we have Raid still in this mid lane, just trying to push up against Grisha. Not too worried about the Varus at the moment. Oh, dodge it. Yep. Gets away.
I feel like Grisha needs to just throw more at the Crate Wave. There's better incentive you can get around the map by just continually pushing into a gym than what there is trying to chunk him out at this stage of the game. Just protect your turret. You're a 1-3-1 team. Keep it from pushing in like this, because if ever it gets underneath your turret, the play is just against you.
Pabu is still split pushing on the top side of the map. Doesn't feel like anyone can deal with this Crocodile at the moment. He's got his TM up, picked up Fesh. Almost gets Seb there. Decides to double back. And is going to whiff.
Now this is where the collapse has to come in. I mean, all of a sudden you see Corki in the bottom lane. You saw that Seb as well as Fesh were... missed him.
Slides right past.
The invisibility was there. Didn't get him with the E, it looked like.
Slides right past him. Seb will be forced to use the ultimate and just try to go back to base. Oh, good job, Pabu.
And this is where they need to be able to pressure mid lane turret, because they don't have great poke apart from the Varus, but what they do have is priority in the side lanes, and you're able to collapse into the mid lane and potentially be able to chunk it out.
Raid is out of mana here in the mid lane. That turret is very low. He's going to be forced to go back to base, but Frey is going to replace him on wave clear duty right now as Corki.
Yeah, already rotated over, so no decisive play coming out of Tainted Minds, so they go back to the side lane, they'll push up again, and continue to try and force this trade around mid lane turret.
Well, as we move back into the top lane, Pabu is still split pushing here, but Pac-Man's gone for a 20-minute Rod of Ages. He just completed that item.
That's a late Rod of Ages. I mean, without boots or anything like that, I was jokingly saying maybe you should look at GLP. Of course, Rod of Ages is much more standard. He expects this game to go late. I mean, I don't have much confidence in either Tainted Minds or Abyss finishing up this game on time either. So you can understand where it comes from. But you're right, that is so incredibly late if you are the Abyss Esports top laner.
Christian, I can see, used 3 arrows there and not even close to a quarter of his mana pool being exhausted. Seems like he's gone for Storm Raider's Surge as Varus. We saw Raze do this a few times on Varus. You don't see any of the Deathfire touch damage coming out on towards range.
That actually means that you can harass under turret better because you don't ever pull turret aggro when you land the arrows. And in team fights, you can navigate backline threats a little bit more effectively. Actually, Vulking forward. Here we go.
Oh, ultimate coming out from Praetor does a lot of damage onto both of them. The Time Winder almost taking down Seb. Does have his flash. Seb has his own as well. Puts down the W. Making sure he can see if he can catch out Frey, but still Praetor very aggressive with the ultimate there.
But that's what you need to be able to do as an Echo. I mean, he's forcing side lane pressure. He feels he's in a position to be able to chunk out without dying. Actually uses an ultimate there, does Kuden.
Good job coming out from Kuden. No, but Tainted Minds now going to try and take advantage of that.
We're off cricket season now, Fish, so you have to go with kicks the goal.
All right.
I mean, conversion maybe. We're in Sydney. I don't know Sydney sports all that well.
I don't know many sports in this
Neither
country.
do I. I know AFL because I'm a Melbourne boy.
What's that?
We're going nowhere with this conversation. Abort. Get back on topic.
Well, Raid and Kuden are able to still defend this turret. Seb now going to find Pabu taking away more of his jungle. Smites it away, says thank you very much for the leash. I'll take that one.
I mean, I think the idea is still there, however. He's 70 CS up, 60 actually. Be a little bit kinder to Pac-Man. Definitely ahead in the items as well. Pretty much 3 completed.
Bits and pieces coming out from Pabu. X-Drinker, the Gauntlet as well as the Tier.
Bit of a KFC variety bucket right there. That you do know. I know for a fact because I've seen you destroy a couple.
That's true. Ah, good job, Ray. That should be able to clear out the wave.
Lays down the red carpet. Here we go. Creeps coming across. Nah, too soon.
That's 2 of them. Still will be able to clear out that wave nice and easy, but it's just been a farm fest between these two teams for the past few minutes.
And you can see that Pac-Man isn't that far behind that he can't pull the creeps off the turret and not allow Renekton to get some turret shots in there. So he's still able to farm very comfortably. Hopefully the CS, if you're an Abyss fan, stays at about 60 and he scales up because Swain late game with 5 items is a completely different monster to Renekton altogether. I mean, he's going to be able to dictate, get into that back line, although right now he's still in big trouble.
Certainly is, but Swain 06 able to heal up nice and easy. Very difficult to dive him as well. Yeah, unless you have a couple of people up there.
I mean, I think there might even be the potential for Pabu just to go.
Well, they're jumping into the mid lane. No, Raid is the first target. He gets taken out nice and easy by Tainted Minds. Ultimately popped by Praetor. That breaks the mid lane inner turret. Now they've got all 5 members in this mid lane.
Yeah, and that's smart. I mean, I kept saying it. You go towards a 1-3-1 and then you... What?
He's jumped in. Pabu looking for Frey. Forces him to flash away as well. Could even see the parallel convergence being thrown out by Praetor, looking to try and catch him out, going the other direction.
Yeah, if you have priority in the side lanes, you can just look for a quicker collapse into that mid lane. And that's all they were doing. They kept pressuring. Praetor finally goes over the wall, gets his team a kill. I actually think it was Grisha that picked that one up. And then they just go back, you know, reset the map, going to look towards a dragon or something like that. Actually, they've already just taken it. So really nice, clean play from Tainted Minds. We expect them to just continually go towards 1-3-1. And try and force a big enough gold lead where they can just dive turrets and ignore the rest of the members of Abyss Esports.
And that gold lead is... Oh, dropped the ward in the back of the pit. Doesn't take any of the fruit either after hitting that plant. A little bit rude. That's going to rot and go to waste. But yeah, 4.4 thousand gold lead for Tainted Minds. Slowly growing this one. Pac-Man has picked up his Zhonya's Hourglass, so a big item for him to have in the next few fights.
Yeah, now you can't really dive him unless you bring a jungler with you. Only a Hex Drinker on Pabu's side. Went actually with the Swifty Boots to be able to get rid of the Crow as opposed to the Merc Treads to be able to get rid of the Never Move or Nevermore or whatever it's called.
Very similar build from Pabu, except for the Hex Drinker that came out to protect himself from magic damage. Going for lots of health and a bit of damage here and there on his Renekton. Last game he went for the long haul and picked up his Dead Man's Plate into the Spirit Visage later on. I'll have to see if he decides to stick with that or go for the cheap armor and magic resistance to complement the early game.
I would potentially expect an early Spirit Visage to come out at this stage, just because he's against Corki that does a lot of magic damage. In fact, Ryu picked up... Ooh.
Oh,
flashing in a straight line.
It's not pretty.
Definitely not pretty. Raid able to pick up what looked to be a solo kill.
It almost looked like a flash back into that as well. Yeah, I don't want to see that one again. Meanwhile, the Spider has been spotted out by the Sweeper. Couldn't pop there.
Seb stalking him now. Potentially might go over the wall.
Ward is finally placed by Tainted Minds, so Praetor can still take away Raptors. Raid's not happy with that. Doesn't lock him down.
And you can see that if they're able to get picked, this is actually where it came from. Actually just W Into 1, 2. He slowed himself down. Healed. And you're right, he flashed into it.
Ah.
Yeah, not great to see there, Fish. However, first LAN game for Grisha. Definitely feeling the pressure.
Someone who doesn't seem like he's feeling any pressure at all is this guy on your screen, Pabu in the top lane.
Approaching another flame horizon.
Yeah. Pac-Man's not having a great time, and this is someone we compliment for being very solid in the top lane.
I mean, I still feel, I'm going to go back to it. I still feel like Pac-Man is solid at the moment. I just feel like Seb has heavily focused the duo lane of Tainted Minds. And even though the bans have gone in Frey and Pabu's, Frey and Pac-Man's favor, the actual gameplay on Summoner's Rift has not reflected that game plan at all.
Yep. No disrespect going up to Pac-Man in the top lane. Has been playing well in the past few weeks for Abyss, but Tainted Minds pinpointing that top lane as an avenue of attack in both games so far. Their bottom lane hasn't fallen as behind as we saw last game this time. In fact, Tainted Minds are still 4,000 gold up. They're going to look for their third dragon of the game. They've already got a cloud on an ocean. Mountain is their next dragon.
I really enjoy that introduction. I mean, Dragon's like, this is my spot. Get the heck out of there.
Even knocks the ward away. Doesn't like that.
Ooh, Fesh has actually adapted the build. He's realized that Needlessly Large Rod doesn't build into Rylai's anymore, so instead he's going a dash cannon, it looks like.
Probably about to be picked up by Fesh soon.
Yeah. I think it was Spook. Shout out to the top laner, jungler of the Chiefs. Whoops, just leaked strategies. Jungler of the Chiefs. He actually said giving new definition to needlessly large rod. I like that. That was actually clever.
Pretty good.
So shout outs to Spooks. As we've actually, now that mid lane turret has gone down, the game really has just evolved into no action at all.
Seems like just happy and content with farming it up. Tainted Minds taking vision control over the Baron pit. And Praetor is still split pushing in the bottom lane with his teleport available.
This kind of has to favor the Jin, you feel. If Raid gets to the late game, he's just going to be able to put out so much damage from such extreme range that neither Praetor or Pabu really will be able to get onto him without a good teleport flank. And just given the newness of this Tainted Minds roster, you would doubt whether that coordination is going to come in. So instead, you see some solo plays.
That's a lot of damage onto Pac-Man, and no minions here to heal back up off.
However, someone does have to pick up a Mortal Reminder or a Morale-Nomicon for Pac-Man, because I feel like he is getting to the point where he's just able to sustain up a little bit more than you were comfortable with in the bottom lane.
Tainted Minds are going for this Baron nice and quickly here.
I mean, they burn through it. They've got Leandries, they've got all of the percentage health damage that comes out of Varus, and they're going to be able to pick this one up. 4,000 health. Members are starting to rotate over. Tidal waves here.
They're going to try and see what they can do, but they're not going to be able to take it down. Tainted Minds pick up the Baron. Package was picked up by Corky, I believe. He's zooming his way up towards the top side of the map. Not going to be able to do anything. Good move from Tainted Minds. Increase their goal lead and now have a big buff to work around.
Great move from Tainted Minds, because all of a sudden now they have double teleports and 2 winning split push side lanes. All of a sudden, Praetor is being collapsed onto, however.
No Curse Call available for the gym, but everyone from Abyss is slowly trying to collapse on towards the Time Winder. Can he get away? Pops the ultimate nice and early. Doesn't get any health out of that one. Now jumping over the walls, just trying to run him astray. That Raid's still going to be able to pick up the kill.
That's great news for TM. Shouldn't have started that red buff, Praetor, because all of a sudden one of the ones in the 1-3-1 isn't going to have it available, so the side lane pressure not going to be the same on Praetor's side of the map. And you also buy a free 40 seconds whilst he isn't available, maybe a little bit more as he has to run out. So really nice catch, delays the game. Pabu's still going to look to pick up a tier 2 turret for his troubles.
He's got a Steris Gauge picked up, Pabu. He's nice and tanky.
Makes absolutely no sense. Because, of course, Lifeline is a shared passive between Hex Shrinker and Sterix.
That's right.
So as far as fumbles in the item build, Fesh had one in game 1. Pabu has one in game 2.
I used to love picking up both of them. Sad he can't do that anymore.
Because as an 80 carry, you're a tank.
Yep.
That's why we got rid of it.
Hey, I enjoyed not dying in 2 seconds.
Unique.
You've had this experience with Nocturnes recently.
Yeah, unique decision making coming out of top laner of Tainted Minds. However, 6,000 gold in the lead. I mean, he is pretty much 90 CS and 4 kills up.
This time Grisha gets his Knight's Vow. Oh, sorry, Edge of the Night.
Why does he keep slowing himself while the ults are coming at him? That I don't understand, Fish.
It's Tainted. Tainted Minds spawn.
He's perplexing me a little bit. But Siege will continue. 1-3-1 now set up. Pabu, of course, with the Baron buff. Praedyth without. And they're going to look to push in. And really, short of wave clearing, there's not all that much that Abyss can do at this stage.
Very different game 2 coming out from Tainted Minds here. Similar story. Top lane goes ahead, bottom lane falls behind, but not as behind as we saw last match. See one arrow there on
Need to walk up and hit the turret, guys.
Okay, tries to put an arrow through the turret. That doesn't work that way, but still will eventually walk up and get a bit of damage down to it and take it down for Tainted Minds. Praedyth's in the bottom lane. Believe that inner turret's already gone, so only the base left.
Exactly right. And all of a sudden it becomes a little bit harder because Corki, Swain, the two primary forms of wave clear, going to be able to rotate between the lanes a little bit quicker. Praedyth actually wants in.
He's got Lichbane. These turrets take so much damage when he jumps in and gets that big shield, slowly whittling away.
I mean, he still took a lot of damage in response. You can't do that too many times. And you can see Pabu now starting to lose out on the 1v1.
Yep. Pac-Man very confident, going toe-to-toe against the Crocodile now, but Pac-Man still a level behind. Pabu almost level 18.
But no mortal reminder picked up from any parties. Level 16 Pac-Man now is probably going to be able to sit in team fights for a very long time. Has that Zhonya's available. There's not really all that many ways to deal with him.
I mean, the only way I can see is Grisha's E. He's able to get that down onto him in the team fights. But Tidal Wave actually coming out there, sidestepped by Tainted Minds.
Looking for the engage. Not happy being starved out on this Baron buff.
Pac-Man's item purchase has finally paid off as he hits 10 stacks.
Looks like the Baron buff has expired. And that's a visual bug in client only. On, I think it was Fesh.
Yep. Praedyth doesn't have his anymore. Pops the ultimate there, gets exhausted by Frey and gets taken down. A near solo kill coming out from him with the assistance of Kuden.
However, at the same time, they time it so well that TM actually have no options in the mid lane. Grisha goes back into his Q.
This time flashes away from the ultimate.
Flashes and heals again, however. So a lot of the team fighting pressure gone right now from Abyss. They're still 7,000 gold behind, but win a couple of skirmishes across map. And it looks like short of split pushing, Tainted Minds don't have a real game plan. Split push forever.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, right? Something's got to give.
I mean, or you just lose the game because their team fight becomes better than yours.
Well, let's see which one's going to come first here. This doesn't seem like Tainted Minds are going to give up their ways anytime soon. Dragon's back up and available, but just a Cloud Dragon, final elemental dragon of the game.
You would expect TM to want to take that as soon as possible.
Yep.
You would expect Abyss to go nowhere near it because it's only a cloud, and if they pick it up, they just increase the rate at which that Elder Dragon is going to spawn. So not really a good decision to be able to pick that one up.
Instead of leaving it for now, potentially trying to synchronize it with the spawn of Baron.
Yeah, could be the case. Or they just haven't thought about picking it up. Of course, not many games together so far.
Frey's picked up the package here and has gone for his red buff. We can take a look at the gold that's been picked up by these two teams. Everywhere seems like it's going in favor of Tainted Minds, except for the bottom lane, where Raid still has a 1,500 gold lead.
I mean, mid lane's catching up as well. That's only 500. Really, it is the Pabu and Fesh duo that hold majority of this advantage, and they're going to be collapsed on.
Package going to the top lane. Pabu does have Guardian Angel available. Frey weaving in these auto attacks nice and easy. Ultimate being popped. Pabu tries to jump in, gets on top of Frey, does have GA. Here comes Fresh, looking to try and help them out. Teleport coming up as well. Pabu respawns, and Tainted Minds still want to go for this fight. But look at the mid lane and bottom lane. We actually have Grisha as well as Praedyth split pushing, looking to try and take down these turrets. Can they cancel the recalls?
Yeah, so decisive play coming out of the Abyss Esports lineup. All the recalls cancelled.
Pabu's going to get taken down here. Fesh tries to fight back and go 1-for-1, but he can't. He gets taken down as well. Will they get turrets for this? Teleport being used by Pac-Man onto the turret. That one will still fall. Praedyth is going to go right behind that to take it down. So 2 inhibitor turrets taken for 2 kills.
Yeah, but what else do they get? Praedyth actually in danger right now.
Zhonya's hourglass being used there by Praedyth. Now he's got to try and get the heck out of there. Grisha is the sacrificial lamb, though. He just gets caught trying to save Pac-Man's life. And suddenly everyone Tainted Minds is dead.
Everyone's dead. And all of a sudden, Baron's going to spawn in 15 seconds. There's not going to be enough time for Tainted Minds to collapse there. And that is a huge swing. Sure, they open up the base in 2 areas, but Abyss finally with a sniff in this one. And it was just all through a good collapse, taking down Pabu, able to grab Fesh as well. And because Praetor didn't complete that teleport to be able to break open the base, Baron's gone.
Yeah, this might be the breather that Abyss desperately need here. Baron down to 4,000 health, no one close by. Praetor's trying to do everything he possibly can. He's not going to get there in time. That would be taken down. It's now 6,000 gold lead for Tainted Minds, but with Baron, Abyss can start this game and slowly get the breathing room they desperately need.
And let's take stock of the map, because right now we can see that Raid is a monster. He's up 60 CS. He's 4-1-2. At the same time, 4-0-2 for the 80 carry. They're ahead. As far as team fights go, when you have 2 80 carries and only really a melee absorb in Pabu, no real tank, team fights become real difficult. And now as they're pushing up with double cannons, they're going to rip through structures. And what do Tainted Minds do? Do they fight? I mean, there's not really all that many choices available to them.
Well, second turret in the mid lane is going to fall. Abyss closed the gold gap to about 4,000 gold.
Teleport's coming out.
Actually looking for the flank here. Praetor's in the back lines. Pabu looking to try and get there as well. Abyss trying to get back in towards the mid lane, and they successfully get out of range of Tainted Minds. Tainted Minds didn't take the dragon earlier, so it's still a Cloud Dragon sitting there. They can't pressure that objective either.
And it's been there for 5 minutes. I mean, they haven't been able to pick that one up. They can go towards it now, but that means that they're looking at like a 43-ish minute Elder Drake spawn. That's very late into the game. The base has been open, but without inhibitors being taken, pretty much a gold lead's been evened out.
Yep.
4,000. And Pac-Man, you know, we said 20 minutes on that roller. Well and truly past fully stacked, so he's back online.
Spirit Visage and Zhony's Hourglass picked up for him as well. Those are the 3 core items for a swing.
I mean, look for a Void Staff to come out next, maybe a Leandry's instead, but he's done.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wants to go towards. His Haunted Guys is picked up. Meanwhile, you can see Seb's going for his more Mount Mortius. And wants to survive the burst damage coming out from Elise as well as the Echo, who's now in the top lane. Teleport is available for Praetor now. Pabu's is still down.
And Praetor takes turrets way quicker than Pabu, so it makes sense to put him in the lane with the only turret remaining. Problem is, I don't think he can 1v1 Frey any longer. And without any healing reduction, probably going to be in favor of Pac-Man as well.
Pac-Man looking to try and chase down Pabu, who's going to run into a Kha'Zix. Tidal Wave's coming out from downtown as well, but he wants Raid, goes on top of him, going to get the QSS nice and early. Pabu gets locked down and taken down by Abyss.
Exactly right, but because of the way that the waves are set up and how overextended Pabu is, there is no response out of Tainted Minds. That's a great catch. You can see that Pabu's starting to get frustrated. Runs his hand through his hair, but what else can you really do? I mean, Abyss are just out macroing Tainted Minds right now.
They certainly are. Abyss is slowly pushing down the bottom lane. Everyone else from Tainted Minds is going to recall. 39 seconds. Pabu until he's back up and online, but teleport is down for the Renekton. Not jumping these team fights anytime soon. We still have Praetor split pushing. Does have his own teleport available.
Powered recalls, however, means that they're going to be back in time. I mean, there's not really all that much for the young mid laner to do. 3,000 gold is all that stands between these two teams. And Abyss Esports so desperately want that first 3 points of the season.
And I mean, 3,000 gold, nothing at the moment. 40 minutes into the game, not going to matter that much. Tainted Minds is going to have to try and use every single advantage they possibly can to try and close up the game. I mean, Abyss are 10-5 in kills, Swan. Doesn't look like Abyss are 10-5 in kills right now.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, they're just being able to battle their way back in. It's only those really 2 turrets, as you keep mentioning, that are separating the teams. A lot of CS, still 75. I mean, Pabu's still having a beast of a game, but with Renekton, the difficulty is, how do you team fight? If anyone ever catches up to you, how do you beat them in the split push, and what is your role at
They
this
might
stage?
catch Frey though. He's locked him down. Fesh is up here as well, but he's in spider form. Not able to get the cocoon off. QSS used by Frey as well as the package to get out of that one. Grisha gonna have to sidestep some of these. Edge of Night blocks out the 3rd bullet, but the 4th is gonna be dodged. A lot better this time now from the Varus.
Exactly right. Good coordination out of Grisha as well as Brawler. They get him the speed up, and now Praetor sitting in the bottom lane can potentially look to just target that inhibitor. I mean, he's still waiting for the creep wave. You can probably just run past and continue to put pressure down.
Frey's going to go back to base. Doesn't have teleport available, so Abyss are stuck with 4 members for
They've got
now.
2 good teleport wards, and the teleport is available out of Praetor. As soon as they see Frey in the bottom side of the map, They can potentially look for a collapse.
But no major objectives for the two teams to fight over in the center of the map right now.
We're back into the super late game. The way that the team fights will work, I mean, QSS is everywhere, no lockdown damage. Pac-Man pretty much can't be dealt with. I mean, there's no healing reduction. He's just going to run rampant, probably going to be the last person alive. At the same time, Praedyth can one-shot pretty much anyone else on the Abyss Esports lineup, including Raid, who's caught napping.
Oh no, Ray gets stuck here. You can see the items being used by Kuda trying to keep him alive. Pops the ultimate back to full health, but Abyss collapses on towards the Echo. Zonya's being used, gets into the parallel convergence. Now he's on top of Frey, but it's just a lonely Echo who gets taken down.
Yeah, so they go for the play onto Raid. He actually doesn't even use his flash. Praedyth threw everything he had in there and wasn't able to make it work. All of a sudden, they're going to march it back up mid lane, and Grish is caught.
He's going to try and hop over the wall. Seb follows through. He flashes himself, gets back to safety. So flash for flash there. Grisha is able to stay alive and, importantly, keep his Guardian Angel up.
Pabu grabs a mid lane creep wave. Looks like he headed that one off, so able to keep them without any real way into the base. Still looking for a flank.
29 seconds is what Tainted Minds are waiting on. Ray trying to go back to base here. Arrows coming up from Grisha is going to stop that. Baron's back up in 50 seconds, and Elder Dragon spawns 20 seconds behind that. You can already see a big wave pushing on the top side of the map for Tainted Minds, but they know now that this goal lead is not as good as they had earlier on, playing a lot safer.
Non-existent. I mean, there's absolutely nothing between the two teams right now. Everyone's getting towards 6 items. You see GAs. It's really only top lane for Abyss, and then like junglers and supports still looking for more. Everyone else in this game is done. And you would have to say that unless they can get onto Frey or Raid and delete them from the map, the damage is just so much greater. And Pac-Man's going to be able to split up the team fight so effectively.
Yep, Frey's got his Merc Scimitar, so that puts him at 6 items. Praedyth as well as Grisha and Raid all have their 6, so support still sitting on a couple. We have the top laner for Abyss. Pac-Man still an item behind Pabu, and Jungler's half an item away. Abyss now, they've started up Baron. They want this. Teleport available for Praedyth, but let's see if he's going to be able to get in there.
Now.
There goes Pabu looking to see if he can get into the back line. Teleport being used nice and early. Grisha pops the ultimate, gets all 5 of them stuck in the tether, but Abyss trying to turn this one back around. Repel comes out from Elise trying to go back down.
Bottom lane. I mean, this is now just fighting off the recalls one more time and trying to allow Praedyth to be able to have access to the base. If anyone dies on TM's lineup, that's Baron gone.
And the recall actually not going to come out. You can see Swain walking into the bottom lane. Needs to go toe-to-toe against this Echo. And Tainted Minds getting an inhibitor for their troubles, and now just dance around the Baron, not even looking to start this one just yet.
But they can't start it because all of a sudden Pac-Man still has the teleport and Praedyth doesn't. So if any collapse comes in, that's a big one.
That's going to deal a lot of damage. You can see ultimate being used by Pabu, but Raid's a little bit too fast. We'll be able to get away. Teleport already being used. Redemption comes out to heal up Tainted Minds. They don't want to fight just yet.
Praedyth is in mid lane again.
What? He's got teleport available still. Abyss, they throw the Hail Mary. They want the Baron. They've got to try and do something. Teleport not available for Praedyth. He's going to try and take them down. Ultimate back up for Varus. Here comes the fight. Fashes in, steals the Baron. Now Abyss have to run for the hills as Tainted Minds, they've got 2 inhibitors. They got the Baron, and they've got the flanking Echo.
They certainly do, and Seb actually left over the wall, not in vision, so will be able to live. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but Fesh swoops in, picks up the Baron buff, 2 inhibitors down, Elder Dragon available, Tainted Minds get the play they're looking for.
Yeah, the birthday boy couldn't pick up the Elder Dragon last game, but this time gets the Baron, and there's only 1 inhibitor turret left and 1 inhibitor. Praedyth fakes out the teleport from Pac-Man and is able to stay in the bottom lane. Tainted might still have a teleport of their own. Pabu has his, and Elder Dragon's up. They could double up on these major buffs.
I mean, they could, but at the same time, your jungle is dead for 20 seconds. You probably don't want to go anywhere near it right now. Definitely do not want to give that one over to Abyss. You have 4 dragons available. Seb wants in.
Big one. Sorry, package being used there by Frey, trying to get into back lines. Grisha's getting locked down. Does have Guardian Angel available, staying alive. Toe-to-toe against Seb. 1 auto attack, and he would fall. Pabu forces Frey to flash away. They will take down the AD carry. And Abyss slowed down the pushes coming out from Tainted Minds.
But at the same time, you saw how tanky Pabu is at the moment. Frey wasn't actually able to do any damage to him because he hasn't got any penetration items. And with 2... Who flashed it?
Pac-Man.
All right.
Getting away from the tethers of Gola.
Yep. At the same time, with double super creeps pushing into the base, Elder Drake's still going to be available, and you have to deal with Kratos in the bottom lane.
They only just spot that out. They get the last pick off of the back of the package. Elder Dragon is going to be taken down here. Tainted Minds get that. Misclick.
All right.
They get it.
Everyone's fine. It's all good.
It's something with smiting Elder Dragon, Profesh. Not good.
However, 2 waves of super creeps. All of a sudden, Baron buff as well as Elder Dragon available for slightly longer. Kratos might have been caught out again. Does actually manage to get away this time. All they need to do is sit top lane with Elder Dragon and poke in on the enemy team.
Teleport available still for Kratos. He's picked up a Ramadan's death cap for himself. That echo is massive. Don't think there's any item he needs to change anymore. So we'll be just picking up elixirs and slowly pushing out respective lanes. He's now in the bottom lane trying to work with these super minions, which Raid is trying to hold up.
Important to know, Pabu has gone with a very late Randuin, swapped out the Hex Drinker for it.
Yep.
That's good because at this stage of the game, Raid's 4th shot would be doing a lot of crit damage, so being able to get rid of that, always worthwhile. And set.
You don't want to fight there, buddy. Praetor pops the ultimate, though, doesn't get back in range, but he's still on the
flash.
Flashes forward, gets the connection before the flash comes out of Seb, takes him down.
Yeah, really nice play out of the assassin mid laner Praetor. Able to pick up the winning kill, and now all of a sudden 5v4, 2 waves of super creep. This is a Hail Mary.
Oh, Grisha's seen this one happen before. He's going to get knocked down by these shots. A Raid takes him down. Oh my goodness, he has to stop taking
Someone
these
has to
punches.
go to the Nexus. I mean, Praetor's taken down 1. He's got Baron buffed creeps on the 2nd. Huge creep wave coming in. It is still a 4v4.
Ooh. Top of the start, Pabu's going to take quite a bit of damage, dices away. Now Fesh taking quite a bit in return as Pac-Man goes into the back lines. Pabu trying to hold him up. He will get locked down by
again.
2 snares. He's still going to get away.
Yeah, Praetor is just on the Nexus.
He's going to end the game here. Praetor's looking for the finish. Tainted Minds take down another inhibitor. That's a full health Echo again. He's dashing in, but does get locked down. That Nexus is almost gone. Here goes Pabu, jumping in, slices and dices in. One last auto attack comes through, and Tainted Minds tie up the series 1-1.
So really nice play in the end out of Tainted Minds. Are able to get that 1-3-1 to work. They were very persistent with it. They got the Baron finally. They got the Elder Drake. You can see that it's hard work at the moment. 2 45-minute games. But it's at 1-1.
It certainly is. And Abyss now not going to be able to pick up 3 points today, even if they get the win, but they still want to pick up their first win here in the OPL. The new roster of Tainted Minds not doing that bad in their second match.
Yeah, they look fantastic. And if I'm Abyss, I'm looking towards top lane because someone needs to be able to shut down Pabu. They know that they're going to throw Fesh up there early game. I really think that pressure on Seb to be able to team up with Pac-Man and stop that duo from taking off.
Well, Abyss stopped the bleeding, but they can't stop the deaths coming out there. Tainted Minds pick up game number 2. For now, let's break down that series a little bit more as we throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. The series is now tied up 1-1, and I'm joined here by Mendrix and Tegan. I want to start by asking you guys about TM fighting back. It's just Pabu all over the show.
He's just, I think he heard us. I think he heard me deriding the Renekton maybe and decided, you know what, screw you. I'm just going to go off again. And that's what he did. And it was incredible.
Yeah, and Pac-Man did do a better job actually holding him off initially, but then because he got that extra help from his jungler afterwards, he was able to pop off and just completely take control again. So immediately they put some resources in and it ended up working.
Yeah, and I was even thinking, why did he flash for the first blood? It's kind of a waste. Fesh would have got it. And we can see why. He just wanted to go nuts. He wanted to keep snowballing.
I know, yeah.
They burn Pac-Man's flash. What do? Just kill him again. Just kill him again.
So let's take a look at this draft, shall we? The Swain seems like a off-meta pick, but obviously something that's very popular. But when you're that's very comfortable. When you're going into, I guess, what TM are playing, you saw the coach as well saying, look, we just don't want to get dragged down into solo queue. Tegan, what do you make of this draft?
Well, that didn't work. that really didn't work. Ban Renekton at this point. That's all I can say because it's a huge issue. Swain is a pocket pick for them. They've played it a lot. He's a really good Swain, but it's not working. So they need to deal with a Renekton and deal with not breaking down to solo queue like that instead of just trying to get more comfortable picks.
Yeah, it just really comes to Pac-Man sort of stepping up a little bit, understanding that Pabu is amazing on the specific champion. So it is a lot of work that they really need to deal with. Perhaps just ban it out, like you said. But then the other thing you need to worry about is Pabu was amazing on Alawi. So, and that's another comfort pick that becomes available to him.
Yeah, so just ban out the Renekton, but just bring in the Alawi. Let's make it happen. Game 3. picking it. All right, let's take a look at this first replay, which is a turret fight. Mendrix.
That's right. So the first one we're looking at is specifically Pabu showing what he's able to do. So this particular turret dive that happens here, as you can see, you got Pabu coming in from the left there. He was actually dragging two forms of resources. He actually had Pac-Man and Seb unable to get onto him. And because he was sitting there in the jungle and they had to go, okay, let's deal with this Renekton on the side, Tainted are like, fantastic. Let's just dive raid, get the turret, and everything's fine and dandy.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is the Varus ulti lands. Anytime a Varus ulti lands, that person's dead. There's nothing you can do. So as soon as that lands, Abyss just think, let's cut our losses, let's bail, let's just try and regroup instead of trying to keep fighting a lost fight.
Well, this is competitive League of Legends, so it would not be an OPL game without some sort of dodgy Baron call. Mendrix, talk us through this Baron throw.
Well, this isn't a Baron throw specifically. I mean, it's sort of like it's a good call forced by TM. This is what happens with it. And what's good about it is that Abyss are like, all right, we just used a TP. We need to make something happen. Praedyth is going to get the ball lane. As you can see, he's making his way back up. But it's so hard because that Varus ultimate is back up. And they're able to take the win off of it, get the Baron with the steal as well. And what I really want to discuss here, the main point is that Praedyth was putting out so much pressure, it forced Abyss to make a bad decision. And it was really, that was the case. Abyss had no choice afterwards, after they used a TP to make or stop the Baron from happening, and then to sort of turn onto that Baron, because Praedyth would have just sat in the base, took everything, and they would have had nothing in return.
Yeah, and on top of that, it was a bad call, and on top of that, Fesh steals the Baron. That's game over in my eyes. You have 2 inhibs down. Now the enemy has Baron. What do you do to defend that? They have Elder Dragon pressure. They can 1-3-1 with Baron. There's nothing you can do. So even though it was a bad call, it was just exacapt by not getting what they were trying to get.
Yeah, so if you're going to make a dodgy Baron call, you might as well just
at
get
least
the
get
actual
it.
Baron.
Yeah,
Come
at least
on,
get
guys. Well, that's our advice to the pros. We are done with Game 2 now. The series is tied up 1-1. We're back with Game 3 and the decider right after this.
For Cocoon onto Pac-Man. He's going to be taken out solo. Repel comes out, and that should be first blood for Pabu up in the top lane. Tidal Wave's coming out from downtown as well, but he wants Raid. Goes on top of him, going to get the QSS nice and early. Pabu gets locked down and taken down by Abyss.
What happened?
Oh no, Raid gets stuck here. You can see the items being used by Kuda trying to keep him alive. Pops the ultimate back to full health, but Abyss collapses on towards the Echo. Zonya's being used, gets into the Parallel Convergence. Now he's on top of Frey, but it's just a lonely Echo who gets taken down. Abyss, they throw the Hail Mary. They want the Baron. They've got to try and do something. Teleport not available for Praedyth. He's going to try and take them down. Ultimate back up for Varus. Here comes the fight. Fesh is in, steals the Baron. Now Abyss have to run for the hills as Tainted Mines. They've got 2 inhibitors. They got the Baron, and they've got the flanking Echo.
What's in?
Big one. Sorry, package being used there by Frey, trying to get in the back lines. Grisha's getting locked down. Does have Guardian Angel available, staying alive. Toe-to-toe against Seb. One auto attack, and he would fall. Pabu forces Frey to flash away. They will take down the 80 carried.
Bringing guns to the knife fight.
If you want me to hit you less, die sooner. I'm gonna crush your dreams. Pathetic.
Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, penta kill.
Solo queue es como la vida real. No necesita ser perfecto para funcionar. En esta situación, mi equipo está en una buena posición. Estamos adelante y buscando diferentes maneras de ganar. Nosotros controlamos el lado azul de su jungla. Tenemos wards en todos lados. El enemigo no nos puede seguir fácilmente, porque Oriana está stuneándolos con su bola. Debido a esto, yo pusheo bot, ya que tenemos el control y podemos destruir la torre fácilmente. Para comunicarme hago muchos pings. Quiero que todos entiendan mi plan. Todos ven lo mismo que yo, pero ya que esto es solo queue, no todos están de acuerdo. Y otros tratan de matar al dragón solos. Los enemigos pushean mid, y si tiran 2 torres el intercambio no será bueno. Entonces, pingué avisando que iré y me teleporto ahí. La mayoría de mi equipo se retira, pero Ori se queda en bot, lo que lo hace más complicado. Todos hacen una buena jugada para salvar a Jhin de Rengar. Ahora yo quiero ir a top, porque hay una wave muy grande. Pero, a veces, hay oportunidades que no veo. Al final, mi equipo termina siguiendo a Sir, y eso nos deja con el varón. Entonces, uso un ping para señalar y la mayoría de mi equipo se retira, excepto Ori que murió en bot. No es perfecto, pero funciona. Así es el solo queue, así es la vida.
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, our series is currently tied up 1-1 between Abyss and Tainted Minds. My name is Michael Higgins-Hing, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Nathan Mendrix-Mendez, our in-house OPL analyst, and also captain and support player for Exile 5, Bradley T-Gun Seymour. Well, Mr. Goon, how can they get back? Who's going to take out this game 3? Let's put your cards on the table, because you said from the start it was going to be Tainted Minds 2-1, I believe. Do you still see that after their first game loss?
Yeah, it's just got better, and better for them, right? First game, their bot lane sucked. I know all about that, so
Sure.
don't worry, it's not too bad, right? Second game, they did well. They didn't win, but they did well.
Yeah.
And their mid laner stepped up, and that was the biggest change, is their mid laner went from someone who was detrimental to actually helpful. Takes 2 inhibs on his own, forces a Baron play, does everything right.
Yeah.
So I just think third game, where do they go from here? They're going to get even better. They're going to win every lane.
If
and win the
these
game.
trends continue,
I love extrapolating from small data sets because everything looks great.
What I would like them to do actually is just clean up that play a bit. If they're going to do 1-3-1, at least communicate with your team specifically and say, all right, no worries, we're going to pressure top now, we're going to pressure mid here instead of having your top laner who happens to be bot at that particular time getting caught out because there's no pressure in other lanes yet. And not only that, Praetorful was also a victim to this sort of issue happening. These guys just need to communicate when it comes to their laning pressure.
Absolutely. Well, we look across the rift at their opponents, though. Do you feel like Abyss's playstyle or playability is sliding throughout this series, or is it just that Tainted Minds are stepping up game to game?
I'd say it's just Tainted Minds stepping up. Abyss, that's the difference. Abyss didn't really improve that much. They sort of did the same thing. They were stubborn. They really just tried to hammer down on what they wanted to do. And Tainted Minds sort of opened up a bit. Yeah, they were also stubborn. They stayed in a 1-3-1. They didn't execute it perfectly, but they were getting better. And that's all I think I can really base my decision on is they're slowly showing improvements, whereas Abyss aren't. So I don't see a way for Abyss to win Game 3 unless something major happens.
Well, Mendrix, what would that major thing be that has to happen for Abyss to win and take Game 3?
I think Pac-Man needs to step up. He needs to sort of move himself into his top lane, let Pabu know, I am here to actually fight you properly. And if he feels he's going to lose the engage, just back away. You can't let Pabu snowball. That's really been the shining light for Tainted Minds. He's been holding the games together, and they were able to sort of step off the back of Pabu doing so well.
Maybe not even fight, but just get a champion you can't die on. Go to Maokai, go to Nautilus, go to something that you're just a potato, you just get hit a bunch, you don't do a lot of damage, but you don't die. That's all you need to do.
And they can also just, in that pick ban phase, just ban out Alawi, ban out Renekton.
Just ban 5 top champions.
Yeah, just ban out Pabu specifically.
Well, yeah, so let's get right into it then. Mendrix, I haven't quite got your prediction, though. Do you think that Tainted Minds are going to take this Game 3? Or
So I'm a big believer in momentum. I think I've said it a lot of times before, and I'm going to continue with that trend. And when they're able to win the next game, if they continue to just clean up their play, communicate a bit better, Tainted Mind's got it.
All right, well, we've seen Swain, we've seen Renekton, we've seen an Echo, which is kind of not a very common pick as well. What other spicy picks we're going to see in this Game 3, do you reckon, T-Gun?
Hopefully Alawi gets through and we get to see it. I love watching the champion. It's great. It's wonderful.
Tentacles everywhere.
Apart from that, I can't really speculate because they have, especially Pabu has such a wide champion pool. He can play anything. So even if you do throw 5 bans up there, he's just going to find a 6th champion to play and hopefully, for Tainted Mind's sake, pop off on.
What about a Dream Team? Dream Team.
Dream Team?
Yeah.
Well, I would love to see a Talon on Bradiff specifically. I reckon that would be great if that actually came through again. So, he did so much work with it last time. People might have forgotten about it, or the Abyss might have forgotten about it after playing 2 games, not having to deal with it. So that's something that he can turn to, or perhaps Lissandra.
Sure. I mean, if we see the same team comp that was last week for TM, I mean, that did specifically just work well into the chaos that is the Sin ARAM. That's not going to be necessarily as effective against Abyss, though.
Yeah.
You see the Quinn Talon, etc.
I would love to echo on the Lissandra. Is a great flex pick as well. Both players can play it.
That is true.
And if you can use that to get favorable matchups in both lanes, then I don't think there's a way that Abyss can really win because, like we saw that game, Praetif did well mid. If he gets a really favorable matchup mid and Pabu gets a favorable matchup top, it's going to be even better for them.
And what's really great about it specifically as well, if you do manage to pick up the Lissandra, it actually is really good at locking down one specific player. So if Frey happens to be popping off, like we've seen him do in most games, well, that's fine. You've got a way to deal with him. You get Lissandra to jump in, throw the Frozen Tomb on there, and everyone's just able to pile down on top of him.
All right. Well, I think that is enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. It is time for us to get into Game 3, so let us throw it to our casters. It's Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. Des was talking a lot about what champions they want to see here, but what do you want to see, Spawn? Because they talked about Talon. I mean, Lissandra coming out there as well.
I'm going to buck the trend. I just want people to actually play meta. And actually, at the moment, flanking top laners are really strong. I want to see Nautilus versus Maokai. I actually want to see these teams team fight. I don't think we're going to see it because Tainted Minds obviously have a game plan, which is 1-3-1. We haven't played together that much. It doesn't hurt our coordination issues. So we're just going to collapse around objectives. But apart from that, open up the map. But if that is the case, the easiest way to counter it is to get Maokai, get Nautilus in the top lane, get 1 deep ward. As soon as they try and go into it, flank the 3, smack them, and go take something else otherwhere on the map.
I mean, it almost seems like Raid's trying to do that on his own by constantly catching out Grisha with his ultimates.
But catching out 1 isn't enough. You have to be able to catch out all 3 and win a team fight 5v3. Otherwise, 1-3-1 is just superior.
Well, let's see if Abyss can do just that as we head into the 3rd and final game of this best-of-3 series. Tainted Minds taking on Abyss. Tainted Minds overhauled their roster, brought in 4 new players, most of them from the OCS. Pabu and Fetch especially making their debut in the OPL. Very hyped up heading into this one, and rightfully so. They've been on the ball in all games that have been played so far.
They certainly have, and I mean, they really are putting a number on Pac-Man, who, we already said it. The way Swain wins early is makes you play against creeps, harasses you under turret. If that is the case, Seb needs to be there to shadow for a counter gank. Was not there, and Fesh and Pabu really made that pick pay. Not expecting to see it out again from Pac-Man.
Praetif as well having a rough game 1, a lot better game 2 here. Grisha and Brawler, though, haven't been able to hold up against Raid and Kuden so far. They've been getting bopped a little bit in this bottom lane.
Yeah, they certainly are falling quite far behind in the bottom lane. I mean, it hasn't led to much because it's just so much utility out of the AD carry role. I mean, if there was something like a Vayne or a Caitlyn, a hyper carry running around, that certainly means more. So maybe Raid goes towards a Cogmore or something to see if he can really punish that area falling down.
Possibly. For now, though, for this game, Abyss will be on the red side of the map, so they do have that final counter pick.
Camille left open again.
Yeah. And we saw Tainted Minds were happy to deal with it last game. Let's see if that's going to be the case again. Sorry, not last game, first match we saw. We have LeBlanc, Rise, and Graves being banned up by Tainted Minds nice and early. Kha'Zix and Rengar with the Jace hitting the bench for Abyss.
Yeah, I expect Elise to be maybe first picked here. It actually looks like it's going to be Karma, which is actually locked in. Fish is having a coughing attack, so I'll just continue. The reason I expected to see Elise is just because Seb plays it so well, but Fesh looks incredibly comfortable on the champion. I was expected to be picked away with the Rengar and the Kha'Zix, as well as Graves banned.
Seb's no stranger to the Elise either, so Tainted Minds must know by taking away the Karma. They will give over the AD carry of choice for Abyss, as well as potentially that jungler of choice. But interesting to see that both teams have been favoring the Karma as their support of choice.
Yeah, I mean, with the taps that happened to Malzahar, with the fact that, MF kind of falling out of favor a little bit at the moment, certainly is good to have some heavy utility there when you're playing 1-3-1 as well. It's always good to have additional wave clear as well as the ability to book it when someone tries to flank you.
Oh, I would love to see this being locked in. It was actually banned by Abyss last game. We have seen Nidalee rising in solo queue, played a little bit internationally.
I mean, when there's poke comps, there's always going to be Nidalee because she supports them so well. However, if you ever get caught out at the moment by Elise, and Elise just beats you, if you catch out the Elise in reverse, you still do some work. He's picked it.
Yeah, we're going to get the Nidalee in the jungle for Fesh here, and Praetor will be locking in the Varus for Grisha again. Lots of poke coming out from Tainted Mind in their first 3 picks.
Exactly right. Get to see a little bit of the hand passing of the heat warmer there. Tainted Mind's jungler. Where do they go from here? What's the pivot? Is it going to be Nami again? Certainly looks to be the case. So nothing really exciting happening first round apart from the Nidalee.
Yep. Both teams are sticking to the jungler as well as the AD carrying support pickups here. Camille's still left open, and now Tainted Minds and Abyss will start banning out the 2 solo lanes. We've seen Abyss throw quite a few bans towards the top lane. Wouldn't be too surprised to see another Fiora ban coming out of them.
Fiora, Renekton, Alawi, Aurelia. There's like, this is the problem with like, you can't ban out Parbu because there's just so many champions left available. I mean, he also plays, I don't know, he plays crazy stuff. I've seen him play Jackson solo queue a lot. I've also seen him play Kled a lot. So he has a champion pool. Let's just say that.
The champion pool are all the champions. Pick one. Swain's actually been banned out here by Tainted Minds. They don't want Pac-Man to get his hands on this champion. Maybe expecting the fact that Tainted Minds don't have the counter pick. They've had the counter pick for top lane both times in a row because Abyss showed Camille early in the first match, and they had the last pick in the second game.
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually giving a lot of respect to Pac-Man. It just echoes the sentiment that they feel that they got ahead and that was a rare occasion and they may not be able to do so again against what is a pretty hard lane bully.
So the cannon ban coming out from Abyss. We have Corki being taken away from Frey this game.
Cassiopeia still available. That's what the change ban is. Corki in, Cassiopeia out. See whether they want to first pick this.
And Tainted Minds are going to have to show their hand first as well with their mid lane and top lane picks coming up next. Abyss still have a chance to snap up one of the picks nice and early, and they take the Shen. So saving their mid pick for last.
Yeah, so what do you play into Shen now? Does so well against auto-attacking champions. Does great against the Camille that's been left open.
Yep.
Not expecting Parbu to take it. Does he go back to Renekton? I mean, you're going to get heavily outscaled in that matchup.
You do.
And with Titanic Hydra available for Shen at the moment, he actually even wins a lot of the 1v1s that you can take into him.
Shen also does well into Renekton since the changes to
There you
dodge
go.
and blind.
Doesn't do well into Singe. I can tell you that. Shen loses the Sin matchup, still.
And Singe will be played in the top lane by Parbu. We actually see Praetor picking up the Zed again, despite Echo being left open. It seems like Frey, he's going to get a chance to go to town on the Time Machine himself.
Yeah, see whether he does pick it up. It opens up 1-3-1 this time for Abyss, and you would say it's a pretty superior 1-3-1, being able to leave the lanes more often. And that's what they're going towards. The gauntlet has been thrown.
All right, so Abyss changing a little bit of their lineup here. Pac-Man on its tank once again. Shen being picked up. Frey picking up the Echo. So lots of map movement available for Abyss. Tainted Minds, double teleport still. Praetor should be swapping out his teleport. We expect that.
No, potentially. I mean, in the LPL a lot, EDG's mid laner Scout played teleport Zed.
Okay.
You don't really need a summoner spell to kill someone with Zed. He does it well enough by himself. If 1-3-1 is a game plan, teleport's just a superior summoner spell.
We'll have to see what's going to happen here for Tainted Minds. But Fesh picking up Nidalee into the jungle, a little bit unorthodox, but has been played internationally recently.
Yeah.
So excited to see how
I'm
this
really
one works.
interested in how our social media contest works. I mean, who's deciding whether it's an off-meta pick? Because Renekton, I mean, that was the first one that came out. Was that off-meta? Is Swain off-meta? What about Nidalee? I don't know. What's the definition of off-meta?
Heimerdinger, apparently, according to our producer. That's apparently the only off-meta champion.
Well, then no one wins the
So if
competition.
no one said
We're sorry,
Heimerdinger,
people at home.
no one wins,
No mystery
apparently.
skins for you guys.
Well, we are going to get onto the rift shortly for the third match between Tainted Minds and Abyss, the tiebreaker of this best-of-3 series. Abyss still looking for all 3 points here. Tainted Minds picked up a win last week, but with a completely new roster this time around, they're still looking to do the exact same thing.
Fish, it's your birthday. I don't mean to crush your hopes and dreams. No one can get 3 points in this game. It is 1-1 already. It's going to be 2 points for whichever team wins this game. So just keep a smile. It's your birthday. I don't want to wreck the mood too much.
They still get the W.
They get the W. That's all that's important. They get the W. For Tainted Minds could launch them back off into playoff contention.
Yep.
Really help them out, especially given the fact that Sin have a tough opponent this week in the Direwolves. If you are Abyss, you need this to really keep your season alive.
Yeah, he's telling you, Abyss still scrambling for their first victory here. I believe they're just sitting barely above XL5 thanks to their single match.
Over Sin?
Yep, they took over Sin. And now they'll have 2 points if they drop this game, but they'll definitely be looking for a nice and comfortable full victory ahead of their ahead of the 8th place team at the moment. But for now, we are on to Summoner's Rift for the 3rd match, and Pabu just dancing in front of Pac-Man. Pac-Man's having none of it.
Yep, Pac-Man just staring him down, of course. Frozen Shen. Ice. Blood running through that veins. Important to note, Predator did swap back over to Ignite. Means he has some pretty serious kill threat on Frey pre-6. After that, don't really know what he's hoping to accomplish with it. Maybe he's going to try and kill Shen.
More damage. More damage is better, right?
Is, but Frey has that big get the heck out of dodge ultimate.
But both teams are just fanning out, kind of scouting out one another. And again, nothing much happening between the two of them. So we will have Jungler starting on the top side of the map to kick us off. That does give Singe a little bit of breathing room. Can start to try and maneuver it in between the 2 turrets within the first few waves.
All right, so Nidalee, very mana hungry as a jungler. However, if you get a good clear on her, or which is not because he missed it, that's a disaster. I was going to say she can be incredibly quick. Max range spear into all the takedown damage is quite good. However, no spear means no marked jungle camp, means pretty painful early game.
Probably actually going to get jumped on here by Pac-Man. Gets all the auto attacks off with the power Q and the grassing down dying to kick things off.
2 grass procs. And Pabu might die.
This is going to be a solo queue, I believe. Pac-Man flashes forward, gets first blood at level 1, and just absolutely styles on Pabu.
Yeah, I mean, you're still not supposed to fight him. You're just supposed to run through and take the creeps. Also starting Q on Singed. I mean, we see it a lot, but is always a risk. And going to have to burn teleport. Pac-Man now level 2. He might just look to fight him some more.
That just completely changes the dynamic of this game. I mean, we looked at the top lane for Tainted Minds so much in the past 2 matches.
I mean, I don't know if it changes the dynamic of the game because he wasn't on a carry already, and he still is pretty much going to win the matchup quite hard as soon as he gets double or triple ring. You can see that he actually has to probably go back and get a shop in. So it's a good early start for Pac-Man, but the 70 CS has still been there a couple of times.
They found Fesh, though. He's flashed away and gets locked down twice. Still trying to pounce around. Seb's chasing on forward. And Abyss catch out Tainted Minds jungler. But Frey, he's going down. Oh, he will not. And it'll actually be Raid that picks up a kill as well with the balancing grenade. Tainted Minds lose 3 kills just 3 minutes into the game.
So that changes how the game is going to be played because all 3 lanes are now ahead for Abyss Esports, which we have not seen yet this series. You can see that Pabu still gets a push and goes back, grabs his first Dark Seal, going to head back to lane. But right now, huge gold advantage. When there's only 4,400 gold on the opponents, having 6,000, pretty much have 33% more gold, which I hear is a lot.
Yep, he did the math. So now in the bottom lane, we can see Raid's gone back with that kill. And he's up in CS as well, with this big wave that is slowly crashing in towards his turret. Grisha falling behind again on the Varus, played it 3 games in a row.
And that was just a great invade. I mean, everyone pushes up. Nidalee probably shouldn't have been there. I mean, with how slow the clear was because the first spear missed, might have already been done with the camp. However, Pac-Man continually bullying out the Singe right now.
There's a Null Magic Mantle as his first shop here.
Also has a refillable potion, yeah.
It's a good taunt down on towards Pabu, who flings him away again. Not having a great time. Does have Corrupting Potion available.
As well as 1 ring. Just needs to get towards level 6. That's when you start winning the lane hard, keeping him underneath the turret.
Ooh, Seb catches out Fesh looking for a gank, and now Frey's on top of the Nidalee. He's trying to pounce around again, but he's just being chased down. Timewinder comes out. Seb gets that final auto attack, and they take down Tainted Minds jungler.
And another great pathing call out of Seb, able to catch Fesh 2 times in a row. I mean, it's level pretty much 5 to level 3 at the moment. The Nidalee's been set behind. And that's what you want to see out of the experienced jungler on Abyss. He needs to be able to lead his team in hard matches like this, having a captain's game.
And I mean, Abyss, we've seen it before. They can put up some decent early games from time to time. Sporadic, but they have been able to do it. Their problem has been closing out games, but with a goal lead like this, it's very difficult for Tainted Minds to find any sort of avenue to get back into it.
Yeah, exactly right. Right now in the top lane, Pabu kind of abusing the fact that Shen doesn't have the best wave clear, so he just continually pushes out, goes back and shoves, runs back towards lane. But Grisha actually goes very aggressive.
Gets locked down, will be exhausted, and the heal comes out from both AD carries, looking to try and go toe-to-toe here. Sorry, heal only comes out from Grisha. His raids were still down.
So tried to use that summoner spell advantage. Does not work out. I mean, 12 CS as well as a kill. Has a Raid sitting in a very pretty spot right now.
Very similar story in the bottom lane from what we've seen in the last 2 games. Raid comfortably ahead of Grisha. New AD carry to the
Oh,
Tainted
brush
roster.
camping. No, actually both have flash available, so it shouldn't amount to much.
They're just waiting, but decide not to pull the trigger inside of the minion wave. They're going to go back to base, though.
They're not timed equally, so there is a window where Brawler will be back and Grisha will not be.
Cancels it. Gruden takes a lot of damage here, and they lose a little bit of the wave.
Gruden actually takes a lot of damage. So we'll need to get a recall in eventually. Pabu once again back in this top lane, level 5 to level 6, but doesn't matter combat-wise. Shen's ult really only useful for the global and the shield.
Pabu will want to hit level 6 as soon as possible, so he has the ultimate available to continue his pushing power against the Shen. Very even top lane, but there is a single kill onto Pac-Man, which Pabu is missing. Would have given him his 3rd ring if he had it even. If he evened it out with a kill for himself.
And you have to say that the big thing for Pac-Man right now is the fact that he's got the cow, so we can take these trades in small windows and still come out with a health advantage. Of course, with Grasp, always going to be good to have Spirit Visage.
I was still trying to.
Pabu has level 6 though, so all of a sudden Pac-Man needs to be careful. You don't want to fight Singe when he has Insanity Potion running.
This will take advantage of their map control and take down the first dragon of the game. Ocean Dragon picked up. That's going to help out Pac-Man a little bit in this top lane. A little bit of extra health.
Will help out bottom lane as well, a surprising amount, because you're really fighting around windows of power if you are Grisha. I mean, with the Q. So, I mean, should be able to tick over into an Ocean Drag. Also helps out Seb in the jungle as he's running between camps. So, it's one of the best early dragons to get. Peter's out, unless you can stack multiple into a poke comp, which definitely isn't what Tainted Minds is at the moment, even though they have in Italy.
Raid getting clipped by an arrow there. Gets healed up to full by Gruden immediately after.
I mean, they're in a huge advantage right now in this bottom lane. You can see already boots too. Swifty boots are so potent. And then being also able to pick up a Dirk versus just a tier because they stuck around in lane a little bit longer. And Pabu has thrown caution to the wind.
Hello.
He is the Lord of the Rings right now, Fish. A movie that I've been informed you have not seen.
No, I have not. But he's got 4 of them, Spawn. Does that mean anything?
No, it doesn't really.
Meanwhile, Fesh forced to flash away from Seb. Repel's not going to find him. That should be red buff being taken away by Abyss.
Yeah, big spear still hits Seb, and you can see the damage is still there from max range Nidalee spear. Ooh, potentially Praedyth once in. Seb had no repel, so could have maybe gone for the solo kill and hope he got out with both summoner spells available. Doesn't.
Pabu's now proxying.
Yeah, well, he's annoying now because this is where you don't want to be as a Shen, and probably why that longsword is going to be turned into a Tiamat, because Pac-Man has no wave clear. Pabu has Insanity Potion, has 2 ticks still left of his Corrupting 2 are on right now, and you can see that he's just going to continually run in, force the wave to be underneath turret, and unless Pac-Man can clear it quicker, there's no way to actually teleport away.
It's very nice from Pac-Man there. Small micro interaction, pulling back the sword to slow down Pabu as he took turret aggro. You can see that's forcing to pop that Insanity Potion. Grab that wave. Not going to be splitting anytime soon.
But what Pabu now needs to be aware of is not giving the Shen any free backs or room to be able to make a teleport play into the bottom lane. Because if he does that, a lot of the advantage will be gone. Can see that even though Fesh has been forced out of jungle so many times because of how quickly Nidalee is able to farm. Whoa, Seb
Ultimate coming out from Shen as well. They're going to be able to take down the Karma nice and easy. Grisha forced to flash away, but they're still chasing down the Varus. Chains of Corruption will come out trying to lock them down. The Repel is not in range to continue chasing the
Race
Varus.
is on one more time. 3 members strong in the top lane, 4 members in the bottom lane. It's past 5 minutes, so all the armor's gone. Abyss looking to push this one through, but it looks like maybe Tainted Mind's going to be able to take it first.
Yep, Tainted Minds will get the first brick up in the top lane, shared among 3 members. Abyss might be able to donate this one over towards 1. Pac-Man will head back to base here. They do get the advantage of a single kill, but they lose 2 turrets as Frey is just bopping down the mid lane outer.
Exactly right. Well spotted. Frey able to pick up a solo turret for himself, and now bottom going to fall solo for Raid. The 2 big carries again of Abyss are huge, and there's a 3,000 gold lead.
Goodness, still just 10 minutes into this match. Raid gets back into the mid lane, just farms up whatever's left, but still not looking great for Tainted Minds at the moment.
Certainly isn't. I mean, Singed has finally got himself in a better spot. All the rings, I mean, you lose about 120 gold every time you sell one, so they haven't got the best efficient. They've got good efficiency, but because not many other people sell 4 items in their build, not the best efficiency. Of course, Pabu's going to have to do that at some stage of this game. First game, we haven't seen a lane swap come in when the turrets have fallen. Maybe because mid lane fell much earlier. Echo is in the bottom lane, however.
And they do have Raid and Kuden in the mid lane now.
Seb's coming up top.
And Pabu's in a bit of trouble. Doesn't have
Got
Ghost
Insanity
available.
Potion as well as the Merc Treads. Not really going to get stunned up for long.
Ooh, runs into the Kurin. Kurin gets taunted up, flings the Shen away though, so we'll be able to live.
Yeah. Still has his Corrupting Potion ticking away as well. He's so frustrating to deal with at this stage of the game. However, Shen, as far as late game goes, is still a very solid tank.
I believe with 4 rings, that should triple your regeneration from each potion, making it so that he has 9 stacks of potion. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, well, he's already full health again. As Praedyth actually getting solo killed right now by Frey, potentially.
Frey more than happy to take him on. Still has more health and the ultimate available.
And that's without Summoner Spell usage. Of course, Frey took the team Summoner Spell with the TP. Praedyth has gone with the Ignite.
It's a lose-lose here for Zed. Frey can pop the ultimate and he goes invulnerable, so nowhere for Praedyth to go. If he pops his own, Frey's like, sure, see you, buddy.
The other thing is he just takes turrets so quickly as soon as he grabs the Lich Bane, so I'm not even sure the split push is on the side. What?
Ultimate's going to come out there. Frey pops the Paralock Convergence, will use his own ultimate, doesn't dodge out the damage, but gets a lot of health back. And Hex Drinker being used by Praedyth there.
However, does get ult for ult trade and manages to keep his Summoner Spell, so not a bad trade out of Praedyth, who was being pressured very hard.
Seb's looking to try and take down his own red buff. You can see Raid and Kuda doing a bit of counter jungling themselves. I'm just trying to make sure that Abyss stay ahead in this early game. 3,000 gold up at the moment. Doing everything they can to increase that lead.
And this is the first game that Abyss has really had a solid early game. I mean, against the Chiefs, they were up, I think, 1,100 gold. However, weren't able to really get anything off it. This time around, 3,000 gold. This is a good early game that they should be able to exploit. Want to be able to see how they go about it, however. Their macro has been pretty solid, still not great. So see whether they can actually take it to the young Tainted Minds lineup.
Carver's going to get taunted inside the bush. Doesn't care too much.
I mean,
sold
now
one
that,
of his rings.
Yeah, now that Tiamat's been picked up, he kind of does care. Pac-Man starts to auto-attack very hard. He runs attack speed. Going to be able to get, lots of good trades in there. So now with Pabu, it's about, being able to push him in, proxy the wave, and beat him around the map. Because you're not going to ever outpush Pac-Man anymore, because he just sits there and kind of eats the farm that you push into it.
Abyss will take down the second dragon for themselves. Cloud being picked up, so extra movement speed for them.
Again, Praedyth on very low health.
So the top lane again, taunt comes out, Pabu flips him halfway. And yeah, nothing much is going to happen there anymore.
And because Pabu is not going to go towards AP, I don't think. I mean, he could. He's a madman up there in the top lane. Shouldn't really ever be a winning trade for him anymore.
That's a decent amount of damage coming out from Brawler there, from the Karma. There's that Frey, finds Praedyth, jumps on forward. He's forced to flash away Time Winder as well as Dash is not going to connect. Frey forces the Zed back to base.
Yep, pressure now on the bottom side of the map. You can see that Pabu actually heading down there. Two members, however, looking to take down this turret. Elise puts in work.
Certainly does. Spiderlings as well as the extra auto attacks from her W. To help out, that turret's already down to below half its health. Frey going to stick around, continue pushing. This time they send Praetor to the top lane, trying to deal with Pac-Man. Spear gets blocked there by a minion. Fesh hasn't had too much impact so far, just been a farming machine on this Nidalee. Still ahead by a single level against Seb, but 3 kills down. Frey and Seb going to be able to work to take down Blue Buff together. Frey picks that one up for himself.
And now there's nowhere for Pabu really to go. He's just going to have to scale up and hope to team fight because he's not going to be able to push into either Frey or Pac-Man. Losing trades versus Pac-Man. Frey, one more time, has a Time Wider, also has a lot of AP damage at this stage of the game, so maybe even able to kill Pabu, who doesn't have Flash. And you can see that they're continually swapping the matchup so Frey can exploit Praetor, who is definitely losing out on this 1v1. So troubling sides for Tainted Minds. They're not able to push into turrets. They have nowhere to go in the 1-3-1. They don't even have a kill to their name yet. As you said, Fesh, who should be very far ahead. He's a couple of levels up, but Seb's had a better early game. So now it comes down to scaling. Can they just hold out? Do they continue to save turrets? And where do they decide to bleed objectives? Because Abyss have, one more time, better team fight it looks like, and the better ability to be able to pressure the map.
Speaking of pressure, Abyss is sending multiple members up towards the top side of the map, looking to try and take down the top lane outer turret that's still standing for Tainted Minds.
Potentially a rush mid lane could help out Tainted Minds right now. Nidalee Heal, of course, has an attack speed steroid on it. You can see that they're aware of it, so they just hover people in the river.
There's a bit of trouble though with Seb sitting just behind this Zed.
Yeah. See whether they're actually able to get something.
Coon comes out, but he dodges it with the ultimate. Now the repel will come through for Elise, taking a lot of damage there. Ignite was ticking as well. Pabu is now going to try and run in amongst it. Only finds Frey, flings him out of the parallel convergence. We'll still get the shield later on from this, but dashes back in. Look at Praetor. He's going to use the shadows to get away. Force the ultimate out, and slowly Tainted Minds collapse onto Frey. They're hunting for their first kill of the game.
They certainly are, but at the same time, mid lane's being pushed in, bottom lane's being pushed in, and they're burnt so much. Pabu gets the kill, but what else is Abyss able to pick up?
Well, bottom lane turret seems to be the first objective for them. Ray just holding on to that crit shot and throws it out. They'll take down the bottom lane in the turret.
So really nicely done. I mean, that was an overcommitment from Frey. Really wanted to pick up a solo kill for some reason. Probably could have just got out. However, because of the fact that teleport was used, they were able to pick up a global objective, give the victory over to Abyss. No good decisions right now for TM. They just have to continue to stick out in their team comp and see if they can farm up. However, Abyss able to accelerate the pace of this game.
It's still sitting on just 3,000 gold up over Tainted Minds. They got a really nice gold lead early, but as the gold grows, it's not going to matter as much later on in the match, but still very comfortable for them early into the game. Dragons up in a minute 50, Baron spawning at the same time.
I mean, technically you're right. Eventually this gold lead wouldn't matter, but we're like 30 minutes away from that territory. Still need to be very cognizant of how strong the carries on Abyss Esports are compared to the Tainted Minds lineup. However, Singe can just mess with team comp so heavily at this stage of the game. If he's ever able to get into that back line and start disrupting members like Raid and members like Frey.
Frey's not too bothered at the moment though, very comfortable going toe-to-toe against Praetor, but Fesh, it looks like he wanted to wrap around there, so settles for taking down the Scuttlecrab instead.
I mean, I don't think there's really a way that they kill him, and the potential for a turnaround kill is so incredibly high with how fed this Echo is at the moment. 200 CS at 19 minutes into the game. A couple of assists to his name. Going to be a Rod of Ages coming out for Fesh.
Very delayed Rod of Ages as well, but we saw that from Pac-Man last game. Didn't bother him too much.
Yeah, I mean, on jungle, it's always been about the 17 to 20 minute mark. I mean, he'll have it quite soon. Given the fact that he got camped out, so they're doing it again as well.
Just gotta be careful, does have a ward to spot this one out. Pabu is here too. Will be smarted away by Seb.
Potentially a team fight. I mean,
Ooh.
Grisha's in, Pabu's running.
Righteous Glory comes out. The repel will come out from Elise straight back on top of him. But now Shen's trying to join the fight as well. Grisha
flash forward.
What are you doing, buddy? He gets deleted by Pac-Man. And now Tainted Minds are going to have to be the ones that run away. Ultimate pop by Prater, but he's going to get taken down shortly. Fesh is the target for the curtain call. Will dodge out of the last bullet. And now Abyss slowly trying to clean up the remaining members of Tainted Minds. They might not be able to get it. Tainted Minds might just lose too.
Still need to be off.
Raid's going over the wall here. Fesh will dodge out the bullets, living with a sliver of health. Actually smites the Raptors to stay healthy here. My goodness, Christian, what are you doing?
Yeah, 1 for 2, but when your AD carry flashes forward into a team fight, probably the best you're going to be able to manage. Looks like they want to start the Dragon. Don't know if... Yeah, all right, cool. Pac-Man's still healthy, so they should be able to secure this one. However, you saw that Tainted Minds comp is still very hard to deal with. If you are Abyss right now, Pabu just has free access to that backline.
He certainly does. They do take down the Infernal Dragon for themselves. My goodness, that was a messy, messy team fight.
I mean, just one questionable decision. We can see that they're fighting over the red buff. And both the mid laners are going to be coming from, you know, bottom side of the team fight through teleport for, I think it was Prater. Not Frey. So that's a flash forward. Grisha, you tanked it up, you got taunted, you die instantly. All of a sudden, Frey on the backline fighting Prater, who has no real good ult targets, doesn't want to flash forward to get onto raid. And you can see that Pabu's actually concentrating his efforts on peeling at this stage of the fight.
Yep.
So can't really interrupt Raid's ultimate or anything according to that. If that spear had a hit from Fesh, it would have been a different story. They probably might have been able to continue. Raid jumped in. Fesh saved himself with a really nice smite. But all in all, one team fight from Abyss, but very questionable out of Tainted Minds.
Yeah, I can imagine the ultimate coming out from Grisha if there's no Shenol. But it's like, buddy, Pac-Man's going to be there in a second, and he's just going to taunt you right in front of his entire team. I don't know how you escape that one.
And the difference this game is that now Pac-Man is 2 items and he's got himself a Barmy Cinder. Look what he can just do. He can just hold the creep wave off the turret. So now it becomes who can rotate better. And from what we've seen out of this game so far, that is definitely the Abyss lineup.
Smash you when Pac-Man has the Stand United as well as a teleport available. Pabu is going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to try and match the Shen around the map. And like I said, minions deal no damage to these two at the moment, so they don't really care.
Yeah, they're just going to dirty farm. You can see that actually Pac-Man's just having his way further down the lane so he can grab the creep wave even sooner. It means that you can't really take objectives on that side of the map anymore. So the fight becomes about where can we take objectives. I mean, maybe Pabu does something really cute and heads into the base or something like that. And just picks up 2 creep waves at once, but it looks like right now, top lane.
Creative actually going to get locked down pretty low by Frey. Ultimate comes out to dodge the Cocoon, tries to flash away, takes a lot of damage in return, and Seb just bops him for that final auto attack. Again, Creative trying to split, but just keeps getting taken down. Now though, Tainted Minds are trying to collapse. Here's a teleport coming in. Seb gets the Stand United repel to keep the duration going. Pac-Man locks down Fesh. They get a kill there. Raid is ghost blading into the fight as well. Pabu not going to be teleporting into this one, as Brawler's going to be the next to fall. And Abyss have broken down the Tainted Minds team comp again.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. It looks like they've got the superior 1-3-1. They're not able to communicate and rotate as fast. Members are starting to get low, and actually Pabu started channeling the teleport now.
Yeah, now he's looking to try and get in amongst it. A couple of teleports have gone through. He's ghosting through. Righteous Glory doesn't find anyone.
Yeah.
Now he's on top of Kuden. Kuden is a sitting duck at the moment. Does have flash available with the exhaust. He's going to try and keep himself alive here. Kuden comes out, that misses. He's going to now flash away. Pabu will get locked down. But interesting teleport from this cinch. Right as everything is done and no one's left to kill.
Yes, certainly agree.
Fine Seb, gonna fling him back.
What is going on?
He's like, no, don't touch me.
All right, so big, I guess, skirting team fight. They've delayed enough that maybe they can go towards something like a Baron. Otherwise, teleport available heavily in the side of Abyss right now. They've got the Stand United as well as just a normal TP. Pabu has neither. You can see that he's trying to be a menace as he was on the Renekton, but just nowhere near as effective without genuine kill threat. And Fesh's champion pick this time around, the Nidalee, has not worked out at all.
1-3-0. Does have a nice CS lead for himself, but still no impact on the map. Unlike Seb, who, as you mentioned earlier, is having a captain's game at the moment. 4-1-2. Already got the Lounge's Torment built up.
going towards what probably is the dead man plate. You can see that Pabu, without teleport, is actually grouped with the team, and it's going to be Praedith that they continue to send into the side lane.
He's already had some trouble against Frey. All the games he's been split pushing. First one against the Rise. That didn't went well for Praedith. Now he's against the Echo.
And even the Corki got like decently far ahead.
Yep.
I mean, we were dealing with a 6-item Corki by the end of that game. Now with the... What?
Oh, got to go fast, got to go quick, but the Cocoon stops all of that. Now Stand United's coming through. That time round, Grisha lands a good ultimate to disengage. They do bait Stand United out of the Shen.
So one teleport down. However, bad news story is still the fact that Praedith is losing the split pushing battle hard. He's been engaged on. Actually might fall down. Had to use his ultimate again.
And while Praedith was going for the engage against Frey there, Grisha almost gets caught by a wandering spider. Very ballsy, just sticks with the recall, does get back to base safely.
Exactly right. Just got to commit sometimes, Fish.
Probably now trying to be a nuisance in the mid lane. He's got Spirit Visage being picked up here for the Singe. Frey now getting jumped on again after going back to base. Frey taking a lot of damage as well. No ultimate available for Praedith, and he pops the ultimate to get back to safety. That's a solo kill for Frey.
Yeah, underneath the turret as well, and they're putting pressure everywhere else. You can see moving in on the mid lane turret. Shen pushing Pabu back because he's got the level advantage, he's got the creep advantage. Ooh, Fesh.
Ooh, smites the creep. Does
This
go
time.
through, but he flashes back in. Frey wants it. One more pop. He gets it. Smacks him with the baseball bat and won't be able to take down the Nidalee.
Not able to dodge out on the Time Wider. With teleport available, that means it is going to be a 5v3 at Baron.
And it's already an 8,000 goal lead. Abyss just trying to snowball this game spot.
Yeah, exactly right. They're moving in. They've got some good poke damage. Actually, they just call abort. Not even going to make Frey use the teleport, and they're just going to be able to pick it up for free.
Yep, the driver said, all right, guys, sit back, relax, buckle up. We're in for a bumpy ride, and Abyss are looking to plow through this team. Tainted Minds really have to try and find some sort of defense here. Almost 9,000 gold down. 26 minutes into the game. Oof, not a good spot to be in.
Yeah, and just such a strong early game coming out from Abyss. They've been able to control the Dragon. They've controlled how the 1-3-1 has gone down. And you can see that Frey being able to push them underneath the turrets continually and win that 1v1 versus Praedith is what has set this game up.
And surely, with a 9,000 gold lead, with the Baron buff available, they should be able to shorten out some of their flaws with closing out games now with this lead.
Especially given the fact that they've got a very tanky Echo that's going to be able to sit underneath turrets. He's got his Zhonya's. He's going to be able to use that ultimate as well as a Shen ulti. So there's no reason they can't dive past the turret. Singe can't clear waves against Baron creeps, one of the shortcomings in his kit if he doesn't go AP. So you're exactly right. This game is now ripe for Abyss to be able to take it.
Pavo still wants to...
But you can see he just can't kill the creeps. I mean, they're way too strong at this stage. As long as Pac-Man walks down with them, which he should be, it's going to be difficult to say the least.
It is.
But Pabu just keeps going further and further.
We'll get to the base eventually, Spawn. We will get there. Knowing Pablo, he will get there. But Tainted Minds desperately trying to hold on here. Abyss do what Tainted Minds didn't last game, which is take down the Elemental Dragons nice and early. So they got a second Cloud for themselves and force another Infernal to spawn before the Elder.
Ooh, Fesh being caught.
Oh, he's going to get jumped on. Frey dashes on 4. That's half his health. Doesn't get the Blast Cone and just bops him again. Frey is all over them at the moment.
Yeah, Frey is really carrying this game for his team at the moment. Seb got it rolling in the early game, but the 303 CS Echo is just on an absolute rampage. And cannot be stopped, cannot be dealt with.
Abyss now looking to try and pressure all sides of the map here. You can see Pac-Man has finally been able to walk the way into the inhibitor turret. Frey looking to get some burst damage onto the inhibitor turret as well. Letting the Baron up minions get some work done here.
Yeah, exactly right. Waits for a couple of procs to go into Praedith. See whether he actually does decide to E the turret. And if he does, whether Praedith goes for an all-in.
Pac-Man's slowly chipping away at the top lane one as well, and no one's been sent up there to deal with him. Now Pablo will go back. Couldn't get too much. Simply heals that back up. Pablo, this is not...
He's struggling. He didn't even get any poison onto the backline minions. You can see he can't really take them out at all.
MVP cannon minion there. He's stayed alive for quite some time.
Certainly did. Put some damage down onto the turret as well. Baron buff nearly going to expire. Maybe one more creep wave for every wave. So this might be the time that Abyss just decide to pull the trigger and really look to go at TM.
Yep, this is where you say, let's go, boys, and try and throw the final punch here. They do break the first inhibitor turret. Frey taking quite a bit of damage. The death mark has been popped. Zonya's being used very early from Frey.
Oh, did he get him?
Goes down very low. Still has the ultimate available. Raid will get the curtain call on the stationary target. Brings Pac-Man into the bottom lane. Pabu now looking to charge in. He's got to go quick, but gets exhausted. Raid immediately flashes back out. The Singe will dodge all the stairs coming out, but Pac-Man's just waltzing into the back lines. Praetor now trying to go deep. Flashes in, gets taunted up. He's going to get locked out. Pac-Man will pick up the first kill. Frey jumps the heck out of the fight to kick things off. Pabu will take down Seb, but look at Brawler.
In trouble.
He's been destroyed by that final shot. Grisha will snipe him out with the arrows. There's still a 3-on-3. Tainted Minds fancy their chances here. They will lose their inhibitor, but do go toe-to-toe in the team fight.
Yeah, Frey's just too big and they can't blow him up. That's the only difference right now, because you could see both Pac-Man and Pabu are huge tanks at this stage. Pabu actually going to fall.
Yep, he dies. Catch him off guard. Pabu having a little bit too much fun on the Singe there.
Yeah, wanted to clean out that wave, but everything else seems so even. Pabu's still yelling at his team. Obviously didn't like the execution of that team fight. Praetor splashing forward was quite aggressive and maybe unneeded.
I mean, he could still be potentially trying to figure out what they should be doing next. I mean, it is the third and final game. You can't just say, all right, what are we doing next game, boys? You have to say, okay, how do we possibly come back into this one? Do we run over and, unplug all the computers?
We're 11,000 gold in a hole. What is our shovel to dig us out? Right now, I don't have an answer for them, to be honest. They don't have a good 1-3-1, and I think their team fight is worth. So don't really know if there's a way for them to win this, apart from maybe Fesh and Grisha sniping someone.
This is where you just tell your guys, all right, boys, we just got to press buttons good and hope they press buttons bad. And if that doesn't work, we tried.
Can you believe that this man was actually like a coach, an analyst of sorts at one stage? I hope you never said that to a team.
Maybe.
Your best hope is that they're worse than you. Good luck.
Good luck, boys. I believe in you to be, better than... But now the Tainted Minds are trying to hang on for their dear lives. The final Elemental Dragon will come up in about 1:30. Baron's coming up around actually at the exact same time. So Abyss can try and draw Tainted Minds out of their base.
6-1 and 6 Frey versus 0-5-3 Praetor. Good news is if Frey's going to get any more, isn't going to get any more levels, so that part of the major scaling gone. He still, however, has a death cap to pick up. So that part of the major scaling still to come.
Yeah.
Don't know which one I prefer.
I think if you Tainted Minds, the former.
Yeah. Well, you always look on the bright side.
You're not looking forward to the death cap. Frey is just standing inside the base. We saw what Praetor could do on this champion. He ended the game by himself. Pac-Man's now going to run. 4 members of Tainted Minds trying to chase him down. They're still going. He doesn't care. He's a ninja. Not very sneaky one. But this is going to be a base turret that falls here. Frey takes that down with ease. Praetor pops the death mark, delivers him closer towards Frey. Just gets another solo kill.
Yeah, exactly right. And there's absolutely nothing they can do about it because Shen still on the top side of the map. Grisha now in some trouble.
And that's going to be another inhibitor turret that falls, I believe.
Yeah, certainly is. 33 minutes into this one. It looks like Abyss is starting to put in the screws, Fish. They want to end this.
Yep, they've had enough. Too much time in Summoners Rift so far in this series. They want out. Want to get back into the real world as they do throw out the tidal wave, trying to lock down Pabu. He's going to get hit by a bubble as well as the captive audience. Frey, audience in the backlines, gets exhausted and jumps out. Brawler will die to the curtain call. Pabu flings him back but does absolutely nothing. Only one Nexus turret left standing and slowly all these inhibitors are going to fall.
Exactly right. Support is down. 10 seconds still on Praetor. Frey has the teleport to be able to rejoin his squad. And they can see that this is what they're looking for as far as a final push can go.
Frey actually very vocal on the comms, calling out that teleport, looking for that turret. Pac-Man flashes in, but they just slap away at these turrets. Raid actually getting jumped on. Stand United will keep him alive. Pabu trying to do what he can to disrupt the backlines, but he falls as well. The final turret has fallen. Tainted Minds with their new team comp can't test the might of Abyss as they finally find their first victory here in the OPL.
And look, they're smiling. However, that was an incredibly messy series from both squads. They finally will be able to pick up
What are you doing, Kuda?
their first win. But, you know, 40 minutes game, that one was about 35. And really, that man on the screen, probably the only person, along with maybe Raid, that had 3 good games.
Yeah, I would say Ray definitely had 3 really good matches there for Abyss.
And, you know, it's a place to climb off. I mean, they were currently only sitting on 1 point. They pick up another 2 from this. They got Tainted Minds at the perfect time. That was, of course, the first time we've seen that iteration of the Tainted Minds roster, who put up a great fight. But Abyss just looked a little bit more polished.
I mean, for a team that was just put together before their match, they looked really good coming into this one. And as expected, you know, not as good communication as we see from the veteran OPL teams. But hopefully we can see them stick together and improve as we go into the later half of the split. For now, though, to break down the first series of the day, let's give it back to Hingers and the rest of the analysts.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, gentlemen, as we see right now, it is Tainted Minds who have taken 1 point, but Abyss have got their first win of the series, taking 2 points, 2 games to 1 there. And Diggin, you just looking pretty smug there. I don't know, even though you were wrong.
I wish I was right. I'm just happy for Tainted Minds. They had a good showing considering all the circumstances around it. They really created a good basis to build off if they keep this current core roster. That being said, all credit to Abyss. They played really well in that third game. They stepped up everywhere they needed to. They won every lane decisively, and they just won the game. It never looked in doubt.
Well, the thing is that it was a pretty bad early game coming through from Tainted Minds. I mean, the first blood that was sort of just gifted away, and across the board, I mean, Abyss just reacted appropriately and were able to pick up the kills, and that really just set the pace for the rest of the game for them.
Well, let's take a look at this draft, shall we? Because we see the Nidalee, we see the Singed. Some picks we've seen Singed a bit more the last couple of weeks, but Nidalee's kind of a new pick for us.
Yeah, it's sort of a comfort pick for Fesh. He's very, very good on it. He was one of the original sort of just Nidalee one tricks on the ladder that just climbed, because he was just really good at it when it was really strong. And he's still good at it, even though it's sort of a weaker pick now. It's just a shame that he wasn't able to execute it.
There was some respect given to that initial pick. In the second game, they actually banded away, sort of saying, you know what, we don't want Fesh to actually have this champion. So although he didn't perform in the third game, he is still very proficient on that specific champion, and it's understandable that there was a bit of threat behind it.
Yeah, it's not something we can sort of draw a conclusion from one game. One thing I do want to talk about is the Singed pick. I feel like that could have went a lot better for them if he just didn't throw away first blood. There was no reason for him to do what he did. Absolutely none. And he threw it away. And after that, he still played well, but you look back at the first 2 games where he created a huge lead out of nothing. And then the third game throws away first blood. Now the team can't rely on him to win. Maybe that's what caused them to take a little bit of a risk bot lane. In the bot jungle.
Yeah.
And then collapse there as well. Maybe they were sort of a little rattled from what Pabu did.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's take a look at this fight in the jungle from early on in the game, Mendrix. And what are we looking for here?
So specifically, as you can see there, Grisha just died, and it was because of that flash in, and that really does just change the whole face of the fight. If Grisha was managed to be situated back, nice and comfortable behind his front line, behind everyone else there, he would have been able to do a lot more damage. And you can actually see in this team fight here that Tainted Minds do have a bit of a good showing, managed to get a lot of people low, and just they're missing so much damage because Grisha died early with that initial flash in.
I want to point out right at the end there, Fesh made a brilliant play to survive by smiting the Wraiths, otherwise he would have died to the Deathfire Touch. But their comp showed a lot of strength there, but it was just a really, really bad flash. I can't say anything else about it. That cost them the fight. Pabu was alive for the whole fight, really harassing the backline, stopped Frey from getting multiple kills in the fight. If he wasn't doing what he did, Frey would have just cleaned everyone up. But just one mistake causes a snowball effect and the fight's over.
All right, well, let's take a look at our best and fairest Radiant Medal winner of the series. And it's going to go to Raid. When a massive game 1, massive game 2, game 3 was pretty good as well. And as we see down the bottom there, a lot of variation in these bot lane picks today. Huge variation.
Huge variation. Probably one of the reasons why he had so much success. And what I really want to point out there is, though there wasn't anything too flashy coming from here, it was just solid the entire time. They won lane in every single series, and he was playing solidly in the entire time. Especially in that second series, he was really giving Grisha a run for his money every single time, landing those curtain calls and doing such a good job on them.
Yeah, the amount of times Prey that's just got hit by those curtain calls from.
It was devastating.
Shaking your head there.
If there's one thing we can say about his champion pool there is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
He's playing well the first 2 games. Why change? Why pick a third champion? Just do the same thing,
Why
kill
would you
more
need to?
people.
Exactly.
You win the game.
All right, well, standing by with Spawn right now is the Victorious Frey, the mid laner for Abyss. So let's throw it to him to see what he has to say.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am, of course, standing beside Frey, the mid laner of Abyss, who was able to pick up a first victory. Yes, he is very tall. Hingers is making some obscene gestures off camera. I'm used to it. So, Frey, new team. You finally get the first victory. It's 5 weeks in. How has the fit with Abyss come along?
Obviously, starting off the first split, we had a lot of losses, which I wouldn't say we didn't expect, but because obviously it's going to be rough with the team dynamic changing so much. I think we're starting to get the grip of it a bit more now, and we're able to play around our solo lanes, just pick solid bot lanes and pull through some victories.
Yeah, your bottom lane certainly did look solid going into this, but I do want to talk about the mid lane and your champion pool, because we've seen a lot of control mages out of you. I know that when you're the Hellions mid laner, you definitely preferred Assassins. I mean, is it a meta thing? Are we going to see more 1-3-1 and things like Echo coming out in the future?
I think in this series specifically, we knew that Predeath is a heavy Assassin player since he is a top laner. And if he picks Assassin first, then that opens up us to play Assassins as well, which I think I can do quite efficiently. But generally, just control mages just control the meta right now, so you just have to play them. Otherwise, you know, you don't want to just look flashy and lose games. It's not worth it.
Yeah, exactly right. However, I do want to talk about, this winning games, because you've picked up 3 points now. I think that moves you like solidly off the bottom. I mean, what is the aim of this playing group now? Are you still looking for a late push towards playoff? Is it just about consolidating and maybe looking towards split 2? I mean, what's the thoughts of the camp?
Well, I would say obviously we're still looking for playoffs if we can, because I would say we have the potential, if we pull it together, to still take games off a lot of teams. Because we're not incredible. I think we have decent laners, and if we just figure out what to do in the mid late game, we can still get our points, a couple points through, and get to playoffs. But we're fine with just not getting relegated as well, I guess.
All right, best of luck for the rest of the season. We will leave it there. However, guys, we do have another best of 3 coming up around the corner. It's going to be our game of the week as Avant Garde take on the Chiefs.
A solo queue, I believe. Pac-Man flashes forward, gets first blood at level 1.
Oh, Grisha flash forward.
What are you doing, buddy? He gets deleted by Pac-Man. And now Tainted Mines are going to have to be the ones that run away. Ultimate pop by Freydom, but he's going to get taken down shortly. Fesh is the target for the curtain call. Will dodge out of the last bullet. And now Abyss slowly trying to clean up the remaining members of Tainted Mines. They might not be able to get it. Smites the creep. Does go through, but he flashes back in. Frey wants it. One more pop. He gets it. Smacks him with the baseball bat. Freydom now trying to go deep, flashes in, gets taunted up. He's going to get locked out. Pac-Man will pick up the first kill. Frey jumps the heck out of the fight to kick things off. Pablo will take down Seb, but look at Brawler.
Trouble.
The final turret has fallen. Tainted Minds with their new team comp can't test the mind of Abyss as they finally find their first victory here in the OPL.
If you look at it, it doesn't make any sense. Nerds playing computer games and it's stadiums full of people watching them. It should not be interesting. It should not be captivating. And yet, more people watch the League of Legends World Final than watch the NBA Finals. That's crazy. When you're a little scrappy guy, you just want to prove yourself. You want to see how you stack up against the best people in the world. Hey, nice place. And that's what makes it exciting. You're back with us here at the Oceanic Pro League for your Saturday. We're about to get into our game of the week, which is Avant Garde, taking on current ladder leaders, the Chiefs, a top of the table 1v2 clash. My name is Michael Hingersing, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk by our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez, and also our special guest today, captain and support player, I should say, for Exile 5, Bradley T-Gun Seymour. Now, gentlemen, before we get deep into this game, there's something I want to talk about, which is our social media competition running right now. And there's been a lot of off-meta picks. Which unorthodox champion will be played next in the OPL? Tell us why. Hashtag I'mOPL. The top 5 most creative answers will win a mystery skin. And we talked about this going into game 1, but I just remind everyone, T-Gun, what's your thoughts?
I think if anyone guessed Renekton, they've already won.
Absolutely.
Right? But from there on, I don't know what to guess.
Yeah, but
I
what
really
do you
don't.
want to see? What's in your
I
heart?
want to see Blitz. I want to play Blitz.
Blitzcrank.
I want everyone to enjoy it.
Play it.
It's not very good. It's just not very good.
What are you talking about? It's not very good. It's excellent.
Yeah.
In the right hands, and you don't remain in your lane, and you just roam everywhere.
It's excellent when you just don't care about your duo partner.
Exactly.
That is a sweet hint for Soul Strikes, because you're playing Legacy tomorrow. Soul Strikes, first ban, Blitzcrank. Let's make it happen, all right? All right, let's get into this series. Chiefs versus Avant Garde. Now, the 30,000-foot view, Mendrix, let me start with you. Chiefs looking very strong. 4 wins on the trot. Where are the weaknesses on this team?
So it's really hard to say, or pinpoint them. Ceres himself said, "I believe it is in the in the early game. That is their weak point. We can look to pick up an early lead that way and then go from there." But what's funny or interesting about it is that other teams have speculated it's actually in their macro play towards their late game. And if teams are confused about where their weaknesses are specifically, then where do they lie?
Yeah, I would say it's consistency. That's what they've said. And if people think their weaknesses are in multiple places, if multiple teams have no idea, then it has to be a consistency issue. So I just wouldn't read too much into it. I would just try and be more consistent than they are, which really shouldn't be a hard ask if they think their consistency issue is
The other
what it
thing
is.
about consistency issues are unpredictable. So it's hard to go, well, we're just going to hope they're inconsistent this game, because it is by its nature. That's what the word meant. It's not important.
At this point, with how well Chiefs are playing, that's all you can hope for. Just hope that they don't hit you like a truck.
We just need to increase our consistency, continue winning 3 points close to almost every single. It's definitely hard to say.
Absolutely. All right, well, let us get to it. Earlier today, I spoke to Chiefs captain Swiffer, and I started by asking him about his thoughts about AV's early game.
Well, first of all, I'm just going to quickly address what he said. I don't think we have a weak early game. I think we just have an over-ambitious early game, okay? And that just comes from years of defeating teams like AV. And what do I make of AV's early game? I think that they're just like very steady. They don't make a lot of really kind of like grand plays early game or anything like that to get them in the lead. I think they rely more on their mid-game to secure them an advantage.
Well, heading into today's match then, how confident are you guys feeling? Is this going to be a 2-0, and will anything less than that be considered not good?
I think, yes. I think the expectation that we hold ourselves to and the standard that we hold ourselves to means that anything less than a 2-0 will be a disappointment. We kind of only allow ourselves to kind of win 2-1 against what we consider like top, like better teams than AV, like to be blunt. So yeah.
Well, there we have it. Thank you so much for joining us and speaking to us, and best of luck in the game today.
Thank you.
Captain and mid laner for the Chiefs there, Swiffer, having a big old chuckle about his opponent's AV. So let's see if AV can wipe that smile off his face. But let us go right now to the guys who are getting ready. Let's take a look at the Chiefs. Just looking very comfortable and confident. Ray's there, very intent. And their lineup, their top lane is going to be Swiper. Spooks, their jungler. Their mid laner and captain Swiffer, who we just spoke to. Raze is their AD carry. And their support player, E-Jim. Mr. Gymnast himself. And when you look at these guys, Mendrix, like you said, maybe consistency is their only weakness. Certainly the only one that they've called out and said themselves.
It just seems to be one of those cases where maybe they're trying to compare themselves to other, maybe not the teams in the OPL specifically, but perhaps they're comparing themselves to international teams when they look at it in terms of our consistency is just not where we want it to be right now. And is that more of them sort of putting themselves at a higher notch, at a different level? That could possibly be the case. But if their main concern is consistency, then maybe they do need to sort of clean up that overzealous early game.
All right. Well, earlier today, I also spoke to their opposing captain, Jake, support player for Avant Garde, and I started by asking him if after 3 wins, he felt like Avant Garde were the best team in the league.
No, definitely not. I think we've had one challenge in Legacy, and I think we faltered pretty hard. It was our first week. So this should be our real first challenge, and I'm excited to play.
All right. Well, this week also sees the release of 7.3 into competitive. I want to get your thoughts, especially in your role, which is support. Zyra and Malzahar have received small nerfs. Give us your thoughts on that, and will these changes impact competitive a lot?
I think they won't be first pick, but I think they're both still useful. Zyra's obviously a plant. I think it's like they attack the closest target now, and Malzahar's Voidlings, they just spawn a little bit later, so she can't block skill shots. But I think they'll both still be useful for sure.
All right. Well, finally, give us your assessment of the Chiefs as opponents. AV Top Laner Series spoke last week on the desk and said that he was going to look to exploit their early game. What do you make of that? Have you guys been doing research into this particularly?
Yeah, they haven't looked too impressive this split in their early game. They faltered a little bit against Abyss last week. They left a lot of room for error, and Abyss punished that quite a bit, which is not what you'd expect from the Chiefs. So yeah, we'll definitely look to punish them topside and hopefully get a good matchup for series.
All right. Well, best of luck in the match, and thank you for speaking to us.
Cheers.
There we are, team captain Jake there, seeming to admit that they're not the best team in the league, but as they are currently ranked second, I guess you can't really disagree with that for now. But let us take a look at the guys as they are getting ready in our studios. This is Team Avant Garde, or Avant Garde, as they like to be pronounced. The top laner, Series. The jungler, Chelby. Triple in the mid lane. Their AD carry, Blinky. And finish off the Bash Bros, it's Jake, their support player and captain who we just spoke to. And Mendrix, looking at this team, I mean, these guys, like I said, is it that they have found form in the last 3 weeks, or like Jake said, they've had one test in Legacy. You know, they faltered on that. This is the first big test for them since then.
Definitely is a real challenge for them now, and it's sort of, if they want to continue this hot streak that they've been on, they need to topple the top of the ladder. So you could say the Chiefs really are the heat check right now for this team.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go with Jake. He said they haven't been tested since their Legacy series, and I agree. And I think that this is going to be a real rude wake-up call, because to be really blunt, the Chiefs are better in every lane. And I include top lane in that. I don't think Ceres is some wonder boy who's going to come and dethrone the Kings. And across the map, Chiefs are just strong everywhere else as well.
Well, let's take a look at the series show, as people have been referring to it, because that top lane that you speak of, Swiper versus Series, I mean, you say that Swiper's out-laning and out-playing Series, but you look at the stats, and Mendrix, I mean, Series seems to be kind of dominating.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that right there, he's amazing on paper. He's up in terms of his KDA. He's got more kill participation, higher CS per minute. That means he's really nailing his roles in terms of making sure he's picking up CS better in terms of doing that over Swiper, and he's been playing a bigger role in the team in general, making sure that he is there. And this is across all 4 weeks.
Yeah. The one thing I want to say is anyone who has looked into any sport and just studied hard on statistics, or I believe watched the movie, I believe it's called Moneyball, will know statistics do not mean everything. While they do tell a story, they don't tell the whole story. Swiper has less stuff to his name because he's more team-oriented, whereas Series is allowed to be that wonder boy against the, quite honestly, weaker teams where he's allowed to run rampant. And I don't think the stats really show you the whole story there.
Tegan, can I pick you up on something? The movie Moneyball is specifically about how stats are everything, and it's about how you can best efficiently afford those stats.
Yes, but the team still didn't win, even though they were playing perfectly to the stats, did they? Did they?
It's true. You're very correct. Look, I just don't want to have like wrong analysis of films on this desk. Obviously. All right. Well, there's also been a lot of chat in the last couple of weeks about weak early game from the Chiefs. Now, I was a bit skeptical about this. So under the brilliant tutelage of our narrative meeting, I went through and I looked at the stats. And obviously, this is not automatically taken out. I had to go through. And when you look at the last 3 series from the Chiefs and you take out that first 10-minute gold lead, I mean, it's looking pretty strong.
Oh, it's looking absolutely strong. And just for all you guys out there, that friendly face, that is Vault, their coach. And if you look at it in terms of everything, they're always up in gold at that 10-minute mark. Another thing to really look into is they've actually got amazing proactivity in the early game. We're talking 90% for the first tower and 80% for first blood. That means they're either forcing people out or getting the kill and then getting the tower afterwards.
And I think if you want to really talk about statistics, that one lends credence to Swiper being more team-oriented. Generally, when you're getting first tower, it's a team goal. It's not just a lane overrunning its opponent. So maybe that is where his focus is instead of just on his own.
Yeah, really coming from those teleport players, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing about those gold stats is between 10 and 15 minutes, their average gold lead grows from 800 gold to 2k. So that's like 5 minutes where they're just doubling their gold lead.
Yeah, they're just a great team at really finding a weakness, poking, and just making the opponent bleed out.
All right. Well, hashtag IamOPL. Let us know your thoughts on who is going to win this. You can follow along also on Twitter and other social media. And you can also tip, opltips.com.au. Get involved because we're going to show you who is tipping this. And my goodness, Chiefs, despite AV's recent form, Chiefs are well out in front. That is a big old lead. That is obviously a 90% lead. And I would say more than half the people there, if I can read that correctly. I think it's going to be a 2-0 to the Chiefs. But gentlemen, you're on this desk, and we don't go to this game until you give us your predictions. So, Mendrix, let me start with you. Who's winning this, and by what margin?
So, like I said before, it's the heat check for Avant. Well, Chiefs are the heat check. Right now, Avant are trying to throw a ball from halfway court to get that 3 points. So, it's going to be very hard for them to do that specifically. I'm just going to say 2-1 to the Chiefs.
All right.
I'm going to go 2-0 to the Chiefs. With the quick mention that if it was basketball, surely they wouldn't win, as we've seen the Rioters gave them a good run. But I just really don't see AV having any strengths that the Chiefs can't match.
Well, I think I tipped a 2-0 to the Chiefs as well, so I'll stake my claim next to yours, T-Gun. That's enough from us here at the analyst desk. Let us get into game one with our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. As Spawn decides he wants to bump me out of the frame, I'm Matt Stewart, and as I just said, this is Jake Spawn Tiberian. And you know what? I agree with you, Tegan, but it's not basketball, unfortunately, so the Chiefs can't just get dunked on again. It was pretty easy in those matches.
To be fair, if we ever had to play the Chiefs in League of Legends as a casting team, we would suck.
What are you talking about? I bopped Swiffer in solo queue. That's all right.
You talk such a big game.
And then got carried by the rest of my team in Rusty, but you know what? It's all right. We are heading into Champion Select for the match of the week here. Chiefs taking on Avant Garde. Chiefs still undefeated. They have dropped a couple of mats, but that's about it.
Yeah, and just want to go back to something that Hingers touched on. The Chiefs have a 900 gold lead at 10 minutes on average. I think it actually goes out to 3,000 gold. I don't think he gave him enough credit. I think it jumps up 2,100 gold in 5 minutes. And what that actually means is that the Chiefs are so good at whittling down multiple parts of the map and winning multiple lanes that finally when they get that breaking point between 10 and 15 minutes, they pick up a team fight, they pick up Dragon, they're able to rotate around the map and quickly accumulate outer turrets. And what Avant need to do to win this game is actually stand up in the landing phase and not get overpowered as so many teams do by the Chiefs.
I do like something they said earlier, though. This is a huge check for Avant Garde. This is their time to try and show the world that they are one of the top few teams. If they can take down the Chiefs here, it's massive confidence boost for them, and they can finally get an upset onto the currently undefeated team.
I mean, we're only 5 weeks in. I honestly think if they take a game off the Chiefs in convincing fashion and are, competitive the rest of the time, as Swiper has a nice new haircut, picked that one up on, I think, Tuesday afternoon, so shout out to Big Swips, then that is going to be... He put it on Snapchat,
That's a
mate.
very accurate time frame to be knowing where you got his...
Anyway, I think that is what AV should be targeting. If they get the all 3 points, that's fantastic, but it's about being competitive, showing they can tangle, with the Chiefs, the Divals, and Legacy. Because last time against Legacy, it was not pretty.
Yep, it certainly was not. For now, their bans have been completed for the first match. Malzahar, Camille, and Jace are going to hit the bench here for the Chiefs, obviously still respecting the Camille despite the nerfs. Graves, LeBlanc, and Rengar are going to be banned out by AV. Lots of Graves bans since the lethality changes.
Yeah, 100%. And both Spooks and Shelby will pick up Graves if they're able to get him. Varys and Jin being traded right now, that's no big surprise.
Nope.
two of the premier AD carries, especially for the utility as well as the damage for lethality.
I mean, with the nerfs to a couple of the really powerful champions, we actually do not see as many Varus bans anymore. We saw a couple of them thrown around last week. Kha'Zix has been left up, and I believe it is the first match where we haven't seen Kha'Zix first picked.
If someone go back and lip read that, what happened when Blinky first got the camera shown to him? Tweet at RustyLol, let us know what happened. Because I reckon there was something there. I reckon there was a subliminal message. Continue. What were you saying?
Hang on. No, wait. Now I need to go back to my train of thought. It was something about Kha'Zix. Okay, yes. Something about... I believe it's one of the first times we haven't seen Kha'Zix picked up during one of the first 2 pick rotations.
Yeah, certainly is the case. And, you know, given the fact that Shen has just been taken, I would expect Spooks to take Kha'Zix here. Because Shen Kha'Zix is such a potent combo to be able to get access to that backline, especially when they are fairly immobile in the likes of the Karma as well as the Jhin.
Yep. The Chiefs really taking their time here. And so they go for the Ivan. That's going to get locked in nice and early for Spooks. He wants to make some friends today, not enemies.
Certainly does. I mean, that means that they have to be able to get engaged from elsewhere. Is it on Ejim's support pool? I mean, maybe a Braum or something like that being taken into the Blinky and Jake lane. Potentially, you can also get a little bit more aggressive in the mid lane. Can't really think of anything off the top of my head that affords any kinds of initiation, apart from maybe like Echo. We'll see him again. Who knows? Not really. So yeah, that's interesting to go with Shen and not an aggressive jungler.
We'll have to see what Chiefs decide to round out their team comp though. Avant Garde decide to go for the Rek'Sai lock-in. So Kha'Zix not seeing any play during this match, and they go for some mid lane bans of their own. Cassiopeia taken away right off the bat.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that's followed up by a Rise ban. Generally, if you want to get rid of Cassio, you want to get rid of both machine gun mages. Swiffer definitely shown more proficiency on the Cassio, I think it's fair to say.
Triple has been stepping up lately for Avant Garde in the mid lane. Didn't have a very promising few early performance in the OPL.
Coach Volt, a little bit less vocal in the background than what we normally see out of him. Obviously asking one of his players whether they want to play against a Fiora in the Shen matchup and letting Swiper have his say. So pinch on your screen. Pretty vocal.
Chiefs might be having the draft going the way they absolutely wanted to. 2 very powerful picks being picked up. Each will be very happy that Karma was picked up by Avant earlier on. He's not going to be forced to play that champion again. Like you mentioned, Fiora being banned now. I believe over the past 2 weeks, 100% banned during the second ban rotation. Syndra is the final ban from Avant Garde, so that Rise is up and available if the Chiefs want it.
And that would give him priority versus Triple. I mean, Cassio and Syndra are the 2 champions that really are able to punish Rise, I feel. Of course, LeBlanc's also really strong. And it's the Chiefs that take away Rise, so they agree because they don't want Triple to pick it up.
Yep. And that makes sense of the Cassiopeia ban now.
So what else do they go towards? I mean, Orianna is available. Orianna as well as Rek'Sai. Always been a great combination. Able to send the Rek'Sai in with a flash unburrow, be able to knock everyone around with the Orianna if that's what you're looking towards. Corky? I love Jake. He's like, I'm going to death stare the camera. And then we stay on him for like too long and he smiles in the end. Like, oh, there it is. Ooh, eyes of a killer. He has an adorable golden retriever.
Kobe would be proud of Jake today. Well, hopefully they'll be even prouder if they can take down the Chiefs. But Corky is going to be picked up for Triple. And the Chiefs, they're going to be able to pick up Zyra.
Definitely not engage on support, so we're still looking for the engage on the Chiefs squad.
Yep.
Of course, the Chiefs are big fans of the fact that if you play a composition perfectly, you don't necessarily need engage or, you know, a tank, something like that. It's got a feel of a poke comp right now.
No way.
No, yes way. He's a huge Anivia player. Historically, one of his best champions. Twisted Fate Anivia.
I mean, it would be great. Just want to see if he actually does lock it in. That man on your screen, the last pick for the Chiefs at the moment. Agent will be able to pick up his champion. And Avant do have the counter pick of their choice. It will be their top laner they'd send up. Goodness, they're going towards Zed. That gets locked in the mid lane for Swiffer.
Yeah, so Swiffer goes with the Zed pickup, which is pretty much a gauntlet thrown at Triple. I mean, Triple going to be able to harass freely in this lane. However, it is potent. That would be interesting. Running Tryndamere into a Shen, I don't feel like is a good pick. And Swiper was very vocal that Tryndamere sucked at the moment. He said if it was good, he would be playing it. It's not good.
And that's running Tryndamere into Swiper as well. This should be swapped over. And Gangplank has been locked in for series in the top lane. Yo-ho-ho!
So Gangplank I like at the moment. I mean, the Trinity Force into Youmu's, into Sterix is such a potent build. If you ever hit the backline with a barrel, you absolutely destroy them. The ult lends global relevance to the top lane champion, and he just scales so well. So if you don't force him off farm, he's always going to be relevant at the latter stages of the game.
Kind of helps even out the globals as well. I mean, Rek'Sai is the semi, Corki does once in a while, but then when Stand United comes out, you pop the big old Gangplank ultimate and teleport down as well. Helps out your team a little bit more.
However, this does mean that only Chelby is a tank. And we know that Spooks on the Ivan likes to dictate the pace at which jungle is played and take away camps. So if Chelby ever falls behind in this game, they're going to be running tankless into the Chiefs. And I think that AV do kind of need a more of a front-to-back style. Their bottom lane has been so successful in recent weeks. Top lane obviously playing well, triple a little bit up and down, but I feel like this composition specifically puts so much pressure on Chelby to perform in the jungle.
It certainly does, and the Chiefs, like you mentioned, they're running with the double tank, or even more of the supporty tank to kick things off. But their bottom lane packs a punch with damage, and so does the mid lane assassin of Zed being picked up here. So they've got a little bit of everything. Still kind of lacking the engage coming out from the Chiefs, but they do have some ways to do it.
The other thing I want to point out, and maybe this is an oversight in the draft, is that Gangplank is bad against Zed. Like, his oranges do absolutely nothing. He has no way to be able to get away. So as soon as you're death marked, he doesn't really have an escape, a dash to get over walls, things like that. So if the Chiefs open up mid lane early and can get that Zed into a side lane, swap him with the Varus, then AV need to dodge the matchup because it's incredibly hard to win if you are the GP.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll have to see if Series can take control of that top lane, but he is up against Swiper. Going to be a very difficult one, and then if he can deal with Swiffer, his packed Ignite to Summoner's Rift. Speaking of Summoner's Rift, we are on to the Rift for the first match between Chiefs and Avant Garde. But before we kick off the action, let's check in with Hingers, who's with Vault.
Thanks, guys. I am joined here by coach of the Chiefs, Vault, and I want to start by asking you about the Zyra pick. Obviously, Zyra picked up a bit of a nerf in 7.3. Did that affect your decision to play her at all? Were you less likely to?
Zyra's obviously a lot worse after this patch. There was quite a big change with the plants, how they aggro champions, but I still think she's good enough in lane to warrant picking. It's not as good anymore. You don't just like pick her early like you used to, but I think it's still warranted when you've got a good lane for it.
All right. Well, also your mid lane Zed has been seeing a lot more picks in the OPL and also globally. Is this something that's just lethality buff? Let's get him in here, or is there something else going on?
It's the lethality buff plus the good lane matchup that Zed has into Corki. It's like very, very good after Zed gets 6. You can just run at Corki and kill him. And also Zed is just like a champion that's favorable for Swiffer as well.
All right. Well, best of luck in this game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
There you go. Comfort picks coming out for Swiffer in the mid lane, and the Zyra still being prioritized by them.
So not mentioning the matchup into the Gangplank, I think I'm going to get flamed so hard for this. I'm going to credit it to Legacy. I'm going to say Legacy were the first team that really started running the Zed into Gangplanks, and I'm going to say it was Choo Choo's last year that was just running around everywhere bopping Gangplanks in the top lane with the mid lane Zed. And now watch everyone explode and tell me I was wrong.
Well, if you think Spawns are on, just tweet at RustyLol, let him know.
I feel sorry for Rusty because I actually think he's casting again today. Last time we did this to him, he was casting.
No, he's upstairs.
Oh, he's upstairs.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
He's just sitting there with his headset on. Nothing too much going on for him today. He's got his break.
It's good. Always nice to have a break. I mean, the LPL, pretty packed schedule.
Certainly is. But now that this game has gone on the way, you can already see in the top lane, Series taking quite a bit of damage from Swiper, force to pop a pot nice and early. Bottom lane, it's actually Ejim that gets takes some harass from Jake and Blinky, but they're all going to heal up nice and even here, and should be a farm fest for a while. Spooks started on the top side of the map, I believe, but walked over towards red and cleared that out with the smite first, so we'll get all 3 camps very early and hit level 3 nice and easy.
Yeah, and it's so strange to watch Ivan's path, because you can see that this time around, Spook stayed on level 1 for such a long time. He just kind of strolled around the map. The series takes some pretty serious harass, no pun intended, fishery in the top lane.
Yeah, using the oranges quite late there, Series. To take a few more auto attacks before that happen, and Spooks is on the top side of the map. It's a big wave that is crashing underneath this turret. There's a double buff Ivor, but he decides the dive is not worth it.
Yeah, because of the way oranges interact, and you know, I know lots of people know this, but quick League of Legends lesson, the less health you have, the more you get back from the oranges, as well as the fact that they remove CC, means that it's very hard to dive Gangplank unless you have 2 damage threats. So, you know, something like Elise and Renekton, sure, I'm confident you could get it done. However, not going to be the same punch coming out of Ivan pre-6 when he doesn't have Daisy helping him out. So you understand why they didn't really want to commit to that one.
Yep. Ivan's going to use that time to go back to base and clear out his Raptor camp. Shelby spotting it out here.
Yeah, interestingly enough, goes for double control wards. We've seen this a lot internationally. Wanting to, on the current patch, ooh, that's a lot of damage to Jake. Shore up the weaknesses of the counter jungling that's coming out. If you can ever get access to someone's Raptors, put them on cooldown, it is so potent to be able to steal them away. So it's just something to continue to explore. The series actually fat fingers a keg there. Probably should have been an explosion onto Spiker. Whoa, hits him anyway. Nice triple keg.
He's still down quite a bit of CS here. 13 CS behind. Swiper already forced to use the teleport. He went back and picked up a Cull. So he's in for the long haul. Spawn, he wants to be the biggest bank plank he ever could.
That's actually a really bad shot. So on, of course, on the Gangplank, you want to go back and grab Sheen. That's why you start the greedy Mana Crystal. What that means now is when Swiper goes back, he's going to be so much tankier. And sure, eventually Series will be able to farm up, but right now he just can't actually fight Swiper because of how much stronger that Shen will be after his burst back.
Well, Swiper's already used a potion here, has hit level 5, and that's with a wave pushing into him. Series yet to get 5 here. I want to see if he can at least push him this wave, try and chip down Swiper a little bit, and get a cheeky back in when Swiper goes for his teleport.
I mean, he can't because it's frozen. I mean, right now, Series can go nowhere, and that's a huge frozen wave. Unless he can clear out, and he's in like really big danger of being ganked. And you can see that's exactly where Spooks wants to head.
He's going for the extra damage with it. Sorry, the extra money with his parlays there. And Spooks is already in the top lane. This is not going to look good for Series.
There's
Does have
a
flash.
lot of creeps there as well, so might not be as bad as we think.
Ooh, takes the turret shot. Series is going to get rid of underneath the turret and gets taken out. Spooks will pick up first blood.
Yeah, so he actually runs into the turret, maybe looking for the flash over the wall. Really nice pathing out of Spooks, and it will be first blood picked up for the Chiefs. And this is something that they actually love to do. When teams, you know, Swiper's just a tank player, can't play anything else, they do like to remind the OPL that Swiper is considered the best top laner in the region for a reason. Very versatile. You can see that they had that perfectly frozen. Now Blinky in big trouble.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of damage. Nijindo runs away from the creep wave, gets slowed down. Jake going to try and hold him up as well. Force the flash away. Good trade from Avant bottom lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Jake could have maybe even flashed for an auto attack there, but didn't want to overcommit. Instead, they get 2 summoner spells for absolutely nothing. So incredibly well played. Swiffer underneath the turret.
Yeah, trying to go toe-to-toe. Flashes on forward. Throws out the shuriken to take down Triple in a solo kill mid lane.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Shelby is just too late. Happy feet come out from Swiffer. Swiffer able to dodge out on that one. Solo kills always feel good, especially after last week. The shoe was on the other foot.
Now Vanguard down in both of their solo lanes. 1,000 gold behind the Chiefs at the moment. And we'll talk a little bit how Swiper, very strong in the top lane, regarded as the best top laner in the OPL. He's gone back to base, picked up his Ninja Tabby, so Gangplank is going to be tickling.
And this is exactly where you want to be. Even though Shane's been picked up, all of a sudden, the harass out of the queue means nothing. You know that Gangplank's going to be forced to go on the lane, and you can just continue to fight him whenever you want.
Puts down the dodge field as well. Trying to force Series not to be able to do anything. He's going to get a little bit of gold from these parlays, but that's it.
Yeah, he does. He trades gold for mana. As you said, not a massive deal right now. But 18 CS still a pretty big advantage, and the fact that he's got priority in the lane and is able to shove up just means that Series is going to always be playing on the back foot.
And we talk a lot about how Swiffer and Spook synergize very well together. That is a couple of best duos in the OPL, but you can already see him. He can make his impact felt elsewhere on the map as well when he made a trip to the top lane. Series does go toe-to-toe there, but Swiper's still getting the better of those trades.
And because, I mean, Shen's resourceless. He's got the energy bar, means you have to be careful with how you navigate that one. As Spooks is back in the top.
He's got the Moby Brutes as well. Going to force the flash coming out from Series. Shelby is close by as well, but...
They go over. They actually want to fight this, potentially.
I don't think they really want to go for the 2v2 here.
I mean, Shelby looked like the call was you need a recall, Series, back away and like let me push up the lane with you. However, Series doesn't seem to agree. Wants to catch this one underneath the turret.
There's quite a bit of CS for that. Jakey takes a bit of damage from the piercing arrows from Raze. Gangplank still stuck farming underneath this turret, the top side of the map. Bottom lane, just been trading back and forth. Raze and Ejim are ahead slightly in CS. Looks very different from the Varus against Jim games we saw in the last match.
I mean, in the early laning phase, you would give the advantage to, I think, wow, I can't even speak at the moment. Zyra, as you're pointing at either side of the map. Yep, I knew the champion name, just couldn't make the words happen. So yeah, you would give the advantage to Zyra because she just brings a little bit more damage to the table. I mean, in team fights, especially if Karma can get some good slows. Oh, Spooks might need a flash here.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash out of this one. Just holding on for a while.
Yeah, searching for the right bit of the wall. Last thing you want to do is fat finger and guarantee that you die. So we'll go down. He did, however, manage to take the second blue buff away, which is going to be big, especially the fact that Triple doesn't have it and Swiffer does. Blue buff is actually very good if you're Zed. I mean, I know he doesn't have mana, but the added energy regeneration is just so potent. Cooldown reduction, always nice. And Ray's actually grabbed one, which means bottom is going to be a heck of a lot more oppressive.
So Spooks there with counter jungle that one away. So donates that one to the AD carry. That's going to be now difficult for Avant Garde. Ray's even picked up a nice and early tier, so he's just going to be spamming his Q every time it's back on the cooldown.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw him take the later shot. He did go for tier as well as the Dirk on his shot. I think that's just because he had more control over the lane than what we saw in the last series.
Yep.
So that makes sense. Looks like Swiffer might actually be donated double buffs as well as soon as Spooks gets back over there. Puts a lot of pressure on Triple in the mid lane. He's already been solo killed once.
Especially when he doesn't get a blue buff of his own. Difficult. Corky does have decent wave clear at level 6. As you can see there, he's able to come from a safe distance, but Swiffer doesn't care, doesn't take too much damage from minions anymore. We'll be able to push this one back up nice and easy. We take a trip to the top lane again. Levels have kind of evened out for now.
Here we
Still
go.
20 CS difference. Blinky not going to get jumped on there by Spooks, but he calls out Daisy as the Gangplank ultimate's going to come down as well. Spooks getting locked down. Has to get the ultimate coming out from Shen, but Blinky's been locked down as well by Raze. Good talk coming out from Swipe, but the shields are not going to be enough. And Spooks gets that kill with the red buff.
And this is what we talked about. You could see that they tried to match global pressure with the Gangplank ultimate. However, still not really enough as the Shen does appear, able to get the Stand United in. They're going to be able to pick up first turret for it. And a weak early game, the Chiefs are up by 3,000 gold at 11 minutes.
And I mean, something that Tegan was speaking about on the desk there, the fact that Swiper is able to help out his team. Yes, they both have very similar kill participation, but he just helped his team get first brick there. Now teleporting back to the top lane, making sure Series can't do anything. He still doesn't have his teleport back off of cooldown.
Yeah, exactly right. So Series, unfortunately, able to join. You can see that Swiper with the Cinder, with all the other tanky stats, is just way too much right now for Gangplank to go toe-to-toe with. Can't shove him in, can't match the teleport. So map now opened up, and we'll see whether, like, normally it's one item. As soon as Zed has one item, you send him to a side lane, and he goes absolutely crazy. See whether the Chiefs wait for that one item to come through, or whether they just shove the Varus in mid lane now and continue to pressure that long lane.
We'll have to see what the Chiefs decide to do next. They're up in every single lane at the moment. 3 deaths for all the carries. 3 deaths split among all the carries of Avant Garde. And as you mentioned, a 3,000 gold lead for the Chiefs. Swiper's going to head back to base and get a shot going in. He's about 500 gold up ahead of Series in this top lane.
And one more time, they're forcing the matchup. Series potentially has a free recall right now, but the Zed's heading towards the Gangplank with ultimate, with double summoner spells back available. You can see that Swiper is going to the long lane, and this is what we're talking about. He doesn't get any favors from his team. Longest lane in the map, hard to farm in. He's going to automatically push it because he's built Tiamat. Oh, Spooks, this is dangerous.
Yeah, he's being jumped on by Chelby here. He is level 8 though. Seems like he doesn't care too much.
I mean, he also has the Varus here, so you can see just dancing around, being nice and happy.
Just taking a trip around Jungle Town here, Spooks.
Ooh.
This doesn't get stolen away. Series gets it.
Yep. However, you can see that Series going to go back to base and actually rematch up against the Shen. So definitely not wanting to go into that 1v1.
Swiffer does have his Yomu's Ghostway pretty farmed up on this Zed. Spook sitting in his back pocket as he is in the top lane. Calls out Daisy. They want to go for a dive here, Swan. They're on top of Blinky, putting a lot of damage down onto him. Misses absolutely everything. Daisy's trying to get some work done on towards these two. Knocks them up, but will get taken down. Yeah, Chiefs try to go for the dive. They don't get anything out of it.
I mean, they don't really expend all that much, however. They did get an exhaust and all of this mid lane pressure, so still able to get some work done around the map. Isn't going to be a kill, you're right, but the pressure still exerted from the Zed. Nearly level 11, and now looking to run down. Oh no, that's actually just Spooks.
He's trying to run away. Picks up some brush.
How do you like this champ?
He is so amazing.
You
He
see,
just
took
does
a roam.
whatever he wants. Swiffer now trying to go 2-on-1, takes down Blinky. My goodness, just deletes him from Summoner's Rift.
I mean, they thought that they could go toe-to-toe with him. He was just trying to take a ward. He didn't want to fight them, but as soon as they stepped up, more than happy to take the fight. Even though you had 2 members, you don't have exhaust anymore.
I mean, ward, 30 gold, kill onto Blinky, 300. That's 10 times better. You get the ward afterwards
Watching
anyway.
the enemy bottom lane space while they get solo kill, 1v2 kill, priceless.
Series now still trying to go toe-to-toe against Swiper. Does have Chelby here, but Spooks is jumping on as well. There's the ultimate from Gangplank, not doing all that much. Chelby still trying to chase them down. Does have the red buff available for the Gangplank and the blast cone over the wall. Spooks and Swiper get back to safety.
Yeah, exactly right. You can see the coordination coming out as well. Shadow Dash takes him on the other side. Triple, you're dead. Ray's able to pick up that one. A couple of ultimates expended. Chiefs look like they came to play today, I think it's fair to say.
Yep, it certainly does. Chiefs don't look like they have a weakness at the moment going up against Avant Garde. And the team comp is doing really well into what AV have drafted in this game. Blinky, that's half your health. Ooh. Not looking good for them at the moment. And they'll be able to take down not only the top lane outer, just taking out Swiffer alone, but mid lane outer is going to fall as well.
This is what we're talking about. I think it was 11-ish minutes that they got the first turret of the game. By 15 minutes, all 3 outers down. They've been able to pick up more kills as well. The map is open. They have a great 1-3-1 composition. Everyone is accelerated up in CS. Chiefs definitely just playing the way that they want to play. Spooks facilitating his strong laners, and everyone else doing their job.
And Chiefs are one of the few teams that we haven't criticized for not being able to close out games. So far in their matches, when they get a nice lead like this, they're able to clinically close up the match, barring 1 or 2 exceptional situations. But Avant Garde, their time to strike was really in that laning phase. Try and go toe-to-toe against the Chiefs. We saw bottom lane tried for Blinky and Jake. Almost taking down Ejim once or twice.
I mean, I still think they have an area if it goes to extreme late game.
Yes.
You don't want to play extreme late game against a Gangplank and a Corki particularly. They're just so strong. However, for the next like 30 minutes, if the gold stays 5,000 apart, the Chiefs just have so many advantages.
And the Chiefs are like looking to try and increase their advantage at the moment by taking down a Mountain Dragon. Good Dragon to pick up 16 minutes into the game when you are this far ahead. Going to make taking objectives a lot easier.
Also gives you access to Baron, which is incredibly potent as a 1-3-1. Zyra, comms always have to look out for Baron, especially when there's an Ivan on the team. He can just put a plan over the top of him, hide him away from all his friends. Now Swiffer going 2v2.
Stand United comes out as well. Series going to get jumped on by the ultimate. Doesn't take too much damage, but there's a big taunt flash from Swiper. Series gets ignited, and Swiffer gets the kill on top of that.
Yeah, and you can see that the Chiefs really dove for the top laner of Avant Garde. Burning double summoner spells, actually triple to get across there in the end. They want him.
Here's the kind of call. Blinky's just going to kill some Raptors, or Ejim has to be very careful. Not going to get that final shot coming through. Exhaust goes down. Daisy is pummeling away. Tries to smite the good old Burrs, but they fight back and bite him with their little bigs. And Chiefs pick up a kill onto Avant Garde's jungler.
Yeah, and you feel like if the Raptors weren't there, maybe it goes a little bit differently. However, they were putting in serious work. There was a couple of plants as well that got ultied by Ejim, so of course doing more damage as Jake takes so much. Obviously running Death Fire Touch this time, Raze, because he took a couple of return shots.
Oh. I thought he was moving extra quick after that once from
Was he?
Storm Ready to Surge. Yes, he is. He is taking Storm Ready to Surge.
There you go. So not going to take a couple of shots. That was just a carryover.
Meanwhile, we can see Chiefs at the moment. 3 turrets, a dragon, and 7 kills to absolutely nothing on Avant Garde. If they can keep this up, this might be a perfect game in what is considered to be the game of the week here, Spot.
Yeah, certainly could be the case as Spooks has to flash over the wall.
You see Swiper laughing a little bit.
Who's the worst ninja? Shen or Ivan? Because that was so bad.
Is Ivan a ninja?
I don't know. He's supposed to be hidden in his
He's a tall, lanky
brush.
fellow who just walks around. I think you could spot him from a mile away. Somehow his brushes are magical and can hide like a 200-foot beast.
What is Baron?
I don't know. A worm-looking thing?
Apart from Roshan spelled backwards.
I don't know. He's a weird fellow, Spawn. He's angry a lot, though.
He is.
Doesn't like people.
I definitely would rather live with Harold than Baron, that's for sure. If I had to share the pit.
Ooh.
Really?
I'd rather share it with Baron. Have you seen Harold? I think he's taken more lives than Baron has.
Nah, me and Harold, we'll do Arms Day together. That guy bops people. You know, he never skips Arm Day. And have you seen his legs? He actually has the same gym philosophy as me. Give us a look at Harold. He has tiny legs. Observers want nothing to do with us right now.
Like, please abort. Please abort. But now that the Chiefs are just trying to increase their goal lead, nice. Oh, no.
Oh, no, he's gone. He's not
there. We just got Fog of
Fog
War
of
on.
War.
There we go.
Look how tiny his legs are. That guy never has done legs day in his life.
Do you have a giant eye on your back as well, just to kind of spot everything that's going on behind you?
Shelby's in some trouble.
He's going to get locked down. Deathmark comes out from Super, avoids a lot of the damage. You can see Redemption coming out to try and heal him up as well. Back to half health. Even takes down Shelby on top of that. And 4 members of Avant can't take him down. As Swiper and Raze work together to take down the top laner as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So across the map right now, Chiefs firmly in control. You have to think that maybe the game plan a little bit... Oh, Harold goes back to his base.
Going to do
right.
some Mondays.
Going to go
pick up the dumbbells.
Yeah, you have to think that maybe this early game strategy a little bit, you know, miscalculated because the Chiefs, with added map pressure and no tank on AV's lineup at this stage of the game, have certainly been bullied around. Bullied around.
Swiffer denies.
Perfect game.
Perfect game for the Chiefs as he gets shut down by Triple on the top lane. But still, Chiefs are able to take down more objectives for themselves. Just stacking the tier.
Yeah.
Confusing, but just stacking it to see.
As we take a look what happened, looks like Triple just Valks on him. Yeah, really nicely played actually. Hits double skill shots at the start. Valks on him, gets an exhaust out just because the burst out of Zed can be surprising at times. Able to pick up a clinical kill. So well done from Triple. He's up 20 CS as well. Maybe one of the remaining bright spots for this otherwise pretty lackluster AV game.
Yep. Certainly has been. This game plan pick definitely hasn't paid off for Avant Garde either. I mean, Series looked like he was trying to go full scaling with the extra health from the Sterix Gauge, which he's looking to pick up. The Cull that was completed earlier as well, but just not working out for them. Spook's going to get locked down here. Triple looking for good damage. Not going to have enough to take him down without going into kill territory of Raze and Ejim.
Yeah, Curtain Call wasn't available. Was looking for that out of Blinky, but definitely not off cooldown, so you can understand why they didn't want to hard commit. However, now they're finally grouped as 5, and I think this is the right call. Chiefs have far superior 1-3-1. You need to pressure them underneath turrets and see if they can rotate.
This is while... Oh no, Raze still does have blue buffs, so that's slowly going to be able to work in their favor. Swiffer goes in, Blinky taking a lot of damage to kick things off. Spooks is on top of him. Seriously being hit by Swiffer's death mark. He's going to get taken down really low as they take down almost every single member of Avant Garde. A triple kill comes out from the mid laner. Swiper is looking for triple himself, but it's going to be Chiefs with 4-0 in that team fight.
And that was all set up from Ejim. We said, where is the initiation coming from? It was a flash over the Raptor wall, able to get a double snare into a huge ultimate, split up the team in the chaos. The 2 flanking members of Spooks and Swiffer able to clean up the back line. And that's going to be a Baron at 22 minutes into the game. And what, a 12,000 gold lead?
Nice and strong coming out from the Chiefs. Very clinical, I should say, this match has been so far. And I mean, we were talking about why is there no Kha'Zix? Well, because Shen can just do this.
Watch the bottom of the map, dives in. It was actually only a 1-man ult. Then on the other side of the map, I mean, they were just able to clean up everyone. Swiffer and Spooks teaming up on the top side of the map, the rest of the team bottom side of the map, and really nicely played from the Chiefs. I mean, you can see that they're very well practiced in the 1-3-1. Their collapses look crisp. That was kind of the final question that AV could throw at them, and they definitely had the answers.
And now Chiefs looking to just try and push this mini wave down mid. Daisy's here as well, trying to tank up some damage from these turrets. Goodbye, Daisy. You are going to die.
Eventually.
Unfortunately.
Very tanky.
Very, very unfortunate, though. Well, Daisy just sent for a suicide mission and gets nothing out of it to kick things off. Swiffer still split pushing the top side of the map. Does have Baron buff for himself, so that turret's going to fall. And we also have Swiper doing the exact same thing.
You can see that Shelby wanted in on the back line. Maybe had a window. Swiffer would have had to run down, and there's no stand united, so it would have meant a teleport. However, they don't get the initiation they're looking for. And actually looks like a Trinity Force is going to come out of Swiper. I mean, I feel like that's almost BM.
Almost.
Thoughts?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see if he actually completes it first, as Ejim's going to be the first one to get jumped on. Will be destroyed by Triple. Avant pulled the trigger in the 1-3-1, but Swiper's joined the fight. Takes down Triple in return. Swiffer's here as well. Gone to Deathmark on top of Blinky. That's going to pop, but misses the shurikens for that bit of extra damage. Stand United comes out. He just jumps back to a shadow. Both the ninjas get back to safety.
Yeah, so in the end, they lose one member. They're able to pick up 3 in return, as well as break into the base. This is going to be the first inhibitor going down. Bottom lane goes down simultaneously from Raze, and top lane has a huge creep wave there. I mean, the world is really the Chiefs' oyster right now.
The next inhibitor is going to fall here. Daisy gets taken down there, but no blue buff for Jake as he kills that one. Top lane already taken a massive beating. Chiefs ping out the Air Dragon, or Cloud Dragon as to say, but they just go back to base because they are 15,000 gold up at this point of the game.
Yeah, they're well and truly in control. And I mean, AV, this shouldn't be too disheartening for them. They can just go back, pick a different composition, you know, maybe a tank top laner, play a little bit more standard and see what the answer is out of the Chiefs. Because you could see that the early rotations with those teleports into the bottom lane were just more than the game plan could really go with after he'd been camped out.
And I mean, we've seen Series play tanks before. I mean, a couple of his solo kills were on tanks up in the top lane. Doesn't necessarily have to pick up those carries.
I mean, he's a good Poppy player. He's a good Maokai player. I agree with the sentiment. I mean, he's also a great Tryndamere player, and I've seen him play earlier, things like that. So, yeah, he can play other things, but definitely doesn't have to go towards a tank.
But Swiper's shown that he's very comfortable in whatever matchup he's given up in the top lane. He did pick up a Trinity Force here, so he does want to style on people. 3-0-6 right now, Swiper.
I mean, when you're up that many levels against the rest of the map, he's level 15. I mean, Blinky's level 12, Chubby's 11, 13 for series. You can generally just rely on your superior levels to make you tanky. That catches up, of course, because everyone ends at level 18. But by then, looks like the Chiefs might have been able to close out this game. Only 25 minutes in, we said 28 is a real shellacking. Like, that's when you're being able to control the pace from start to finish. And are definitely on pace for that.
And I mean, when you are 52,000 gold to 37,000 gold at the moment, 16-2, 8 turrets to none, and all the dragons in the game, Avant just had no way to get into this match at all. It's just been the Chiefs show the entire time. Triple does have the packet and is going in. They separate Raze from the fight. He's going to be the first one to fall. Triple almost goes down in the meantime, but they do lose 2 of their members. A double kill for Egypt.
Swiffer is flying into the backline.
And so is Swiper. They take down Shelby on top of that. That's 3 kills, and the Chiefs just say, let's give up this turret, guys, because we're going straight for the Nexus, boys.
Yeah, they've already got super creeps here. This is some I prepared earlier, they say. They're going to be able to push in. Game 1 in 26 minutes will go to the Chiefs.
Absolute shellacking and more as they finish it 2 minutes before the time you have stipulated spawn. As the Chiefs go for a little bit of a tower dive. Swiffer's going to get taken down, but the Nexus is going to fall eventually.
Yeah, you could tell that they really wanted that kill in the Nexus. Swiffer was giggling his head off, as is Swiper on your screen. But one more time. Oh.
Oh, even Spook's joining in on there. I mean, he was very vocal that this is just another match for him. He's just going to show people why he is still the best top laner in the OPL series. Didn't have a game that we expected from him heading into this match.
I mean, he got shoved out early. The Shen's 1-3 is very strong. We saw that, you know, that Doran shield start certainly shut down the game plank. And then just with that gank, I mean, he was set behind the 8-ball, had to burn the teleport, maybe when he wouldn't have liked to. That just means that the map was open. And when the Chiefs get an open map, when they can drag you around, make you play their game, they're nearly unstoppable.
Absolute clinical game coming out from the Chiefs in Game 1, but it's still a best-of-3 series. For now, to break down that game, let's throw it back to Hingers and the rest of the analysts.
There we have it. Game 1 goes to the Chiefs over Avant Garde. If you're just joining us, you've missed a complete shellacking, as Spawn described it there. And Mendrix, T-Gun, let's talk about the Chiefs' early game, because obviously looked very weak in this first game. Obviously, it was a real mess. Got to clean it up. What are they doing?
I think, like we were saying before, inconsistency might be a problem. Well, that was just that was them performing at almost max capacity. Right?
I think they're just all the cannons were loaded. Everything was just firing for these guys today. They were playing amazingly.
To borrow a quote from Fish from a few games earlier, they were just hitting their buttons really well. That's all it was.
Got to hit them buttons to play that game. All right, well, let's take a look at the draft, shall we? Bringing it up on your screen, because I want to ask about a few things. This Z pick seems to be coming back up and up. We talked to the coach, Volt from the Chiefs, and he said it's a pretty favourable matchup into Corky. Tegan, give us your thoughts on this, because obviously in the last couple of weeks we've seen Zed all over the place.
Not just Corky, it's also really great against Gangplank in the split, so that might have influenced as well. And it's also a champion Swift's just comfortable. He plays it a lot. He's played it for a long time. So why not give him a strong champion that he's comfortable on, that has favourable matchups all over the place, that he can split on and just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that Swiffer is one of the best mid laners, or if not the best mid laner at the moment. So it makes sense to give him an assassin that he can outplay on, that he can push his buttons really well to help him get the win. I mean, he even managed to get to solo kill early, which was amazing.
Yeah, you also look at the AV comp, and talking upstairs to some of the guys, I was saying, look, the way they've picked Rek'Sai and then not picked a tank top lane suggests that perhaps AV went in with this thought and they weren't really responding. They were just, this is the game we want to play. This is the draft we want to play, I should say.
What I like to say about that is I think the idea was they wanted to get series on a carry. When you pick up a tank jungler, it sort of suggests that either A, you're going to have a really heavy tank line, or you're planning to get a carry top. And Chiefs already responded to this. They banned out Fiora, they banned out Jace. So they said, you know what, you can't take a favorable carry into Swiper at this point in time. And what ended up happening is they said, okay, well, if we can't get those specific champions, let's pick up Gangplank, who can match the global pressure.
Yeah, I think they just tunneled too hard on getting him a carry champion. He's done really well on them. Don't get me wrong, he's really good. But at some point, you have to say, well, we're not going to get a favorable matchup here. Where can we shift to? Where else can we look for strengths? Because triple's really good. Why aren't they thinking maybe we can play through mid instead of top? Maybe they can put more pressure on their jungle, their bot lane, instead of having what is essentially a really one-dimensional look at the game and work from there.
Absolutely. Well, across the map from series in that top lane, let's talk about the bottom lane. And Mendrix, tell us about this bot lane dive on Blinky.
So this is specifically the early game getting really strong for the Chiefs, and them just being so decisive, being very confident specifically coming in. And as you can see that they do manage to get a quick kill on the side of it, which is excellent from that. But I think that was Blinky dying a bit early, and we expected Blinky to die in the bot lane when there was actually a dive coming through from Spooks.
A lot of different deaths to choose from, obviously. Look, you know,
that's a lot of shade being
a lot of different deaths coming through.
I'm just saying it can get confusing. I'm not trying to be, you know, obviously. Look, there are people much smarter than me running the control room. I don't want to throw shade at them. Obviously,
they just die so much. We just forget where everything is.
Exactly. You know. All right. Well, let's talk about this mid lane fight leading that takes them into Baron. Mendrix, then talk us through what's important about this.
All right. So what's specifically great about this is the lead up of the two engages that you've got here. You've got two forms, one from Ejim using the flash over the wall, and the other coming through from Swiffer, also coupled with Swiper on his Stand United. Those two there just absolutely pincered AV to oblivion. They were absolutely outclassed in that initial engage, and that led to the Baron, which really led to that final commanding lead that the Chiefs had built up.
And the big thing there is everyone committed. It wasn't just one person thinks they can pick and then another one just trickles in. Everyone went in all at the same time, really decisively, and that's what you need to do. That's how a really good team just wins games and just tramples over the opponent.
All right, before we get out of here, I want to ask you about AV. What do they take away from this first loss? Because obviously you've been outplayed, you're feeling pretty bad. We want to talk after the break about how they're going to get back into this, but what are they supposed to take away?
They just have to reset. They can't look at that game from an analytical point of view and take away a lot, because they just lost everywhere. It's as simple as that. There was not a real great point to take away from that game. So they need to reset, look at the game anew, and just try and come in with a really, really fresh mindset.
And they really need to look at it in terms of, instead of saying, all right, we've got a lot of hype on series at the moment. Well, when series was playing, it really was them playing a more standard sort of game and him getting the kills off the back of it. What you need to do is just, again, reset, put it down and play more standard, because GP, although he's great, isn't the most meta pick at the moment. I guess he's very unorthodox. We've seen him quite a bit in the OPL specifically, but he's not really picked that much internationally.
All right. Well, maybe we'll see if Tobias Fate has more influence over the OPL picks and drafts. The Chiefs are up 1-0 over Avant Garde right now. We're back with game 2 right after this.
Flashes on forward, throws out the shuriken to take down Triple in a solo kill mid lane. Well, Series gonna get jumped on by the ultimate. Doesn't take too much damage, but there's a big taunt flash from Swiper. Series gets ignited and Swiffer gets the kill on top of that.
Yeah.
But Swiffer goes in, Blinky taking a lot of damage to kick things off. Spooks is on top of him. Series being hit by Swiffer's death mark. He's gonna get taken down really low as they take down almost every single member of Avant Garde. A triple kill comes out from the mid laner. Swiper is looking for triple himself, but it's gonna be chased with 4 for nothing in that team fight. Triple does have the packet and is going in. They separate Raze from the fight. He's going to be the first one to fall. Triple almost goes down in the meantime, but they do lose 2 of their members. A double kill for Egypt.
Swiffer is flying into the back
And
line.
so is Swiper. They take down Shelby on top of that. That's 3 kills, and the Chiefs just say, let's give up this turret, guys, because we're going straight for the Nexus, boys.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Whatever you find, you must keep. We cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Welcome back to the Oceanic Pro League for Week 5. This is your Saturday. My name is Michael Hingersing. And before we get into Game 2 of Chiefs versus Avant Garde, I want to let you know about the OPL Show podcast that you can download via iTunes or on SoundCloud. Now, unfortunately, last week you missed a week because of some technical and legal troubles, but don't worry, we'll be back in 2 weeks after IAM to wrap up all of your League of Legends news, so you can find that in your iTunes in 2 weeks' time. All right, let us get into Game 2. Chiefs versus Avant. I'm joined here at the desk by our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez, and also captain and support player for XL5, Bradley T-Gun Seymour. I apologize, Mr. Goon. Now, let's get into this. Chiefs, a lot of hype going into this match for AV. They've obviously faltered, not had a great game one. Chiefs just look very dominant. So AV, what are they looking for in this Game 2? What do they need to get back onto this?
Hopefully they just play better across the board. That sounds really brutal, but that's what needs to happen. Chiefs look like they're playing really, really well, and there's not a lot you can take away. When they play at their best, they're the best team in OS. There's no two ways about it. So hopefully AV will have some sort of cheese pick, something that they can do to get themselves back into the game, and really don't just go straight up, because they're not going to win if they do that.
Yeah, and really, when I was looking at those Chiefs there, I wanted to change my tips. I was sitting there thinking, 2-1, they were playing such a high level of league that I just really wanted to say maybe it is going to be a 2-0 coming across here. So Avant really do need to take it up a notch in order to deal with the form that Chiefs are in right now.
Well, let's talk about these Chiefs picks, because that seems to be T-Gun's prediction of what's going to happen in Game 2. You've seen these guys play in solo queue. You've what's a Chiefs pick for AV? Obviously,
I mean,
Tryndamere top for series.
Yeah,
going into Swiper.
Just go into something weird. Pick Tryndamere. Pick something silly bot. Maybe
Blitzcrank.
Maybe Blitz. Maybe Vel'Koz. Maybe Brand even. Bring Brand back. Do something crazy. Because just playing normally, it's just not cutting it.
You could even take a leaf out of Legacy's book and look to go to have like sort of lane priority in that bot lane. Get yourself a Lucian and a Braum sort of figure. Just go for lane priority when you feel like you are getting hit that hard, and just something that's a bit more comfortable that you can just win lane with.
Yeah, or just try and do something weird. Go for lane priority and then swap lane and just try and punish top lane. Go for an early tower. Just try and don't play a standard game. I can't stress this enough. I don't want to see another standard game because it wasn't close.
So we're looking to do a lane swap. Make sure we just sacrifice Chiefs, like just sacrifice the first blood tower for the Chiefs. Sort of that way.
You don't have to do it straight away. Just play your lane for 5 minutes, then leave.
Right.
Okay,
I see. Okay. Well, okay. Outside of Chiefs picks, what are you thinking in terms of strategy and mentality going into Game 2? Is this another series where AV just should roll the dice and go hard and go early?
Like I said, they need to reset mentally. They can't go in with really a lot of thought about the last game, because if they do that, they're just setting themselves up for failure. Go in, act like it's the first game. Just act like that never happened, because after today, they're going to do the exact same thing. They're not going to want to remember that, and try and work from start.
Yeah, and what's good about that as well is means you continue to be proactive, because you do let the previous game sort of dwell on your mind. That's when you start doing you start being more reactive. You basically start falling over and just letting yourself die in the end.
All right, well, we're looking for AV to clean the slate and get off to a good start in this Game 2. So to see if they can claw it back to go 1-1 with the Chiefs, let's hand off to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. We're about to get into Game 2 of this best-of-3 series. And you know what? He was mentioning the podcast earlier, Spawn. It was unfortunate that had to be pulled, because it was a really good roast in that podcast. I feel sorry for the guy that had to listen to that.
Don't worry, mate. We've still got another podcast to come. I'm sure I can get one of them back in there, baby.
Oh, we've got some time. Hopefully it just slips the
Not going to tell you who it was, but he needs to be more punctual in future. That's all I'm saying.
But now that we are into picks and bans for the second match between Avant, Garde and Chiefs. Chiefs were very clinical in that first game. AV, I mean, threw in some interesting picks and a different team come to what we kind of expected, but didn't work out against Chiefs. Now they're on blue side. Let's see if they can force some picks to go in their favor. For now, taking away Malzahar as well as Varus. Malzahar ban coming out on the blue side here.
Yeah, LeBlanc or Rengar is going to be left open unless AV bans one of them right now. See which one it is. Stay tuned. 15 seconds. Bum, bum, bum.
You and Hingers are on fire today. To say it nicely. Did you two have a secret meeting at breakfast or something and talked about these puns that are going on?
Not at all. I had a donut for breakfast. It was great. It was cookie and cream. Fantastic.
I stole one of Rusty's. That was nice.
No, you guys went to a different donut place. Mug Life. I went to the coffee of the day around the corner.
But Rengar has been banned out here by Avant Garde, so Chiefs should go for a LeBlanc ban. If not, we kind of expect AV to block that one in.
Maybe they go for LeBlanc, or maybe they leave it open, and then they take themselves Shan plus Kha'Zix, because that is the last strong jungler really left open. Potentially.
LeBlanc's been left open.
Yeah, well, they just throw the gauntlet. Can Triple play LeBlanc?
Have we seen a LeBlanc game?
Nah, we haven't. Has been nerfed a little bit. You can see Triple is kind of confused.
A little bit.
Passive still, it's down. Are we on 7.3? I think we're on 7.3. We're on 7.3.
Avant-Garde decide they don't want LeBlanc. Instead, they want Graves in the jungle. So that's an interesting pick. Now Chiefs might be able to get... Wow, there are a lot of picks left up in the air here for the teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, I don't know if they'll prioritize it. We've seen worldwide LeBlanc get through it a couple of times. It's won some games, it's lost some games. Doinby bought Iceborne Gauntlet on it for some reason in the LPL against Swift. That was interesting. Shen LeBlanc is what I would be locking in here.
I mean, they can take Shen LeBlanc and pick up Kha'Zix during Swift's pick. That'd be a nice draft. Both popular 80 carries of the Varus and Jhin being banned out. So we're going to see a nice change to the bottom lane in this game. So we've had
You can see that
4 games
Swiffer,
already.
for someone that just locked in the most powerful mid laner in the 7-point whatevers, he doesn't look happy about having to play it. In fact, I would say that is a face of a man that is panicking
he's
a lot. See whether he actually can play it.
Well, you know, might not have put too much practice on that one. He's like, guys, I'll play it, but...
Spoiler alert, he's put a lot of practice in on it. So,
Avant-Garde, though, they've locked in Gragas.
Potential top lane tank.
So Series are picking that one up.
Series is like Tally to me. They play very similarly. I mean, Gangplank's coming out, Gragas is coming out. They both seem to be on the fringe of the meta. I mean, can play meta, prefer to play other things instead. I mean, when you have Maokai, Poppy, all left available, Eddie, yes. Swiffer's laughing his head off. What's going on?
Triple's going to be taking that into him. But, you know, the social media's been going on about Series hit list so far, and Tally is very vocal, as well as a couple other members of Legacy, that was a traded one-on-one, so it doesn't count, apparently.
No, it does. 100%. If you die and the other person's alive, I don't care how long for, it is technically a solo kill.
But you are right. They have very similar champion pools, you could say. And very similar playstyles, almost. That Series didn't do well in that last game against Swiper. Now it's tank on tank. We'll have to see if they do how they do in this matchup. But Chiefs have gone for the Kha'Zix pick in the jungle.
One thing I want to point out that I think Tally does incredibly well compared to a lot of the top laners is absorb jungle pressure. Carbon does shadow his lane a lot, so you can maybe credit it towards that. But Tally kind of stays alive in ganks longer than you would expect, and then Carbon's able to swoop up there and maybe get traded kills or the like. That's what Series needs to be able to do. He needs to be able to navigate this Kha'Zix, this Shen in the early game. Because even though he's on a tank, they still put out a lot of damage and will be susceptible to the exact same camp.
Well, with Ashe and Ziggs being banned out here, we're going into essentially the B-tier 80 carry picks. Only real ones that come to mind are Ezreal and Misfortune. You're all right, Sir Swiper.
They're both having a good chuckle about this. I mean, I think they both know what's going on. The cameraman's been on them 90% of the game.
I mean, they were the ones hyped up coming into this match. Swiper lived up to what he's been talking so far.
Series potentially searching for a higher power. I mean, lots of his glances were towards the sky. You know, maybe towards, you know, the head of a deity, Superman, something like that. Praying for a savior.
Well, another 80 carry being banned out here with Caitlyn. Karma was actually taken off the table as well. So really the only one we've really seen in competitive play is Lucian and Misfortune.
I would say Lucian is more the style of these guys.
Probably. But those are the only two we've really seen picked. I don't think we've seen anything
Blinky
else.
is a hyper carry player. I actually think Blinky is going to be incredibly happy that everyone has been banned out, because maybe now he gets to play a Twitch or a Vayne.
Possibly. But we do have Lucian being locked in here by Raze.
Kalista, another one of Blinky's champions.
So yeah, that's the champion we have seen played in the OPL.
Cake.
Cake was the one that brought it up for Tainted Minds when he was still playing on their squad.
I think that was more that Rosie wanted Cake to play Kalista than Cake wanted to play Kalista, if that makes sense. Rosie was like, you're going to have to toss me. I can't get in by myself. Toss me. How do you know that? Not the rest of the Helm's Deep fight. You're just a meme lord. That's the problem here.
Yeah.
Oh, Ezreal. How did we forget about him?
Ezreal has been locked in here. Blinky picking up that champion we've seen throughout competitive play since Season 1. And we will possibly have Jake being picking up the Vel'Koz in the bottom lane.
Shout out to Rogue, of course, who popularized this in the OPL. Loves the Vel'Koz pick for himself. Jake is a huge Nami player, and Ezreal Nami is one of my personal favorite lanes to play.
That's going to be locked in here. Lots of mobility in that bottom lane.
As
Good burst
Ezreal, you
potential
can
as
take
well.
the W towards the rest of the team. Use the E very well off Nami, of course, with the slows coming in. See whether we get a Braum out of Ejim. Loves a Braum.
And it's very rare that we get a champion select like this. I mean, I think it's week 1 where
TK?
we had...
Yeah, boring.
I think it was week 1 where we got the diversity between the first 2 days where we had top side being picked and bottom side, but bottom side being picked, followed by top side. We haven't seen this in a while where the entire top side gets picked and it was a battle of bottom lanes being picked second. I remember Misfortune coming out, surprising again. That's kind of taking a step back.
Does Death Mark pop while you're in Time Catch?
Ooh, I believe so.
Yeah, I think it does. Because Ignite keeps ticking, so I can't tell why Death Mark wouldn't. Because, yeah, could be a lot of Time Catch savings going wrong on the back end of that one.
But if you do eat someone while as soon as they get death marked,
should cancel the interaction.
Should either cancel the interaction or during that entire time, Triple can't do any damage to get the extra damage for death mark.
Yeah, you're boring. Maybe. See whether it's just a pick for the landing phase or whether it actually does.
You just don't like this champion, do you?
What, Time Catch? No, I do like Time Catch. I mean, he's really fun. Great map rotation comes out. He actually has some lanes that he bullies. Like, maybe if he flashes on Nami, he can genuinely just kill her. Because he does have such high base damage and health due to that passive. So we'll see how it works out.
He does, and I mean, he's very resilient to Poe. He's traditionally known to be poked out of lane to kick things off, but does have a lot of ways to counter out the poke with the bottom lane. But still, we've weeded out a lot of AD carries and supports in this pick and ban phase. We're getting an Ezreal in the bottom lane. It's going to be an interesting one going up against the Lucian.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I mean, Ezreal has always been the same. You get him towards 3 items, like reasonably unharassed, whether he goes blue or Trinity Force Ezreal. His damage is so damn high as an AD carry. On the same vein, I mean, Lucian for the first and second item power spikes, able to dash around, get a lot of damage out himself. So both of them have their place at the moment. I would say if this game goes incredibly late, Ezreal is going to have a field day. I mean, that's his bread and butter. 6-item Ezreal, nearly unsurpassing the amount of damage, DPS you can get out if you can hit those skill shots.
It certainly could be. We have to see how that one's going to pan out. We do get onto Summoner's Rift for the second match between Avant Garde and the Chiefs. But for now, let's check in with Hingers, who's with Avant Garde's coach, Pinch.
Thanks, guys. I'm standing here with coach of AV Pinch, and thank you for joining us. First of all, I want to ask about the Gangplank pick in Game 1. You had no tank, and then you pick up Gangplank. Is that something you planned to do going into the game, or something you chose to do in the draft?
Yeah, it was pre-planned. I mean, on Red side, what we usually do is we give Series a lot of freedom in his last pick, just to kind of counter-pick the top matchup and just do whatever he wants on the map. Because they had a tank top and an Ivan jungle, they didn't have too much kill pressure topside, so we thought we could get away with a Gangplank pick.
Sure. Well, in this draft, then, LeBlanc is open, but you guys didn't pick it up, even though it was available. Talk us through that. It's just like, look, it's been open, it's kind of been nerfed. Is that the reason? Or?
Yeah, I mean, in scrims, we do a lot of stuff where we leave open all the OP champions, so we have a lot of practice against all of them, and Steven is very comfortable playing Zed into LeBlanc, so we can match their 1-3-1 and hopefully beat it.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, let's not miss any action. Thank you for joining us. Let us get back into the game.
All right.
Thank you very much, Hingers. You can see there Pinch mentioning Steven, who's triple there playing the Zed against Swiffer's LeBlanc here today. Apparently very comfortable in this matchup, and Avant Garde have had some practice against the OP champions, so confident heading into this match. We're going to see Graves played again here. He was a champion that was a little bit late to the lethality hype train, and this is cheeky. Oh, the Chiefs are trying to wrap around here. They will be able to get there, but there is a Gragas inside the bush. And Spooks is going to be able to spot this one out. Is he going to be able to take down the red buff for himself? Instead, Shelby's on top of Swiffer. Already gets 2 shotgun pellets to the face with the Thunderlord drop.
What does Swiffer do now?
Hello. What are you guys doing? Just takes all the damage in the world. And red buff is just sitting there smiling saying, I'm happy to live for a while longer.
However, that's absolutely ruined Swiffer's landing phase. I mean, the wave looks like it's pushing into him. But he took full damage from Shelby.
Yep.
Shelby gets a slower jungle start. However, pretty much, it's double pots used by Swiffer already, who started the queue.
Ooh, so we will have both pots being used by junglers. Spooks pops his second one a little bit later. As you mentioned, Shelby a little bit slower in the jungle, but Graves doesn't necessarily take that much damage unless he tries to take down Gromp.
I mean, he takes no damage, really, and has so much burst damage that he can take things like Raptors incredibly early on.
He's gone straight for the Scuttle Crab after his blue buff. So he'll be able to take that one down. Top side of the map, Series taking a bit of damage from Swiper here, who hits level 2 first. Series will follow up, picks up the body slam. That's his second ability. Oh, here comes a nice and early gank, though, from the Graves. Oh, no, he just pops up top lane, puts down a ward.
Puts down a ward. I mean, Spooks is incredibly low. Went full topside clear only, wanted to be there available for Swiper, even if it is only for moral support with how low he got on that clear.
This lane's going to be interesting now. You already mentioned Swift has popped all his pots. Triple Star has 2. And he's already 10 CS up. Sorry. Hit a minion, and then you'll be 10 CS up. Thank you.
There's a couple more minions left available. However, if Swiffer doesn't get them, it doesn't matter what is left available. What is going on?
Ooh. Oh, that one's going to miss as well. Let's
get out
of that lane.
Yeah, get out of that lane.
That's not what we want to show our audience. There we go. That's a lot better. Good job, Series. He got the minions. Atlas will be proud of that one. Swiper now forced to farm very close to Avant-Garde. Sarah and Avant-Garde, all their lanes are doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, I mean, at 4 minutes in without a kill going down, 400 gold, that's nice. Double the CS in the mid lane. Of course, Swiffer put himself behind by putting the game on hard mode. Felt like he needed to have no health starting the laning phase. Bottom lane, it's always going to be hard for Tahm Kench to be going toe-to-toe. And top lane, of course, wave pushing back. So that's probably the most even lane, you would say.
I mean, this is a lane that does go fairly even, but is in Shen's favor to start things off. Once Series able to get a lot of regeneration out of his passive, he'll be nice and easy for him up in the top lane. I want to see if Sniper does go towards the Tiamat again. That'd be an interesting build for him.
Yeah, I think he still has to, just not straight away maybe, but you know, something like after a cow, just so he can continue pushing out that wave. As Shen, you kind of figured out that you don't need to be a pure tank anymore. You're just so tanky the way it is already.
I'm interested to see if he goes towards more armor first. So the bottom side of the map, from except for Series, is really just all AD damage.
I mean, I still think you go Cal for the laning phase, and then you just go into, you know, Tiamat, Sunfire Cape, something like that. Maybe even Sunfire Cape first. As you can see, that Spooks actually makes a beeline for that top lane. The wave is well and truly frozen, and if Series can't get access to it, he's just going to get starved out.
He's going to recall here.
Potentially look for, oh, no.
I think it's just taking the experience. He's, you know, losing a couple of minions here and there.
I mean, he's going to lose 6. That's not a couple. That's a full wave.
Spooks is still on the top side of the map.
And actually completes the recall this time around. Shelby maybe looking for a dive or some form of pressure bottom lane. And he's going to walk back as well, Series. I mean, that is so much experience and potential gold missed out on.
Very patient, though, from Avant-Garde's top laner. Swiper doing a very good job of manipulating the lane and coordinating with Spooks, but Swiffer, is he dead? Yes, he is. First blood picked up by Triple. He returns the favor in the mid lane with the solo kill.
Yeah, so able to get the solo kill. He's 17 CS up. That's 800 gold now in favor of AV, and majority of it has to be in that mid lane. Really nicely done. I mean, Swiffer didn't give himself any favors going into that lane, but it takes a good player to capitalize. You can see Swiffer on the player cam. He's frustrated. This is just a straight up solo kill, and he burnt Flash.
Man, disrespect almost coming out from LeBlanc there, just staying under half health against a level 6 Zed. Did have Ignite, but it was nowhere close to kill range for the LeBlanc in the mid lane. You can already see Hex Drinker picked up by Triple nice and early.
And he did everything right. I mean, he stayed for a couple of extra creeps at the start of the match, which meant that he was able to, you know, get himself the experience leave. He was always going to hit level 6 first. He stayed shoving the wave, so there was no easy recall for Swiffer to be able to reset what was a really poor early game. And now he can't stick around in the lane. He has to look for the side lane, look for some vision, and maybe try and catch out Shelby, because otherwise he's at a severe disadvantage.
You can see there, Swiffer goes down, puts a ward over the Krug camp. And then head straight back towards his lane, waiting for Triple to push that one now. So
yeah, maybe this is why Series didn't go for the teleport back into the lane, because the Chiefs have got the Samsung, I think, was one of the teams that did it first. However, now Swiper teleports back. Did go with a cow.
Picks that one up nice and early. Series will slowly push this wave in towards Swiper's turret. He went for the Sheen very early here, so a little bit more threat, you could say. Coming out from that Gragas, and lots of mana as well to work with. This Zed, though, is getting very scary. 71 CS to 44. Triple very confident in this lane. It was just really a disastrous start for the Chiefs that kind of set up this early game for Avant Garde.
Yeah, it was a really nice invade, as now Triple's actually looking for Spooks. Pings him out.
W doesn't spot him out. It's
Control
Spooks
Wood. Is in some trouble.
Run!
Shelby's there.
There we
Triple's
go.
there.
Deathmark on top of the jump, but there is a
Ooh,
standing
turnaround
coming
potentially.
in. And here comes Tom Kench as well. They're jumping in. Shelby's been locked down. The teleport will come out from the Gragas. Cancelled! As Chiefs coordinate really well there to stop the pick onto Spooks.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they have access into the Infernal Dragon. So even when it looks like AV have the pick, all of a sudden Shen ultimate is available. The Chiefs are able to pick up a return kill. Isn't onto their top laner, mid laner, but it's onto their top laner, which as Shen left the lane without TP is going to be much needed gold. And they pick up the first meaningful objective and get themselves back within 400.
And I mean, we talked about this on the desk right before the first game. The fact that Swiper just has so much contribution to the team very early on. I mean, he is playing Shen. Naturally, that champion is going to be able to contribute to the team more, but it helps him out so much in this area.
Yeah, exactly right. And he's still up in CS. I mean, Series cancelled out his teleport in there, had it available because he knew he was going up against Shen. But still, the ability for Swiper to hold that wave early means that he's still within a fighting chance. And Spooks wants to continue counter jungling here. I mean, his bottom lane's back in base. That's a risky play, Fish.
He ain't afraid of no Nami.
I mean, not really the Nami you should be scared of. The Zed and the Ezreal that can collapse, maybe.
Oh, they won't. They'll just farm. It's all right.
Trust me, I'm a professional League of Legends player.
That's just what you got to tell yourself. You miss all the shots you don't take, Spawn.
Certainly do. You miss all the shots you do take, Fish.
That's not true. I scored the first one in our basketball game.
That's true.
I think that was the only one, though.
No, you looked great on the basketball court.
Oh, thank you.
It's not how you drive your car, it's how you stand by your car.
What?
Have you not heard that saying?
No.
Oh, God.
But now those series are just still going toe-to-toe against Swiper in the top lane. Just two beefy tanks that are going to constantly push out against one another.
I mean, he's not really all that tanky at the moment. He went for a Sheen first, potentially going to be an Iceborne Gauntlet. Especially now that lethality is out, I think it's fair to say that we're back to the point that Graves kills everything apart from control wards incredibly quickly. 4 members strong heading into that bottom lane. They're going up against a Tahm Kench. No teleport or stand united for Swiper, however.
Ooh. Ward's been placed down by Ejim, though. Should be able to spot out any advances. And it does. Ejim and Rage will be able to play safe in this bottom lane. I can see Blinky's gone back to base and got a really good back for Ezreal. Cult here as well as Sheen. And up on his first back.
Cull is an 80 carry, as well as Lucian, actually, that I genuinely like the Cull item on. Because...
Ooh. We're going toe-to-toe in the mid lane, though. Swift are going to take quite a bit of damage. No stand united available, but... Let's put down below half health.
Actually didn't take all that much damage. Dodged out of the Q, which was good. Only got hit by the E. So in the end, we'll be able to live through it.
Yep.
Also, with series collapsing down, they just give up that side of the map and allow Spooks to farm the wave. So not really all that much lost apart from a Raptor camp.
It's a very early arm guard as well from Swiffer to help him out there.
Yeah, he's going towards the immediate Zhonya's Hourglass, you would expect.
I don't want to die.
Yeah, otherwise, if he was going to go towards just cooldown reduction, probably would have gone with the Lost Chapter as opposed to the Fiendish Codex. Of course, gives extra mana and it allows the laning phase to be much easier.
Blinky, going to go aggressive in this bottom lane. Raze gets slowed down. Ejim trying to body block some of those Qs.
Blinky's actually using the range advantage for Ezreal very nicely. Now all of a sudden Stand United is available. Here goes Spooks.
He's going to jump in with the Stand United. Blinky is the target of choice. Already flashed away, but Jake is going to fall first. Series down the bottom lane. Big body bop, big knock back. Raze is going to fall. Swiper's taking quite a bit of damage here. The Gragas is still trying to go toe-to-toe. Will get locked down.
Mid laners are on their way.
LeBlanc is making her way in. We'll be able to spot out Triple. Ejim has flashed away. The ward spots out the LeBlanc. Triple knows exactly where his opponent is.
So in the end, it is just going to be 1 kill for 1 kill. Teleport used, and now we'll see whether they can defend the bottom turret. Tahm Kench very low. Chiefs actually look like they're just going to give it up.
Yeah, this turret is going to fall. Avant Garde should be able to take that one down. Much better from them in this second match. Going to be up about 2,000 gold to kick things off.
Yeah, certainly is. And Shelby has done the right thing here as a jungler. He's just rotated around the map and made sure no wave is frozen against him. As we take another look at this, Spooks does the right thing. He just runs in, doesn't use the hop. However, as soon as Jake falls, you can see that they're in a bad spot. Raze gets stunned up. They're able to actually pick him up as he's underneath the turret. And then Series just waddles away as Gragas' R want to do. Now Shelby in on
Spooks has been jumped on, able to use the R to jump away from the top, but Swiper just slaps him over and over again. And Chelby,
I actually want to give it to Swiffer. Wasn't able to.
not going to get it.
You could see that Swiper didn't want that kill, actually walked away. Swiffer has to respond on the bottom side of the map. Should have his Zhonya's pretty shortly.
Not yet, apparently.
Ooh, that means that he's still definitely in kill threat from Triple then.
Yep. Especially when Triple's Ignite gets back up. But Shelby falling down again. Avant still have the 1,500 gold in their favor against the Chiefs.
Really strange jungle item pickup actually out of Shelby.
Ninja Tag.
No, jungle item. What? Chilling Smite.
I'm surprised you didn't see that coming.
No, I didn't. Yeah, so the Chilling Smite on Graves, you generally go Red Smite just because it gives you added dueling potential, gives you some survivability as well. It's like a weird exhaust, kinda. What does it do? Make people do 30% less damage to you and gives you some true damage on your autos?
Makes you deal more, makes them deal less.
Yeah, but it's only for one person, the person you smite, obviously. This means that his dueling status goes way up, especially you catch out pesky 80 carries. Able to blow them to high heaven with a shotgun, show them who's a real 80 carry.
Chilling just does the exact same thing, but for movement speed. Let's see how he uses the Chilling Smite later on. Wasn't able to use it there when he just got bopped in the top lane. Now Spooks is making his way to try and get behind Series. Control ward's placed down at the same time as a ward. So Series knows that there is a Kha'Zix up towards the top side of the map.
And trading strong side of the map right now. You can see that Swiffer down on Triple, actually not having the best LeBlanc game. Goes in big trouble.
Shelby as well, looking to try and get behind the LeBlanc. Misses. Okay.
No, actually Zhonya the last of the damage. So that was a smart Zhonya. Wants to be able to stay in lane. Also uses the clone coming out to block the collateral damage. So I don't think the damage registered there. All in all, I'm going to give it to him. Not a bad LeBlanc play. You don't look impressed, but I do.
I just saw buttons. You break it down, and I kind of understood afterwards, but to me it was just like, they're just pressing buttons and nothing's hitting. I'm like, okay, get out. And now that Shelby's going to use that to his advantage to try and take down an Ocean Dragon for himself. You can already see Zed's actually making his way towards the top side of that, trying to go toe-to-toe against the Shen.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, no armor items yet picked up for Shen. If they do throw triple against Swiper, it means that he's going to have to go armor much sooner than he potentially would have liked.
Yes, the old Ninja versus Ninja Nemesis top lane.
Yeah, exactly right. However, it's surprising that they do it straight after he's used the ultimate. Generally, if you're going to swap back into a kill lane where you feel like you can 1v1, you do it with your ultimate available. So it just means that Swiper going to go back, pick himself up some armor straight away, and meander back to the top lane.
But things have kind of quietened down between Chiefs and Avant-Garde. Only 1,000 gold separates the two teams, and two different dragons, Ocean for Avant-Garde, Infernal for the Chiefs, which is big with the lineup they have. Spook, Swiffer, and Ray is going to be picking up a lot of attack damage and ability power.
I think this is kind of the game that AV would have hoped for game one. I want to put a lot of the credit on the fact that they ran a tank and Series did the right thing by not burning teleport at the start of the game. But Blinky and Jake held up well in lane. In fact, you would say that they probably nearly won the lane versus Aegium and Raze. You can see that Jake gives it a little bit of a dance.
And the 280 carrying support's just going to stick in the mid lane for now. And well, that was a nice
little interaction.
Yeah.
I mean, trying to hide the bubble with the wave that came out.
Pretty cool. Almost lands it.
And Ray is more than up to the task, however.
Triple wants him.
He does it. Actually calling down Shelby again.
See a Swiper overextends here. Here goes Triple. He said, "You killed my sensei. Now it's my turn. Come back here." He just Shadow Ashes away. Now the ultimate's going to come out. Puts the death mark down. Dodge field is going to go through for Swiper. Graves flashes on forward. And Shelby helps him take him down.
I mean, everyone flashing on forward. And it means that Series potentially caught out here.
Going to take a lot of damage. Spook's going to continue chasing him down, but just doesn't have enough gap closing to continue chasing the Gragas.
Had already used the flash, yep. So in the end, it is going to be Gragas surviving while Swiper fell down. However, the Chiefs were a little bit close to the turret, as it is a tier 1, so we'll see whether they're able to pick that one up. Blinky does some gardening as he trims up a side wave.
Swiffer's not going to be able to continue pushing up there. Should save the turret for a while, and Avant-Garde take down an inner turret in the bottom lane after getting the kill onto Swiper, or do they? Time Kentra's coming, teleport coming out from Series as well. That's with a Stand United. Chelby is dead. Egypt's going to be able to pick up the kill. Triple's trying to juke around with his shadows. The culling from Ray splashes over the wall. Will the Licky Tongue get it? Come on, Egypt, do it. No,
he actually doesn't want to. I mean, another time that...
Oh, pops the X-Drinker. Triple is...
He's going to die eventually, and this way it goes over to Ray. So definitely good on Egypt for not picking up the kill. That's twice that the Chiefs have tried to give a kill over to a carry.
Just doesn't make the sound. Doesn't make the death sound as cool. As Swiffer hops on his Algos, will lock down Blinky. Spooks has come in. He's been exhausted. Blinky still wants to kill. Gets him. While Egypt tries to eat him up. Nom 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 does not succeed. Jake is going to get a good bubble out halfway through the taunt from Swiper.
Yeah, exactly right, because Bubble is a kind of knock-up. You don't actually get to complete your movement of it, so will go down. However, the Chiefs are looking to pick up a mid-lane turret. Still 200 gold behind. Yep. And Series has got some free time top lane. He should be able to pick that one up.
This will be a turret trade for Avant-Garde.
Yep, no kill involved in that one, so they do fall down a little bit in that, but as we've pointed out in so many series before this one, so it's only fair. You don't chase kills, you chase the gold around the map. And that is going to be AV still retaining about a 900 gold lead.
Yep. And still, although it's a 900 gold lead for Avant-Garde, a much closer game than what we saw in Game 1. By this point in the match last game, it was almost lights out for Avant-Garde.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, they lost it in about 26 minutes, so Chiefs would have been pushing into the base at that stage. See that Chelby having a pretty good game. He's level 11. Has taken a lot of lane farm, however, as opposed to jungle farm.
He's going towards the lethality items now on Graves. Should be the going to get splayed first. Blinky's still standing in this mid lane looking to farm it out against Raze and Egypt.
And if that's the case, if Graves is going really tanky here, I nearly expected something like a Phantom Dancer to come out second, because all of a sudden they're tankless again until Armor gets picked up by Series, which is a long way away from.
Yep.
And Raze is well and truly online. He's got Yomu's as well as the makings of the Black Cleaver. So as soon as he gets that item, he's going to be able to absolutely destroy what semblance of a front line there is out of AV. At the same time, I mean, the Shen's already been able to pick up his Ninja Tabby. He's nice and tanky. Already Chain Vest coming out of the Kha'Zix as well, so he's pretty tanky for a frontliner right now. Just a difference in style from the squad.
Avant-Garde now looking to try and chip away at this mid lane turret. Blinky's completed his cull and gone back to base and completed his Mana Mune as well as the Trinity Force, so big spike for the Ezreal.
I mean, it's a more expensive spike. His Spooks potentially getting caught out here.
Takes quite a bit of damage. Stand United is available for the Shen. He's going to go back to base first, though. Completing his Sunfire Cape, I believe, or the components of it, at least. Triple still in the bottom side of the map. Has his first lethality item with the Hex Drinker and the Warhammer to boot.
However, Swiffer has caught up. I mean, Triple is still ahead. He's got 2 kills to his a kill to his name as well, an assist, as well as 13 CS. But Swiffer is well and truly on his way.
He's got his Sheen. Could this be the Iceborne Gauntlet?
Potentially could be the Iceborne Gauntlet coming out. I mean, when you have a look at it, 20% cooldown reduction is good for LeBlanc, and she does have to throw herself forward, and a lot of the damage in her kit at the moment is through the base damage that comes out of the passive.
On top of that, the 3 biggest threats on Avant-Garde are all physical damage dealers, so you're not going to shy away at the extra armor, especially when you're up against lethality early.
So Swiffer obviously keeping an eye on Doinby games. I mean, I'm sure Claire's happy. He would have watched that one as well. Doinby, of course. Is he QG? Yeah, I believe he's the middle laner for QG. Did lose out against Team Swift.
Unlucky. I was rooting for Doinby.
I was not.
Meanwhile, we have LeBlanc just trying to catch out Triple and Shelby here. Dashes back over the wall. He gets back to safety. He's still being very respectful towards the damage that Avant-Garde can dish out. We've seen Shelby and Triple destroy his teammates once or twice.
Dragon back alive, and Shelby wants to do it solo. Doesn't look like the Chiefs really have a great idea that this is going on. Instead, they want to fight.
Yeah, Jake's going to take a lot of damage here. Has to flash away. Chiefs decide not to follow up with anything. They do lose the second Ocean Dragon of the game. So Avant-Garde get 2. That's stacking up quite nicely for them.
And now all of a sudden, Spooks face checking into Triple.
Oh, Spooks going to take a lot of damage. Stand United's coming out on top of Egypt, I believe, which means Spooks is going to fall. Raze does take down Triple, though, and Series is into the backlines. Egypt is going to get bopped, or does he, as he flashes over the wall. Arcane Shift follows from Blinky. Swiffer's trying to lock him down. Double chains are going to come out. One more auto attack is all it takes, and Swiffer gets the kill with the Sheen Brock.
However, it is 2 for 2 still, and they were able to pick up the Dragon, so it's a 13 1,300 gold, 1,200 gold lead right now for the Avant lineup. Raze did a lot of damage in that team fight.
He did.
But still not enough to get it in the Chiefs' favor. You have to really credit Blinky being able to clean up the back end of the team fight. And then Series being enough for a deterrent. And in fact, they're pushing in for a turret right now. It could be even worse for the Chiefs.
Yep, that's going to fall. Avant Garde take it down with ease. Series will assist them to take that. Shen is still pushing the bottom. It does have teleport available for cross-map plays. And Zed's actually been sent to deal with him. Has a very early last whisper. Let's check in with that fight one more time.
So they felt like they trunked Jake out, and all of a sudden they're walking in on Shelby. EGM calls for the very early stand United, but Triple, great target prioritization, able to make it work. I think that Triple not turning around and just giving one auto attack for Spooks actually might have cost him his life there, because it meant that Spooks got out a couple of extra auto attacks as well as a Q. You can see the Sheen damage as well as the Ignite from Swiffer. Cleans the back end of that team fight up. But Series really did a good job of staying with the rest of the members, being that big beefy front line and playing deterrent.
Did. You have to think if Swiper waited a moment or two later, Spooks would have got that stand United as well. But Chiefs were on making the proactive play. Still 2,000 gold behind. But we are 23 minutes into the game. That goal lead is getting more and more irrelevant as we go on. Another 16
It's a Lichbane, so it's not going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet. Not as bad as we potentially thought, Fish.
Still going to deal a lot of damage, Swiffer. Just looking for a big burst combo, not in it for the long haul.
I mean, I think that the idea behind it is you throw out chains, get the auto attack, get the passive proc, get your second chains while they're stunned, auto attack, passive proc. Then you can, you know, weave your Qs at the same time. 1v1 versus Series here.
Oh, Series looking to try and take him down. Chains are going to come out. There's a lot of damage now. Standing Knight is coming through, and Spooks is up here as well. That's 3-on-1, guys. A little bit unfair, but Swiffer gets that kill.
Yeah, Series does fall down, but at what cost? Because all of a sudden they're pushing into the Chiefs' base. Teleport actually coming out right now.
Ooh, that turret's going to take quite a lot of damage. Triple almost takes down Raze, and Swiper's behind the Zed. He's still trying to juke away from this one, but does get taunted up. Bubble comes through, does not connect.
So in the end, it is just going to be Series falling down as well as a turret. Looks like Blinky putting in some work on mid lane right now. See whether he can get anything done here. Will just be half the health of the turret. But the Chiefs, they look like they're on the brink because they're continually being pushed in on. The game is being played on AV's proactive half of the map, so pushing into the Chiefs. And that means that whenever the Chiefs try and make a play like that, send 3 members to lane, they're getting punished quite heavily.
But the goal is dead even now, Spawn, between the Chiefs and Avant Garde. So Chiefs do have a period of time where they can try and match the aggression from Avant Garde.
And the good news for the Chiefs is that Swiffer's atrocious early game has finally been fully caught up. I mean, he's going towards Void Staff now. He's up in CS, well, now down by 1, but, you know, pretty equal, as well as the fact that he's 2-2-2. So they've put a lot of effort into getting the LeBlanc back ahead. Obviously, they like the pick because they did prioritize it in the draft.
See on the bottom side of that Series now. Match up against Swiper again. No more weird mixed matches. Swiper's got a lot of health here.
Certainly does. He's a big tanky man.
And I believe they're going to try and collapse in towards the bottom lane again. Good vision control from the Chiefs means that they know they're not spotted out by this, but Chelby is down here.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see whether Chelby is the one that goes aggressive. If he does, Series might be in some danger.
Ooh, taunt does not connect, neither do the chains, and now they want the fight. Swiper is going to be the one that gets bumped back by the Gragas. Going to take quite a bit of damage. The kegs are not going to connect, but here comes the Tom catch. Big Shadow Dash comes out from Swiper. His dying breath taunts up Avant Garde as the rest of the Chiefs collapse and avenge their top laner.
What a play out of Swiper. Instead of trying to save his own life, instead goes back through, gets a big taunt, and is able to secure a double kill, maybe even more, as now the Chiefs are streaming down bottom lane. You can see that, you know, he's just a player that is able to step up when the team needs him. And now Swiffer still going in.
Looking to try and go in. Swiffer pops his Zhonya's Hourglass really early here. Deathmark will pop, stays alive, dashes back out. Avant Garde repel this dive on the turret really well. And
Egypt might be dead.
He's going to fall. Blinky gets the last auto attack down.
Yeah, exactly right. And all of a sudden, Triple is in.
Forces the flash from Spooks. He's going to hop away as well.
So great counter attack coming out of Avant. And this game is very back and forth. Big teleport coming out. They're still chasing.
They pinged it out. They know that this is coming through. Chiefs are in for a surprise when he gets there. Raze will get the first kill. Standing on top of Spooks. The Gragas is taking an awful long time. Will get in. Gets the body block on towards Spooks. Gets the kill for himself.
I mean, the Lucian.
And Lucian's going to be able to get a kill for himself as well. Now Series is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Another taunt comes out from Swiper. Happy to go toe-to-toe against the Fat Man. He's going to try and body up his way out of this one as Chelby is collapsing as well. That's a very low Lucian. And no ultimate available for Series means you can't knock anyone back into this fight. But Avant Garde, they chase through on that and lose 3 members.
Exactly right. So in the end, I think that's nearly an ace because Series and Shelby went down first. 2 members of the Chiefs, actually 3 members of the Chiefs die for 5. And now Shelby's in trouble. Oh, no, he's not.
He's going to be able to get a kill. Now Swiper has to go toe-to-toe against Series, and Shelby gets the Shadow Dash through. Shelby, what are you doing, buddy? You shouldn't be standing that close to him. Licky Tongue's up here to try and save him. Big old shield spitting out of his mouth, but Series still wants a piece of this action.
Certainly does. He's still chasing forward. He's going to get maybe eaten, maybe not. So, doesn't like the taste of Fat Man. Big creep wave top. Maybe everyone just take a deep breath. Jungler is dead, however, on the side of AV, and they're still starting up the Dragon, which now Ejim has spotted out.
Yeah, the blood alcohol content of Greg is a little bit too high for Time Kenshin's liking, but instead they go straight towards the Infernal Dragon. Avant Garde already have 2 Oceans, and they will be able to even out the Infernals.
Yeah, going to be able to pick that one up. I mean, Raze is still dead. He's 6-2-4. So much of the Chiefs' damage at this stage of the game. And that's huge for AV, even though they're down 1,000 gold. Scaling pretty even between the 2 teams. I mean, I don't want to call that one. I give it to Ezreal over Lucian in the late game. However, that depends how good your Lucian is and how good your Ezreal is. Everywhere else, pretty even.
It certainly is. I did even almost. 1,000 gold separates the team, and 30 minutes into 1,000 gold is almost nothing, especially when it's spread out across multiple members. We can check in with the items, though. The Void Staff has been completed by Swiffer. In the jungle, Spook's going for a little bit more tanky, as he's already picked up his Black Cleaver, and so has Raze.
And I will say this is one of those games that, in my opinion, and feel free to argue, Ocean Dragons mean nothing until the Infernal comes through for the extra damage, because they're getting blown up so incredibly quickly. I mean, if Zed sneezes on anyone at this stage of the game, they die. LeBlanc, the exact same thing. We've already seen how much damage comes out of Swiffer. It's only really these 2 gentlemen that, I mean, have absolutely no idea what's going on.
And they're playing Bop the Krugs. Who gets more? Oh, Swiper's winning. Who gets... Yeah, Series got him. What did he get the 2? He gets double! Woo!
You can see that Swiper just kind of laughing. I mean, they don't hit. They just barely touch each other anymore. That's a GA that's been picked up.
Oh, yeah. Get him, boys. Oh, he's got his baton, slaps him, heals up all the health, nothing happens.
Exactly right, that's Spirit Visage. All of a sudden the taunt.
Doesn't need the turret, doesn't need the turret longer, and we're going top lane, and Triple's getting taken down here, locked down, killed by Spooks.
And once again, this is why I don't think it matters, because tanks don't scratch each other regardless, and Swiffer and Triple just kill each other so incredibly quickly.
They're still going though, Spawn. This is the action we want to see.
Shelby's coming down.
Let's see who can fight. Shelby is coming down for this one. Series doesn't fancy his chances anymore. Taunt comes up, Body Bop comes through. Swiper's going to be able to flash over the wall. Get back to safety.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, there's still the ultimate to follow out of Shelby. He still wants it.
Oh, he's chasing him pretty far, but he sees a nice little Scuttle Crab.
And that's just Baron.
Oh, Chiefs are on it.
Yeah, exactly right. So all of a sudden, it's going to be the... Ooh, this is dangerous now.
Can Blinky do it? Let's pop the ultimate. Going to get some good damage down. Good locket being used by Ejim there. Swiffer, he decided he wants a piece of Kobe. He's not going to be happy with that one. Ray's now going to dash on forward towards Blinky. Baron is going to go down. Swiper's up. He says, you want to fight me, mate? Come take me one-on-one now. As the rest of the team decides to back him up. The revive will come through, but there's 3 members of the Chiefs there. As Shelby now trying to take down LeBlanc will get eaten up by Ejim and heads back to safety. That's a Baron buff and 2 kills for the Chiefs.
First meaningful gold lead for the Chiefs in this game. It's going to be 4,000. They're going to be able to pick up the Baron buff and make their way out onto Summoner's Rift. I mean, this has been a weird and wacky game. If game 1 was clean, this is anything but fish.
Yeah, it's been interesting, Spawn. I don't quite know what's going on from time to time as Blinky finds a clone, gets 50 gold for himself. It's a nice little donation coming out from Swiffer. But still, Chiefs do have that Baron buff available and will be able to start to take down turret after turret.
And you can see they're pushing down mid lane now. Quick rotation out of the Chiefs. I mean, they'll be able to grab that one, get the heck out of dodge. Potentially bottom wave going to be next as they do have the Stand United coming off cooldown. Pretty much in time for that to crash in the bottom wave. And if not, they still have the teleport. Chiefs really looking to put the squeeze on AV. This second game has been so back and forward. I mean, I think it could be summed up by just watching Swiper and Series fight the whole time.
Oh, we had a mid-fight commercial break though, Spawn. We had to check in with the top lane. Triple was getting killed there. And we went back. No, nothing's changed.
Exactly the same thing was still happening.
They're going for a fight now. Ejim's the one that gets locked down. He's going to take quite a bit of damage to kick things off. Actually gets popped there by the Greys, but during that time, Chiefs are able to take a turret for themselves.
And just want to repeat the fact that people die really quickly. Oh, here we go. Actually, now Swiper does a lot of damage because he picked up an outright Titanic Hydra. He didn't have that before. I feel like it's changed the landscape of the fight just a little bit.
Triple's almost dead somewhere on the map. There's a Stand United going
There we
through.
go. He's dead.
Spooks has found a kill. He's on top of Chelby as well. This might come through trying to slow them down, but you can't fight this duo, Chelby. And Swiffer's going to be able to pick up a kill on Jake. I was like, Swiffer's not a part of this kill. The client's bugged out, but no, it's not. The series now bops Swiper there. Spooks is going to involve in front of both of them.
I think at the same time, Blinky killed Swiffer. So Swiffer's dead as well. People are just dead. All right, and looks like the Chiefs have an extra member, which means they'll be able to push forward potentially.
So looking to try and take down the mid lane here with a turret series. Looking to try and defend this one. Good taunt coming out from Swiper. Blinky's going to take a lot of damage. Swiper wants him. Is he going to take it down? Yes, he does. Blinky gets that one kill for Kobe. He shouts as he takes him down. But the Inhibitor's now taking a lot of damage from Raze. As Time Catch is going to come in as well, make sure he can protect the Chiefs as they make the retreat. Inhibitor picked up by the Chiefs.
An MVP to series there. I mean, he was able to body slam Spooks out of the hop, which meant that it just became a 1v1. And of course, all Ezreal players know if you don't kill them in the first piece of CC, they're just going to kite you back forever. You can see he was able to successfully do that. Blinky 6-3-3 is still having a great game against the Chiefs.
He is. I mean, he's a very consistent player for Avant. We give a lot of credit towards their bottom lane. Even the last match where Chiefs looked methodical in their victory, they were still able to pull ahead slightly against Raze and Ejim, almost taking them down once or twice. And this game, as you mentioned early on, almost looked like they won it. Raze is performing very well this match. 7-2-5 though.
Yeah, nearly 6 items. I mean, he's absolutely massive. Also, nearly 6 items on Blinky. He only has a QSS to finish up. Just want to shout out the bottom lane of AV. They're so exciting to watch at the moment. Really do think that, you know, we've got some great bottom lanes coming in. Raze and Ejim, of course, up there. Lost and Cupcake. I mean, King and Destiny. Oh, Spooks is caught.
He's found Spooks, knocks him back in, but that's going to deliver a Stand United into the team, or is it? Because Spooks has flashed away. Big tide away from Jake. Stops the taunt coming through. And now Chiefs are on the retreat for the time being. Triple goes in, takes a lot of damage, but pops the ultimate onto Raze. Big body pop going to come out of series, but Raze is popping off here. First the double kill, now dashing back onto series, weaving in and out of the team fight to get another one here. Swiper's trying to defend him. He's going in. Blinky's dead. Triple kill comes out for Raze, and that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, as Avant get aced here by the Chiefs.
Huge team fight out of Raze, dashing everywhere, had the death mark on him as soon as the Zed wasn't hittable, was able to launch himself forward onto Chelby, and Raze absolutely goes berserk. 10-3-7. He is so good.
Chiefs now looking to push through onto the Nexus, it seems. 20 seconds. There is a Lich Bane on Swiffer, so this should be game for the Chiefs, as they're going to be able to take down the first turret. Nice and easy. No one from the side of Avant is going to be back up and online anytime soon.
5 seconds on Triple. He can potentially get out. I mean, they may need to back away. The Nexus is open, but you don't really want to flirt with that danger.
You can see hands on the heads of a couple of Chiefs players as they decide to back out there. Very close. Open Nexus available, so still a very good push from them.
I mean, Fire Drake is available, going to be able to go back and pick that one up. Baron's up in a minute 50. Actually, they might not be able to do the Fire Dragon, so they just back away completely. This gives a window for AV to be able to pick it up. Double Fire Drake at 36 minutes into the game. Definitely nothing to scoff at.
But even though they will be able to possibly take it, or not, because Spooks wants it, even though they do get the Dragon here, they are 9,000 gold behind the Chiefs, who have a very sizable lead at this stage.
I mean, realistically, though, both AD carries are 6 item.
Yep.
So it's just whichever AD carry pops off the most is going to win the game.
Oh, that was Raze that last
team fight. Definitely Raze. I mean, Blinky still picked up a double kill for himself.
Did. Right. Lucian was just dashing through the snow in that last team fight.
They want the fight here. I mean, if the Chiefs still lose the team fight, it's close to a pretty hard game to win.
Here he
Spooks
goes.
is in.
Jumps over the wall. Oh, he misses the taunt. Swiper goes through the entire team, and Spooks gets blown up on the back end of that. Now Swiper is the one that's in trouble. Series tanking up everyone in the front lines. Triple's gone back in as well, going to deal with a nice amount of damage. Swiffer is going to fall. Chelby gets that kill. Swiper's going to fall next as well. The double kill coming out for the Graves, and this time around it's Avant that pop off.
That's an Infernal Dragon and potentially a Baron picked up by AV. This game is definitely not over, Fish. You could see that the initiation whiffed by Swiper. And that just means that AV get another shot at living.
Oh, Triple's going to be able to defend the bottom lane as well. Minions are crashing in the mid lane. Swiffer on your screen there, you know, scratching his head a little bit, was wiping the sweat off his forehead as well. And that was an interesting fight there. Swiper tried for a big flash taunt, but missed everyone, went too far.
And how standard are the Chiefs feeling? Because realistically, you know where AV is going, pushing down mid lane. However, does Akazik sneak into like a side lane? Does he look to take a Shen into the open nexus, potentially with a stealth? Do they just want to fight around Baron and potentially lose another fight and suspend this game for even longer? As I said, as soon as the AD carries the 6 items, it just becomes who can defend the AD carries the most.
I mean, this is where you send Spooks into the base with Shen
Ooh,
ultimate.
Jake, you're dead.
Kobe's not going to be happy with that, man.
That was an interesting play. I mean, that's pretty much forfeited Baron, potentially maybe even the game. 5v4. Very hard to defend.
They're picking
about.
the Nexus, though.
Yeah, you can see
They're bringing it in.
There
goes Ejim. His second raise with him. Spooks is on a mission. That mission
over.
is stop the recalls, stop the ports, ladies and gentlemen. But it absolutely does not matter because Raze has got his double gun. No! What? The Ejim? No, that can't be right. The inhibitors respawn. Now Triple's going to try and defend this one. Raze is going to stay alive. Does get the Stand United. They're fighting into the base with no turrets to hit. This is a disaster for the Chiefs. Raze flashed and blew everything as well. He thought that game was over.
Yeah, that's why you don't burn summoner spells. Try to finish the game. You can see going back in. Blinky's still alive.
Series is going to go down. Guardian Angel comes back up. Now the inhibitor, sorry, the Nexus is left open. Swiper just taps it. That's going to fall. And the Chiefs, after 2 attempts, third time's the charm here, Spawn, and they're able to take down the Nexus and pick up the 2-0 victory over Avant Garde.
Yeah, bashful smile out of the Chiefs. They get the 3 points again, still only dropping 1 game this whole season against the Direwolves. AV got close in that second game. I mean, that was much better play, and that's what we expect to see out of them. Solo kill for that man on your screen, Triple. Blinky and Jake had a very good laning phase, but just little errors still, you know, under big pressure games means that they're not going to be able to pick up that win that they wanted. But I think that game too, you go back, you VOD review the heck out of that because they're going to be able to learn so much.
I mean, they don't get a small victory here with a map off of the Chiefs though, but the Des did say coming into this match that it was a heat check for Avant Garde. They were on a hot streak there, but were not able to pick up a single map victory here against the Chiefs. But that's all from us here at the casting table. For now, we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down the day.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, that is it. The series is all done and dusted. Chiefs 2-0 over Avant Garde. And if you're Avant Garde, you've got to be feeling a lot of hype going into this, but that second game a lot closer than the first. So improvement across the series, Tiga.
Yeah, I even tweeted it out. That redeemed their first game for me. They showed they can hang with the Chiefs. You know, Swiffer throwing a bit of shade saying they don't even consider AV a top team. AV are definitely a top team after that game. That's all that's gone through my mind.
And one of the things you mentioned is you said you wanted them to change it up, to do something a bit different. And although we didn't really get to see it in the drafting phase, that initial invade really set up Triple for success. He was able to do well against Swiffer, even getting that solo kill. And it really comes off the back of them going for that quick little invade and just being a bit cheeky.
Yeah, everything that happened mid in, I'd say, the first 8 minutes was based off that invade. Because Chiefs pulled Swiffer, he basically considered his lane to make sure his jungler and his top got to a decent start. And I don't know if that was the right call. That's another spot where when they go back and they do the VOD review, that's going to be a big point of contention for them.
So as we look at this draft, we see LeBlanc being picked up for Swiffer. Now, he did have to cut it out of his interview because it did go for 2.5 minutes. But he did explain to me that despite the fact that LeBlanc had this nerf, he was saying, look, she's still strong because they've nerfed her early game potential, but she was never strong early game. You're taking LeBlanc because of the team fights. You're trying to get out of lane as early as possible.
Yeah, you take it for its map pressure, for what it can do past 10 minutes, not for what it does in lane. In lane, it pretty much sucks. There's so many more better lane-dominant champions if you want to pick for that, and LeBlanc just isn't one of them. But once it gets to mid-game, once it gets to late game, she's a great roaming champion. She's everywhere. There's not a lot you can do to stop her, besides pick Zed, which is what Avant did as their response.
Exactly, and Zed just happened to pop off really well in that game as well. There's actually a few points that, because he was in the game and doing certain things, he was actually even to zone off Raze, sort of like mitigating the amount that he could do in those mid-game fights.
Yeah, and Raze picked Lucian. He wanted to pop off. He wanted to go nuts, and Lucian was a great pick. We even said it during draft once all the ADCs got banned. I think, what was there, 5 or 6 bans? Something like that?
Six if you include Ziggs.
That AV couldn't pick Lucian because Lucian sucks versus hypertanks, and Chiefs had Shed at that point. Whereas Chiefs, they can pick it pretty freely. Gragas is a pretty big tank, but if you're really, really good at Lucian, which Raze is, by the way, he's incredible at it, maybe only second to Lost, maybe, you can just go nuts. You can dash all around the fight. Doesn't matter if there's a Zed, you have time to deal with that. You can get a QSS early, there's so many options, and he did what he wanted to do. He popped off really hard.
All right, well, let's take a look at this replay. Mendrix, talk us through this river fight, I believe we're going to be taking a look at in a second. Why is this important to look at?
So this specifically that we're looking at here is them jumping onto Spooks. Now, this is the big thing about this is AV overextend for it, yes, but look at this taunt by Swiper that actually locks down Shelby, and this actually gets them to get the Infernal Drake afterwards, which is a fantastic start for the Chiefs. Really pulls them back into the game after that sort of shaky start.
It's a very Chiefs play as well. One person seems like they're caught. No, they're not. The whole Chiefs team is there to back them up. And that happens every time. And that's why they picked things like Tom Kent. That's why they picked Shen. Because they want this global roaming style of play instead of just, let's just win lane and hope that things work out.
Just classic traps all over the map.
Pretty much.
Getting caught. All right, let's take a look at this this jungle fight, I believe. Mendrix, do you want to talk us through why this was decisive?
All right, so the great thing about this here is AV just managed to pick up a dragon off the back of this. And if you look at this here, look at what Triple does. He's able to get Spooks, and then the entire time he's zoning out Raze. And of course, Raze managed to get the kill, but the thing is Raze can't walk back into this team fight. And this allows AV to actually trade evenly and then pick up a turret afterwards. So even though it was a bit of extension, it wasn't too clean. It ended up being a massive net benefit for AV specifically.
Yeah, the only thing I would say was Blinky getting caught by Swiffer was what would have stemmed what AV could have done from it. Keep in mind, AV still had a phenomenal fight there, still got a lot off it, but that is like the only nitpick that I could make, and even that, it's just stuff like that happens every now and then. You can't really deride people for it.
The final replay I want to take a look at, Mendrix, is this Baron fight, which we saw, which was just... It was very exciting stuff.
Well, so what's great about this here is, as you can see, they're just taking the Baron now, but the reason why they were able to do this was because AV committed so hard to Shen in the bot lane. Swiper did a great job just sort of surviving the entire time. As you can see, he's coming back into the fight now, and so they're able to pick up the Baron, pick up some extra kills off it, and then this sort of sets them up for success to win the rest of the game afterwards. And all because Swiper was able to hold on to so many resources, AV just delved into him and still came out alive.
Yeah, and I mean, that's great for what Swipper did and for what they've been doing, but it's also just AV making a mistake. They basically left their bot lane to try and 2v4, basically 2v5 there at the Baron, and that's not going to happen. Nami did her best, but Nami doesn't beat LeBlanc. Swiffer knows that, and now I'm sure Jake knows that after what just happened to him. That wasn't very fun.
Nami.
But, you know, or just... I would say the thing that I would say is just stress how good it was by the Chiefs, not that it was a mistake by AV, because Chiefs they do what they do best. They play the map really well. And when I hear people say they don't have great control of the map, they don't do late game well, I just feel maybe even insulted on their behalf, because that's what they do really well. They play the map really well. So it's just something that really confuses me when people say it.
All right. Well, speaking of the Chiefs, and I'm sure they don't need you to blow that much more steam, but Jake Spawn Tiberi is standing by with the Victorious Spooks right now for the interview.
Yes, I am standing beside Spooks. He hasn't wiped a stupid grin off his face since he got here and heard T-Gun started talking about them. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory, first of all. Want to talk about Game 1. I mean, you guys haven't had a big statement game against, a top 4 team so far. Against the Direwolves, look very back and forth. What was it about Game 1 that you guys wanted to prove?
I think for Game 1, we just kind of... I guess we had a good draft. We really got all the champs we wanted, and it was just like a clean game. No one really made any errors until Swiffer decided to die and ruin our perfect game. But no, we were happy with how the draft panned out, and it's been what we've been practicing in scrims, so everything was clean.
All right, now moving into Game 2, started with kind of a botched jungle invade that set Swiffer quite a bit behind. He gets solo killed. What's the comms like at that stage of the game? I mean, what are you guys trying to focus on?
Yeah, look, it's all about defending my buffs. I don't care about Swiffer's lane. Sammy D needs his red buff. So we went all in on it and kind of lost Swiffer his lane a little bit. And look, I won't say he recovered the best of having a rough start, but I think we all kind of everyone just made sure we were relaxed and we knew we were playing from behind because of the lane phase. And we brought it back once we got to set up the 1-3-1.
Yeah, and the 1-3-1 with the Tahm Kench especially, I mean, it's one of the Chiefs' specials. You've always loved to play globals. What is it about that comp that you're so comfortable in?
I guess both our solo laners just farming side lanes, so they're in their I guess comfortable positions on the map. So once Swiffer and Swiper are able to get farm, I think it's pretty easy for us after that point. Yeah.
And I want to touch on your bottom lane. I mean, kind of been overshadowed so far by the top side of the map, just because, you know, a lot of Varus, a lot of Jhin is coming out. But Raze finally gets his hand on more of a mid-game carry, able to go huge in this game. If the meta swings back into hyper carries, is that more in the style of the Chiefs and how you want to play the game?
Well, if you've been watching the Radiant Medal points, you'll see that Raze is actually picking them all up. But no, he definitely likes playing the carries. And a lot more than he likes playing the utility AD carries. I would probably say, as a team, we prefer the utility AD carries, but you know, once he gets on his Lucian, he's pretty happy.
All right, final question. You guys have only dropped one game all series season. That was against the Direwolves. Getting close to the Legacy match. I think that's in a fortnight time after IEM. Is it undefeatable territory so far for the Chiefs? How far can you go with this win streak?
I think we're pretty happy with how we're playing at the moment. There's always, I think, a few small things in our game that we need to work on. But I think if we keep playing the way we are, we're feeling pretty comfortable.
All right, well, congratulations one more time on the 2-0 and the 3 points. Let's throw it back to Hingers and the boys at the desk to round out the night.
Well, there we have it. Spawn hanging out with Big Sammy D. Just rounding out that interview and some great insights we took out of that. Look, I want to talk, first of all, about this Best and Fairest Radiant medal. Guys, look, we don't reveal especially who the voting was, how we voted, but the votes today have gone the way of Simon Papamarcos, a.k.a. Swiffer, and that first game out of him, Tiga, was huge.
Yeah, it was just incredible. Like I said, most of the Chiefs played almost perfectly. This is the one that I would say that played the best out of it. I know old mate Sammy D over there sort of derided him for ruining their perfect game, but I mean, he was just having fun at the end of it. He was going deep, and he just played well the whole game. I would say Raze would be a close second. Obviously, you don't do a second, but that would be my close second if I,
if you got to vote,
yeah,
which you don't.
Yeah, I'm sort of like a criminal. I don't get to vote, right? But yeah, he really deserves it. There's nothing more to say.
And I mean, looking at his game too as well, you sort of have a quick look at it and go, okay, it wasn't too impactful. It was like, well, actually it was. He was put behind early. You have to really take that into account. He had to go and protect the buffs for Spook specifically, and then he had to go back afterwards into a lane where he had taken a lot of damage from Graves initially and had to be behind in CS. And for him to bounce back from that specifically shows that he is a great player.
Yeah, he still came into a point where he was a real big threat. He was killing Blinky in fights. He was just a menace for Eevee to deal with. And doing that after pretty much losing your lane is really impressive. And I think that's what sort of solidified it today for him.
Absolutely. Well, indeed, he only beat out Swiper by 1 point. So a lot of people keen to prove that Big Swips was dominant on the Rift today. Well, let's take a look at the schedule, shall we? Because tomorrow, we're going to kick things off with your boys, XL5 T-Gun. They're going to take on the Great Tree, Self Legacy. And, 3-1, their win-loss record versus 0-4. Obviously, this is going to be a tough game for you. Then after that, Sin and Direwolves, both 2-2, trying to bounce back from their losses last week. Before we get out of here, T-Gun, give us a preview of tomorrow. Obviously, it's a difficult match, but you guys, feeling comfortable with your playstyle? Improved a lot since day one.
We've brought a beast into the mid lane. He's going to hopefully pop off and carry us. And we've just improved as a team. We're finally down to a core 5 now that you'll see tomorrow. And hopefully we can show the results we've been having in practice and not just falter like we have up until this point.
Absolutely. Well, a positive mindset, as always, from XL5 and from our friend Mr. Goon. Thanks so much for joining us. For real, it's been great. You've been a wonderful guest here on the desk. Anyway, from all of us here at the OPL, we'd like to thank you for watching. Thank you to Mendrix as well for joining me. We're back tomorrow with those games you just went through. See you later.
Is he dead? Yes, he is. First blood picked up by Triple. He returns to favor in the mid lane. And here comes Tom Kench as well. They're jumping in. Shelby's been locked down. The teleport will come out from the Gragas. Cancel. He's going to jump in with the Stand United. Blinky is the target of choice. Already flashed away, but Jake is going to fall first. Series down the bottom lane. Big body bomb. Big knock back. Raze is going to fall. Swiper's taking quite a bit of damage here. The Gragas is still trying to go toe-to-toe. Will get locked down. Blinky Spooks has come in. He's been exhausted. Blinky still wants to kill. Gets him. While he just tries to eat him up. Nom 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 does not succeed. Jake is going to get a good bubble out halfway through the top from Swiper. Oh, Spooks going to take a lot of damage. Stand United is coming out on top of Egypt, I believe, which means Spooks is going to fall. Raze does take down Triple though, and Series is into the backlines. Egypt is going to get bumped, or does he, as he flashes over the wall. Arcane Shift follows from Blinky. Swiffer's trying to lock him down. Double chains are going to come out. One more auto attack is all it takes, and Swiffer gets the kill with the Sheen Brock. The connect, but here comes the Tom Catch. Big Shadow Dash comes out from Swiper. His dying breath taunts up Avant Garde as the rest of the Chiefs collapse and avenge their top laner. Through Chiefs are in for a surprise when he gets there. Raze will get the first kill, standing on top of Spook. The Gragas is taking an awful long time. Will get in, gets the body block on towards Spooks, gets the kill for himself. Baron is going to go down. Swiper's up here, says, you want to fight me, mate? Come take me one-on-one now. As the rest of the team decides to back him up. I think he's going to take a lot of damage. Swiper wants him. Is he going to get taken down? Yes, he does. Blinky gets that one kill for Kobe. He shouts as he takes him down. Big body pop going to come out of series, but Raze is popping off here. First the double kill, now dashing back on the series, weaving in and out of the team fight to get another one here. Swiper's trying to defend him. He's going in. Blinky's dead. Triple kill comes out for Raze, and that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, as Avant get aced here by the Chiefs. Jumps over the wall. Oh, he misses the taunt. Swiper goes through the entire team, and Spooks gets blown up on the back end of that. Now Swiper is the one that's in trouble. Series tanking up everyone in the front lines. Triple's gone back in as well, going to deal a nice amount of damage. Swiffer is going to fall. Shelby gets that kill. Swiper's going to fall next as well. The double kill coming out for the Graves. Spooks is on a mission. That mission is stop the recalls, stop the ports, ladies and gentlemen. But it absolutely does not matter because Raze has got his double gun. No! What? The region? No, that can't be right. The inhibitors respawn. Now Triple's going to try and defend this one. Raze is going to stay alive, does get to stay united. They're fighting at the base with no turrets to hit. This is a disaster for the Chiefs. Raze flashed and blew everything as well. He thought that game was over.
Yeah, that's why you don't burn summoner spells. Try to finish the game. You can see going back in. Blinky's still alive.
Series is going to go down. Guardian Angel comes back up. Now the inhibitor, sorry, the Nexus is left open. Swiper just taps it. That's going to fall. And the Chiefs, after 2 attempts, third time's the charm here, Spawn, and they're able to take down the Nexus and pick up the 2-0 victory over Avant.